Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are watching Stellar Spark. Welcome. Welcome to Stellar Spark, the Stellar WP. It's really a celebration as much as it is a learning experience today, talking about all things WordPress and all things business in WordPress to hopefully help you and your businesses grow. I'm very excited to be the MC for track one today because I get to talk to some pretty awesome people all day long, and I'm very excited about that. And I'm most anxious to welcome our first guest to you today. So our first guest is Josepha Hayden Champosi. And let me give you her bio real quick, and then we'll talk about her talk today. So Josepha has been the executive director of WordPress since 2019, the open source project powering 43% of the web. We're in pretty good company here. Her work coordinating and guiding volunteer efforts spans 21 teams and involves thousands of volunteers. She's sponsored by Automatic, the parent company behind WordPress.com, WooCommerce, and Tumblr, where she leads the open source division that focuses on all aspects of open source contribution and the health of the overall WordPress ecosystem. Her work includes operational oversight, strategic and financial planning, community and sponsorship relations, volunteer training programs, and diversity initiatives on a global scale. Today, her topic is surprising but inevitable. When a new WordPress user first encounters the amazing ecosystem that exists around the software and inevitably discovers the vast network of contributors that sustains it, one of the biggest questions they have is how this works with a product that's available for free. So today she's going to take us on an exploration through how the surprising interconnectedness of the WordPress community has helped us make it this far, and how a belief in a better future can move all things open source into a better future. Let's bring her on. Hello, Josepha.
Hello, Michelle. Thank you for that excellent introduction.
Well, I mean, you wrote it, so it was all good.
I
love
myself for my excellent
You should.
introduction.
You write an awesome bio. There's an art to writing a bio, by the
You.
way. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
excited
it's
to
not
hear your.
fun.
No, it is not. I usually ask somebody else to write it, and then I tweak it. Eventually, it's all my own words, but it gets you started in the
Yeah,
right direction.
that's right. That's right.
So you sit at a very what I always say, heavy is the head that wears the crown, right? Like you sit in an
Yeah.
advantageous area in WordPress where you are a decision maker for a lot of things, and a
Yeah.
lot of problems cross your desk every day, but also you sit at the top of things where you get to make decisions and you help people with those problems. So it's a double-edged sword for sure.
I do my best.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I'm excited to hear your topic today. I'm going to take myself off, turn the floor over to you. If people have questions as we go through this, you can absolutely put them in the chat because this is being broadcast on YouTube. And then after Josepha's talk, we will bring those cues to her to A. Anyway, I've never said it that way before. Pay no attention to me.
It
It's
makes
early.
perfect sense. It's good.
Okay. Without further ado, Josepha, the floor is yours.
Thank you. All right, excellent. So, as Michelle said, today I'm talking about surprising but inevitable. So, what if I told you that every good story has the same ending? It doesn't matter the type of narrative or the genre that it exists in, every good story has an ending that is surprising but inevitable. Surprising because it's not what you expected, it's not what you would have done, but inevitable because when you track back through the milestones and everything that you have always known to be true along the way, there's just no other way it could have happened. So today we're going to look at that initial surprise when you discover the WordPress project and explore the bits and pieces that make it inevitable. If you're here with a friend or catching this somewhere online later, let me make sure we all know what's so surprising about what we're doing here. So WordPressers work and play in a multi-billion-dollar industry that's been made possible by a free and open piece of software. The software that's been built in public by some of the smartest and most dedicated people that you will never meet. Surrounded by an ecosystem of plugins that make any problem solvable and themes that fit every aesthetic. And when you first meet the community, it's this kind of kinetic collective of experts who never seem to rest and live in places you've never heard of. And they get together rarely but joyfully, and there's always someone who knows someone who has all the answers. The whole thing looks kind of like a party, but also it keeps shipping major updates and massive bespoke implementations of some free software. And it honestly, it just can't not be surprising when you first run into it. But even as surprising as it is at first glance, when you start to learn about what's inside it, how it works, how it wants to function, it feels like there's just no other way it could have happened. So I'm not much for hypotheticals. So I'm going to tell you a bit about how I learned about WordPress to kind of illustrate what I'm talking about. I think it is um, sort of indicative of some ideas and thoughts that people have as they come through this learning process, but not necessarily about the software. I feel like that story is pretty similar for everyone. You either inherit a website and have to work with it and learn how to work with it, or it was recommended to you by someone, your developer, your agency, however that works, and you have to learn it in the moment that you encounter it. But what this story actually is going to talk about is how I learned about everything else that makes up WordPress, our philosophies, our people, and the way we do things. Most of you at this point, I think, know that my mother introduced me to WordPress. I've told that story a few times, but I don't think I've ever shared that first true moment of discovery for me. And I will never forget this. I was standing in the back of a presentation titled "Making WordPress Do Everything: Unlocking the CMS." Mitch Cantor was the presenter, and at the end of it, I turned to the person next to me and said, "This is unbelievable. I can't believe more people don't know about this." We had a minor philosophical discussion, as I do, where we sort of uncovered what I meant by like what is unbelievable and what it is that I felt like people didn't know. Because this is like WordPress in 10% of the web days, right? But by the end of that discussion, I was worried that maybe I had misunderstood something, because in my mind, you don't take something that is expensive and guarded and difficult and simply give it away. I remember saying to him, this thing can't possibly be free. Because remember, this was the heyday of Facebook and Napster when like everyone was dying to be on both. If it looked free, it's because you were paying in some other way. And if it was literally free, it's because it was stolen. um, so I came away from that feeling like this could not possibly be what it seems. It couldn't be the case that there was a software that was trying to make the most difficult part of Web 2.0 possible for everyone. And it couldn't be the case that it was put together by a bunch of people that had sometimes never met each other. And it definitely couldn't be the case that anyone was doing it for free. And it wasn't until like 5 or 6 years later that I started to understand how connected all of it is. And nothing in there exists individually. And everything that moved was because something else had moved before it, or something else would move after it. And that all of this wasn't happening just by accident. So, let me tell you the key philosophies that I learned, which eventually unlocked not the CMS, but the community for me. And we're going to look at three things. We're going to look at the why, the who, and the how. Um, we're going to look at those in particular because I feel like we always look at the what right now. We look at a lot of numbers, a lot of data, and it's good to know what we're doing. But I think it's also really important to look at things like why we're doing it. So, the why, first off, WordPress has an evocative and personal reason to be, right? Democratized publishing is a perfect mission statement. I love a good vision statement. I love a good mission statement. This one is short, it's active, but most importantly, it's elastic. There's so much more that could be included, even if it's not specifically stated. So naturally, we understand that WordPress came to exist in this moment where content life cycles were quite lengthy. They were 24 hours in some cases, but more often days and weeks and years worth of time that would go into it. So it shortened the content life cycle, which in turn extended the chance to engage with that content. Because not only are you getting more content, more thoughts out there more regularly, but you had commenting available. And so you could engage in conversation with the people who were having these thoughts and sharing them with you. And I think that that made it clear that good ideas don't just belong to the well connected, they belong to anyone. And when you make an idea available to anyone, then you also have made learning available to everyone. And when learning is available to everyone, then they're more likely to not only succeed, but thrive in a world where knowing the right ways to get answers is just as valuable as knowing the answers already. This might sound familiar to you all. It sounds familiar to me when I talk about it now in this way, in this really consolidated way. It sounds a lot like when the printing press first became available and everyone was so worried that having such readily available information would kind of like deteriorate the brain, but also there was a strong belief that having that information available for everyone whenever they needed or wanted it was much more valuable. So, democratizing publishing isn't just about content cycles, though. It's not just about SEO or publications. It's also about making knowledge, tools, and communities available with as few barriers to entry as possible. Because we know that knowledge, tools, and support are the cornerstones of success. And it's why we have in the WordPress project such low cost events. It's why the software can be downloaded without any cost, and why we rely on our brilliant communities to sustain our long term hopes and dreams. If you have not yet run into the community, which I am looking forward to the day that you do, let's talk about that next, because that is the thing that unlocked a lot for me. So, WordPress has a well connected and resilient community. And that makes sense. If your community is well connected, it ends up being resilient. But I define the WordPress community in a pretty broad way. So anyone who interacts with WordPress, whether they know it or not, is someone that I try to account for when, as Michelle pointed out, I'm trying to make these big decisions and trying to advocate for things as I can from my own position. It's not who I work with every day, obviously. I work with people and companies who are contributing directly to and creating the actual software. But I have to say that when I first encountered you all, I had some assumptions, and everyone does, because this is a software project. And so I assumed that it was all developers. And for some reason, there were also these people who were like just getting other people together to talk about how to use this thing that some developers had given to them. Like that was my basic assumption about how WordPress software was working. And that's really embarrassing for me to admit. And if you'll stick with me into the third section, into the how section, then you will get to learn why that's embarrassing. But also, it's embarrassing just because kind of it is. um, and that, fortunately for me, all changed when I went to my first contributor day. And it was there that I discovered um, how many people there were that were active in this and how many ways they were defining themselves. I was standing there in the doorway looking over a sea of tables, thronging with people, and I could see that there was no single table that was just toiling away in isolation. People were connecting and forging this living network between tables and others and bringing other people into and out of all of the ways that they were wanting to define themselves and how they felt like they could help them see something else that was also connected to what they cared about. And it was sort of like this. It was kind of like a festival. It was kind of like a music festival, like a swarm of technological multi hyphenates just running around trying to make things work and make it all function together and be aware of itself in the way that they were aware of each other. Um, and it made me realize that no matter who you were, no matter what goals you had, or what skills you were trying to acquire, there was a group for you in this project. There was a group for you in WordPress. And because of this thriving, living network that was bustling around, sometimes that group was a mixture of a few groups. Like you could have, your designers who were also developers. You could have your uh, marketers who also were excellent photographers and also a CEO of a company over here. And like there was there there were so many different combinations of who you had decided you were and also who other people felt you could stretch to become in the WordPress project. And somehow it still all worked. And I I remember standing there at that table trying to at the in the door of that room trying to figure out like which table I belonged to. I've talked about it before, like I am not a developer. I don't know always my role in getting like women into technology or youth into technology. And when you don't quite know your role, it's really hard to figure out where you might belong. And people just helped me every step of the way. I just sat down at some table and tried until we all decided that like maybe this one isn't for me, and then they helped me find a new table, and I did eventually wind up at the training table, I think, which was a good intro point for me because you get a lot of good information about how our contributors help people through the project, but also how people like me want to learn about WordPress and how I can help others do that. And speaking of how I learn, how people want to learn, how they get through this WordPress project, one of the things that is so surprising about WordPress is how we do what we're doing. So WordPress processes are generally speaking more than what we are doing because there is this inherent understanding that if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. And WordPressers love to do things together, which is fortunate for me because I don't know about you, but I believe that this thing, WordPress, the community, the software, is not something that can be done alone. And I think that I'm really fortunate to have run into a group of people who agree. So, here again, we're going to set aside the plain facts of this problem, the vastness of the code base, the complexity of the human dynamics, and crossing cultural boundaries as we go, and that unending stream of events that we provide. If you look past some of those quantifiable pieces, there is just the matter of the co creator in open source. And who is our co-creator? Again, if you're here with a friend or if you're watching this later, you might not know what I'm talking about. I assume that most of you are actually creators of WordPress because of why because of the group, the company that is hosting this, and the people that I saw on the speaker lineup. Um, but if you are not, and you are wondering to yourself, what actually does she mean by co-creator? The original definition of this was just anyone who uses your software. And that can get kind of broad and kind of hard to really put your finger on. And so, who am I talking about when I'm talking about our co-creators? It is a company that wants a site with a blog. It's the nonprofit that needs a way to collect donations online. It's the artist that feels the weight of transaction fees when they just want to get their art in the world. It's the reader of countless blogs and stories, the sharer of photos and songs, and the elders who want to preserve their wisdom for the ages. Our co creator in WordPress is everyone that asks us to help them solve a problem with WordPress and everyone that they connect with as a result of those solutions. If we want to make it quite short, we can say, yes, our co-creators are our users. But I think it's more important to know that our co-creators are people who have encountered problems that can be solved with WordPress, because it is those problems and those solutions that moves WordPress forward. And they matter. The people that we are creating solutions for matter because they are the people that we are creating this software for. They are the people that benefit the most from taking something as arcane as web development and making it as mundane as making a WordPress site. And they are the people that we all were at one point. I mean, here you are, creating a little more freedom and opportunity in the world with every new WordPress project that you deliver. Because the WordPress project you first made for yourself gave you that freedom. You are the people that WordPress was built for, and you are the people who will keep building WordPress for others. And knowing those truths about us, this question of why we do this, who we believe that we are, who we believe we can be, and how we choose to do this together makes the surprising reality of open source based businesses truly inevitable. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Josepha. That was fantastic. We do have a couple questions that have come in, and hopefully we'll have a few more people
All right.
share their thoughts with us. But before we
I'm
even
filled with
turn to
answers.
them, you always are. I love that. But you reminded me of my first contributor day, which
Yes,
was
tell
in
me.
Nashville. And I was already working it. I attended a million WordCamps by then. I mean, not really a million. I've only been to 72 so far, but a lot of WordCamps by then.
72 is
And
so many, Michelle.
that's a lot, right? It's a lot.
Yeah.
But I remember thinking, I don't code. So how can I contribute? And I think that's a common misnomer. So could you like mention a little bit about how, I know you did already a little bit, but like how many teams there are and how you can contribute?
Yeah. So I think that at this point we have like I know that in my bio I said 21, and so that's the number that I'm gravitating toward, but it's in the 20 give or take range of number of teams that we have. But that's actually not the number of working groups and component things that we have. Um, and there are a ton of places where you can contribute without knowing any code technically. So obviously organizing events is one of those. Training in a lot of cases also is, because there are a ton of things that you have to learn about how to use WordPress before you can figure out how to make WordPress be most usable for you, right? Um, and so there are those areas, the photo directory, obviously. Uh, these days, you can also build an entire theme without actually needing to know much in the way of code and ship that into the repo. That blows my mind every time that I realize that. And so we have a lot of options. Documentation, although like if you're on the technical documentation side, it's a little harder. But the thing that I think made me nervous when I realized that like I was attempting to contribute to a software, apart from like I don't know code, is this idea that everyone else definitely did. Even if they were contributing somewhere else, I was like, I know you're in training, but I'm sure that you like developed the
Something.
Lighthouse website, you know? And like it's true that probably a lot of them were developers. I know now that I like 90% of the people at that table were developers. They all now are colleagues and long-term friends of mine. But at the time, like, I thought they were going to be like mean, judgy people who were like, you don't know how to code, and so you're a dum dum. And they never said that. And I don't think they thought that either. And so, like,
Yeah.
that was, as I have grown into my contribution, has really been a thing that I cherished. The fact that they could have been like, we're talking about a software, go away. And
Right.
instead they're like, hey, this is a software and we built it for people like you who know nothing. So like
Mhm.
tell us what is so uncomfortable about it and we will figure out how to either make it more comfortable or teach people how to manage that discomfort. And I think that's really cool.
Yeah. I think that is very cool for sure. So that's the open source project as a
Yeah.
whole. So then my next, like, I'm not a coder, so I can't. Was release squads, and then I've been on
Yeah.
two, so that's not true either. So can you explain a little bit
Yeah.
about how somebody might be able to join a release squad, whether they code or not?
Yeah. So the release squad is a new-ish thing. I guess it's not actually that new anymore. We started it in 28 at the end of 2018, but kept it up because this is too big a project for one person to manage anymore, and it has been for a decade. And so yeah, so the release squad has a bunch of roles on it where on the one hand you don't technically need to be technical. It helps to have a little knowledge, but you don't have to be able to code. And those are in there specifically because in our mission to democratize publishing and make this available and easy for everyone. Like, you have to include and account for and solicit feedback from the people that don't know how to make WordPress do fancy things. And so we have like a release coordinator, which you do need some technical knowledge there, because you are going to end up having to make some technical calls from time to time, minimum like user centric decision making skills. But a lot of it is like keeping the trains on the track, making sure that we are at meetings when we said we were going to be at meetings, making sure that the bug scrubs get done. You can run a bunch of stuff in this project without actually having to be somebody who knows how to do the code side of things. We've got like testing and triage. Both of those things frequently is like stuff where we are asking users to solicit, not solicit, but provide feedback about what it is that is and is not working. And our only user base developers aren't our only user base. And so we need a big swath of people in there. We've got some writing roles that exist. Like, there's a lot that you can do.
And documentation,
know how to code,
and marketing, PR, like all the things that go on the blog, somebody has to write those, and it's not the developers that are doing that. So yeah. Let me pull up some of questions that we've got in the comments here. So the first is from Phil. He says, Josefa is talking about the past a lot. Is it the same now, or what might have changed since those first days for you?
Yeah, so I think a lot has changed, but not most of those things that I'm talking about there. I think that WordPress still does believe as a whole that like you can be a bunch of stuff and work in a bunch of places. I do also think that we believe in our philosophies about what we're trying to do here and why we're trying to do it. But the things that have changed are things like, we have a lot more opportunities for people who don't code. We have a lot more clear sense of like bringing a bunch of people in and helping them to belong. Like, our DEIB stuff has come a long way. And our contributor days actually have become so large that you actually can't get them all kind of in one spot anymore. Everyone does kind of wander out to smaller spots so they can just hear themselves think or hear each other discuss things. And so there's all of that. There are a few changes. Like, obviously you don't go from 10% of the web to 43% of the web and not have changes. Like, we have a fair amount of structure now that we didn't used to have, because when you are 8 years old with not a lot of footprint, then you can probably almost entirely by yourself keep track of most of what you need to know as a contributor or as a leader or however. But now, like, the way that we have to consolidate new bugs or like quick serve bugs for any team obviously has changed. And with that comes a little bit more of what looks like structure and rigor. It is a little bit of structure and rigor, but yeah, there are certainly things that have changed. In general, I think they're good though. I think a little bit of structure helps you to understand how things move and how things flow a bit better. And I know that like coming into the chaos and being able to see what it wants to be is for some people like the faster way to do that, but it actually is not a skill set that everyone has to look at this disparate set of just like chaotic meanderings and being able to see the common threads and what connects here and there. And so, yeah, plenty has changed, but I think that our philosophies haven't changed. I think that the people still are really interconnected and want to be interconnected. And then I do really think that like how we do things, that's where most of the changes happened. And I think those are mostly for the better.
Yeah, I think with growth, you either embrace change or you're forced to change. And I like to see that we're embracing it more than just like being pushed ahead, right? So let's bring up the next question. So Zach Terrell says, Josefa reinforces that the WordPress community drives the platform forward. What are the plans to get more young people and new professionals engaged with the community to keep that momentum?
Yeah, so I worry about this all the time. And by worry, I mean, I talk about it with everyone and try to get ideas about how to move this forward. So When I first came into the WordPress project, before I was sponsored to do anything, I felt like the obvious solution to this problem was like certifications, like get a curriculum together. And my first project when I became sponsored was like figure out, just like do a feasibility study. And so I talked to a lot of universities and like middle school, high school, that kind of like primary area in the US, um, to talk about like how do you all develop your curriculum and what does it take to get in there. And the answer was that like you all move way too fast. We can't build curriculum. Like our curriculum changes once every 5 years, and so no thank you. And beyond that, like there is something semi-anarchical about open source, right? Like we're taking something that has been guarded and protected over the years and making it available for free to people so they can have their own jobs and businesses for free without us. Like it's not a standard part of uh, uh, don't say that word, Josepha. Don't well, I don't know. Heteronormative capitalism is what I was going to say. That's not what this is. That's not what there's a different word for that. Heterodoxical. That's the correct word.
Hey.
Heterodoxical capitalism. Like it's just not in there. And so there's that. But as far as like what can we do now to make sure that we get younger folks in, one of the things that I think that we have to do and that we are doing is meet our modern day learners where they are, right? Like having a website, it's kind of an old thought, but having some place where you can store all your own stuff so that no one can own your stuff, that is a forever idea. Like that's a thing that everybody needs to have. And so I think there's an extent to which like we need to embrace WordPress as this home base for all of the things that you own and that you believe and that you have put out into the world. But the online learning and workshops and like learning via video, I think is one of the best things that we can do to try to be more appealing to folks who are a bit younger. I have basically every year a new proposal about like what if we did training in this way, and every year they do include that kind of do some online ad hoc learning, do some cohort based workshops and et cetera, et cetera. And so we do have learning pathways that we have put out. I think that by the end of the year, so I think we have 4 that are published now. I think by the end of the year we want to have 6 or so, and I know that the training team has been working really hard on that for like years. Like they've been researching the right skills to include in those for years and years. And so I feel strongly that this is a good choice and a good thing for us to do. But we also do have in the past, I guess is the better way to put that, tried to partner with some community-based education opportunities. Mm-hmm. So we don't provide certifications because it's just hard to have that level of excellence with how fast we move, and we don't have the people power to maintain it. But we do have a bunch of ways that we're trying to get folks in to do especially those things. And all of those next gen events where we had like career days that were specifically focused on WordPress careers, and all of the kids camps that have been put on over the years by Sandy and crew. Like we have a lot of ad hoc things that we've tried out. And I think that we are soon, hopefully, going to be able to pull it all together into like a consolidated effort that helps everybody learn what they need to know, not only with WordPress, but how to make WordPress do things for you, and then how to succeed in businesses based on WordPress as well.
Now, I asked a similar question of you and Matt last year in Athens, how we were going to be bringing people in. Excuse me. And you mentioned the mentor program that was just beginning. So we've had about a year of mentor program. Is it going well?
It is going well. We are pulling together, if I recall correctly, our 3rd cohort right now. And I have, so of all of the folks who came through that program, I have seen probably just under half of them like doing active contribution that just ends up in my space with me, which is no small feat. Like I don't look at every contribution anymore. And so like they're making substantial contributions. And that is not only like new people who are in here, but then also folks who are on the younger side, both in their
Yeah,
career or in their age, which is really lovely. I
I
really
love
like it.
that. I love that.
Yeah.
Okay, next question. How do you think WordPress will maintain its market share with so many out of the box competitors popping up? WordPress is better, but so many people think it's too hard.
Yeah. So I've been saying for a bit that WordPress is like the easiest of the hard options, and I still think that's true. Mostly because I felt like when we called it like easy, then when you had difficulty with it, which at least half of us did, you felt stupid, and that's not fair because it's a CMS. CMSs are hard. So
Yeah.
how do we maintain our market share with all of these out of the box competitors popping up? So there is for me. So I've been considering the modern version of our user journey because for a long time we felt like the user journey was you get to wordpress.org, the website, and then you discover that there's software or people and you decide which one you want, and that was kind of what we built our entire program around. Like you can
Yeah.
see it in the way that this all works. We have no work that happens before you get to the WordPress website, and then all this work that happens after you get to the WordPress website. And so we really believed that was the primary entry point. And I don't think it is anymore. I think that the primary entry point that folks have is content that is existing off-site and off event, right? And so we're trying to figure out how to get everybody in that direction a bit better. And so as I was looking at like, if we assume that that point is actually in a mid area, what are we missing? And I
Mhm.
think that the thing we're missing the most that some of the other competitors get ahead of us on is we don't have like a try before you buy kind of
Mhm.
thing. And like
Mhm.
we're saying, WordPress is the simplest version of hard things because it's robust. And so it has to be a little hard. And like that doesn't communicate much except for that, like all of those are hard and ours is less hard. Like that's all it's
Mhm.
communicating. And it can't really give you
Right.
anything that clarifies what it looks like. So for a while, we covered that gap with Frontenberg, which is, I think, on wordpress.org/Gutenberg, maybe is where that exists. But we are working to fill that gap with Playground. We're working to figure out a way to have like a big giant button with a marquee and flashy icons. Not really, that would be horrible. Above the fold on wordpress.org.
A
That's
flash
right.
page.
Right. We're going to build it in Flash. We're going to make it all Flash. And then also it's going to be as obnoxious as you can make it. No,
That's
we're not
right.
going to do that. Um, but something more modern in that vein where we just have a big button that's like, hey, you think you want to use WordPress? Here's this thing with Playground where you can load your own version of
Yeah.
WordPress. It starts in seconds. You don't have to have a host, et cetera, et cetera. Because I think that's one of the big problems. Like if you decide that you want to go to Squarespace or Wix or something, like they've already got like you've made that decision and then everything can happen there. You don't have to like make the decision and then figure out your host and then figure out what kind of like it's you know
Yeah.
it's the very essence of turnkey. And so since we will not be turning into like a literal turnkey solution wholesale, I think the next best thing is to make it clear like you should come and look at how good this will be for you. And there's no like you don't have to give us anything. We just want you to see it. And the big problem that we have right with that right now is that like we don't have a publish to host option at the end of that experience at the moment. So
Mhm.
hosts, if you're out there, join Playground and do the publish to host bit
Yeah,
of that
that's a
work
great
for us
idea.
so that we can get as many new users in there and into our ecosystem as possible. So that is like my big focus right now is fixing that gap between like thinking you
Mhm.
might want to use our software and having the opportunity to see it. You shouldn't have to choose hosting before you figure out whether you want WordPress or not.
Yeah,
So,
for sure. Okay, so we have two questions that are similar, so I'm going to put them both up one after the other,
all
and
right.
then you can address that. The first is, do you think AI will help WordPress evolve, and in what
Mm.
ways? And then also Tina says, please comment on the exciting new era of generative AI we're entering into, and how this will affect WordPress development.
Yeah, so AI in general is a it's a really tricky subject. So on the one hand, I don't think that AI belongs natively inside the WordPress core software. So I'm just going to state that. But I think that where AI has the most potential for the WordPress project in the short term is in helping with our productivity, in helping our developers like stress test and pen test things a bit better. Um, and and I know that we have a lot of AI implementations, like we've got Bertha out there, and I can't remember the name of the product, but whatever, like James LePage is building. Like I know that they're out there,
Yeah.
and I think that those are really helpful for our content creators. It's pretty helpful for some of our designers, a few of the implementations that I've seen. And so like I love seeing the research and experiments that are happening kind of in that extender area of our community, the people who are extending core. And I encourage everyone to do research and about how AI can help make the path from like choosing to do this thing to getting it live and launched. Absolutely, help us do some research there, especially around like there is a really clear problem that we have encountered in the data liberation space, and so like this is an area, very niche area that I'm going to zoom in on a lot. um, the the language models that we can use to get from like here is your website on some other platform, here is what it would look like in WordPress. We would like to make getting that the distance between those two be mostly managed by some sort of AI language model thing. But like getting visual fidelity is not the same as getting interactivity fidelity. Like you can put this is a shopping cart. We found you a shopping cart icon, and then that like technically is true, but you haven't like said, okay, if you have a shopping cart, then actually you're trying to run a shop. And so here are some recommended plugins and payment gateways for you. And
Mhm.
also, if you have a shop, you probably need these components as well. And so, like, just the plain text prompting from like this is what you look like you have. These are the things that we believe you need based on what we've seen so far. Is a long way, and we need to get to work on that. And so I think here again, related to the last question of like
Yeah.
how do we get more people in here and how do we maintain our
Mhm.
market share? I think that's part of that solution as well,
We
making sure
we could
that
just
it's as frictionless as possible.
we could just ask ChatGPT how to do it. They would probably tell us how to get more people
Yeah,
into WordPress.
yeah.
I would
ChatGPT,
be
how do I grow an open
how do
source
I grow?
project?
I would be remiss if I didn't also point out that since this is a stellar event, that Cadence,
Mm,
our
mm,
theme and blocks, also has AI
that's
built
right.
into it, and so you can build a whole new theme for yourself using Cadence AI iterations to be able to help you move your content and everything forward very quickly. Which I think that's pretty cool. I love that we and other companies are innovating that way. Okay,
Yes.
we have a lot of questions coming in, but I'm gonna we have one
Oh,
more. There
okay.
will be more in there. I don't know if you have time to look at the chat later, or if you want to hop into our I can't think of the words today.
Hallway
Our
track.
hallway track. Thank you. We will have a
Yeah.
Zoom open. I'll put the link at the very end. I will put that in the chat here for people if they want to hop into the hallway track. But our last question for now comes from Heather. She says, Automatic continues to make notable acquisitions, WooCommerce being one of the most prominent. What pressures does this expanding organizational universe impose on WordPress, and what opportunities?
Organizational universe. Like how complex this sounds like this is about like how is the complexity of what we're doing helpful or harmful? I think that's what the question is, and so that's what I'm going to answer. I will go to the hallway track after this, and so if I'm not answering the question that you're asking, like pop over there and we'll discuss it. But I think that's what you're asking. So like I mentioned in that first question, like I know that that the how of what we do in WordPress, like the processes of getting things done, has really changed over time because of this expanding organizational universe. It is so hard to keep track of everything, and there was a time when like the thing that made you an MVP of an open source project was your ability to know everything about it. So like I don't know everything about the WordPress project in as it unfolds here and today, because it's we never know for sure. Like new things that are happening in spots where it's going to turn into a big thing, or where it just stays a small new thing as it goes. But like I certainly do have a certain high value in the project as like being somebody who has been here long enough at this point that we can use my memory and my knowledge of what happened before as a resource there. Um, and so as we are working through our continued growth, either by footprint or just by like human beings that we have in here, I think that the complexity that we run into is that you do have to have a little bit more structure, and it feels like a little bit more like a business. It feels a little more corporate, for lack of a better term. And there will always be people who find that really abhorrent. Like they feel like it is antithetical to the concept of open source. But we have to remember that all of those learnings of open source, those 19 learnings of open source that were originally the basis for how we all do this, they were written so long ago, and open source has been around for like all of time. It feels like it's been around since like the 50s. But that came around in the 80s, and even then it was a lot smaller than what we're working with here. And so we have to put in a little bit more structure in order for us to have a fighting chance against the just kind of general influx of information that we all have, which can look a little uncomfortable. But I do think that there is space for having a little bit more clear stepwise progression through what we're doing and how we're doing it, so that we can make sure that we're trying to continue to do the best things that we can on behalf of our users. I hope that was the question, but if not, like I said, come over to the hallway track and I'll
Absolutely.
re-answer.
So the hallway track, I see people trying to join. I can only do so many things at once. I'm waiting for our staff to get in there. I promise you, if you are in the waiting room, you will be admitted soon. I'm going to put that link in the chat here as well. So we'll get that open in a minute. Josepha, thank you so much for taking the time today to talk about
Thanks for having
something
me.
that's close to all of our hearts. But I love this community and I love WordPress. So that you said yes made my day for sure. So thank you for that.
I'm delighted to be here. Thanks for the invite, and thank you everyone else, also all of the attendees who are showing up for this. I think this is going to be a great event.
Thank you very much. So our next up at the hour, so wherever you are in the world, the next hour that joins us, 10 a.m. for me, will be Tammy Lister with Crafting Pathways for Customer Success, Strategies for Getting the Job Done. That'll be right here in track 1. And Nestor Angulo, but then is WordPress secure or not? Will be over in track 2. So we will see everybody over there, and we'll see you in a little bit. Thank you again, Josepha.
Thank you.
And we're back. Welcome to the next talk for Stellar Spark. That first session this morning with Josepha was amazing. And if you are interested, you can always still ask her questions. We will also have a hallway track going all day today. So after you've listened to my next guest, you might want to jump into the hallway track and ask her questions as well. So our next guest, without any further ado, is Tammy Lister. Tammy is a product creator focusing on WordPress. She has a hybrid background across product, design, psychology, and development. She contributes to WordPress and is passionate about open source, community, and drinking tea. Her talk today is crafting pathways for customer success, strategies for getting the job done. Navigating the needs of tasks and products can be challenging. Let's cut to the chase. Focus on getting the jobs done that your customers truly need. Discover their path to success and develop your roadmaps accordingly. In this talk, Tammy will guide you on how to identify these crucial jobs and create solutions tailored to them. Let's bring her on. Hello,
Hi.
Tammy. I would say good morning. It's my morning, but good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Still afternoon, so we're all good.
Very good. Well, welcome to Stellar Spark. I'm super excited to hear your talk.
Thank you.
We saw each other recently in Italy, and
Yeah.
I'm sure our paths will cross again soon. But it's always a pleasure to see you, and I thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited to give this talk.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to remove myself, add your screen, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, as mentioned, I spend most of my time either making products or supporting those that make them. And in that time, one of the big problems that I see is one of direction. Customers get lost, products lose their way, and in that journey to find success, everyone ends up not knowing what they're trying to get done. Everyone has lost direction. So in this talk, what I'm going to do is look at one particular mindset of jobs to be done and how you can start to get those jobs done that your customers and you actually truly need. How you can discover those paths to success, and more importantly, how you can create roadmaps that actually get you there. So, as I mentioned, there's a problem of direction within products. Even those that have roadmaps and ultimately actually don't have one, even though we like to think that everyone has a roadmap, or ones that have been created a long time ago that maybe are not for the products that are being created today. And that's something we can kind of consider as we talk about this, whether your roadmap is valid or not anymore. This statement I'm about to say might sound untrue, but most products are made to not serve those who are using them in the day that they are being used. They either are created to solve a perceived problem or created to serve some other criteria. Often those working in different areas describing the goal of the product have created this kind of Schrodinger's product in doing so. So there's this culture, many cultures have this similar parable of a group of people through touch describing an elephant when not having seen it before. Each describes the part as something different. Often the products we make have a similar problem to this poor elephant being described. The whole is not seen. So we seek solutions in product work to understand the nature of those products themselves. What are we trying to do with them? What are we trying to create with them? We want to make creating easier as well. There are so many frameworks. It's like we're always looking for the solution. We're always looking for that golden solution that's going to just make everything be magic. And today I want to share one, but I also want to show that maybe you have to take the essence of that and not take it literally. And you have to adapt that to the work that you're doing. So bear that in mind when what I'm sharing is don't necessarily throw out all your practices. Think of how this can adapt to the practices you're using today. It is really, really important to say no solution will ever be a total fit. And that's because they're designed more often in ideal situations for the ones that were designed for that solution. And nothing should ever be absolute. So Jobs to be Done has several routes, but it can be seen by popularized by this person, Clayton. And it's an outcome-driven innovation process. And that trips off the tongue, but really it means it does what most products do. Customers don't buy products, they hire them to get the jobs done. So many in product creation have seen this following graphic. You don't want to buy this skateboard, the broken down pieces. You actually really, really want the skateboard that does this. And in the article that I've linked here for user interviews, there are two particular descriptions of HubSpot and Spotify that I want to share today, which I think really kind of describe this framework of thinking. Users don't hire HubSpot to create CRM software and marketing automation. They hire HubSpot to grow their business. Users don't hire Spotify to browse, download, and stream media. They hire Spotify to easily and affordably listen to music they love during the most mundane and also the most important parts of their life. And that's kind of key. It's what they're hiring it to do, or what they really, really want these products to do. Jobs aren't just about function. There are powerful social and emotional dimensions to these as well. I'm going to look at some key concepts of this framework. The first is the job. This is the goal and a customer needs to complete, something they need to do. And this is pretty easy to measure. And then the job statements. We're going to look at how these are formed a little bit as well. A clear description of what needs to happen and the criteria for success. Again, that's why all of this is pretty popular, because it's quite easy to measure against. And then the circumstances, understanding the context or circumstances a job occurs in. And then job types, understanding if it's functional, emotional, or social. So let's have a little bit of a look at functional, emotional, and social jobs. So functional jobs are practical, task-orientated. For example, as this, I need a ride to an airport. It's pretty functional, right? And you can have emotional. This is the feelings or the experiences the customer wants to achieve. So they want to feel safe and relaxed on the way to the airport. That's what the drive is. And then social, this is really how they want to be perceived as others and how their interactions are. For example, they may want to be seen as environmentally friendly in their options. And all these drives you need to know to really get the kind of essence of the job that's been trying to be done. So benefit of this customer-centric innovation is you shift the focus from product kind of features to customer needs, and you generally start solving these problems. And you will, by the nature of this approach, actually understand your market better. The way you create will also benefit along with the messaging and your marketing. For example, how you pitch your pricing page is really going to improve. Your emails will improve as well. And you can directly target those that you know, because you know what they're trying to achieve. You can even understand their frictions better and respond better in support. You also have this ability to measure and create memorable experiences. This is powerful, and you connect with users all across their journeys that they're going to be experiencing with you, and you make your products accountable. But let's not think that there aren't issues with this, because it all sounds delightful and amazing and like it's going to solve all our problems, right? But there are issues. You may, by such a focus on jobs, lose your way and lose that kind of empathy through this honed focus. And you can lack, again, due to that focus, the full perspective or the full view that maybe other frameworks give you. And it can be historically not as practical for complex products. I've shown some pretty narrow kind of processes there, but if you think about some pretty complex flows and pretty complex products, it's going to be different to scale. And generally, in that sense, you need to think of this as part of the process. And there can also be confusion as to even what this means. You often see J2TBD, which is jobs to be done framework, and lots of different terminology, and everyone has different interpretations. And really, you need to have a consensus with everyone who's creating on what you are doing and what it means for you as well. So, but how do you take all of this theory? This is a theory, this is a framework. How do you take it into practice? Let's start looking at some possible methods that you could do for this. So you could start with the following flow. Identify the jobs. This could be you conduct research or synthesize what you actually have. And this is going to be really important as I start to talk through this conversation today. And really, I'm not ever suggesting that you should get rid of everything that you have already. Seeing what you have already as essential resources is really, really important. So consider what you might have as interviews, surveys, or observations, but also consider what you might not have and what you do need to have new. Then you define the job statements. You create clear job statements to describe what you're actually trying to achieve. These can include context and success criteria. We'll look a little bit at those in a minute. And then you create and test on those job statements. This is one of the reasons why something like this is so successful, because you're actually going to be testing, and you're actually going to not just be asking people necessarily, you're also going to be testing against these. And then you iterate, you review and consider what done and could change. So let's start with research. What research does is really identify those jobs. And I like to think of this as a magpie. Magpies go and gather all the shiny things. And that's what you're going to be doing. You're going to be gathering all those shiny resources. It might be existing data. Quite often it is, because that's actually a more sustainable approach to research. There's bound to be some incredible research that you already have that will be telling you what the jobs to be done already are or not, or in your company. So use those resources. You don't have to do extensive research again if you already have that within your building. And during this, you often find looking really to find the data on these specific points. Are there specific jobs to be done? Are there clear jobs that people are asking for and paths to those? Where do people not want to hire your product? And that's kind of quite key. What do people kind of trying to make your product do, or saying that your product should do, or all these kind of things? Where are the friction points? Where they're like, well, I don't want it to do this. This is extra. And you're like, no, this feature is really, really important. Well, actually, it might not be at all important. And this is where you learn much about what you don't do. And having clear statements about what you don't do is really, really important as well. And where are people working around you or your products? Where are people really trying to find jobs to be done around what you're trying to do as well? Often workarounds also show new business opportunities, which is pretty awesome. So let's look at some statements, because once we have all that data and identified, we then want to look at how we start creating these statements. So I mentioned crafting these statements, and some of these might be literal. You might craft these in groups and workshops, and you might just craft these on a bit of note paper and have these for yourself. It depends who you're working with and how you're working. And that's the point of all of this. Adapt and see it as just a way that you could start to think about changing your processes a little bit. Maybe take a couple of these things that I'm suggesting today. You don't have to take everything. So what a good statement has is it includes context and a desired outcome. And what it really does is focuses on the customer's perspective. It outlines what they're trying to achieve, why it matters, and under what circumstance they're trying to accomplish. So when I commute to work every day, I need a way to listen to my favorite podcasts without interruption, so that I can stay informed and entertained throughout my journey. But knowing what is not a good statement is just as important. So what it shouldn't do is focus on product features, solutions, or company-centric goals. So this one, for example, our new headphones have noise cancelling technology, a long-lasting battery, and a sleek design, making them the best choice in the market. It's not such a good statement there. So you might have used user stories before. They always have this format, as I want to allow. And that's pretty similar to how we're forming these statements. So when you form a statement, it would be when I want to, so I can. Let's kind of build that up. So when focuses on the situation, and the want focuses on the motivation, and the can focuses on the outcome. So when an important new customer signs up, I want them to be notified so I can start a conversation with them. It's quite a simple one. A more complex one is when an item does not have an estimate or has an estimate I'm not happy with, I want to be able to restart the estimation process and notify everyone so that the team knows a particular item needs to be estimated upon. So you can see these kind of build up these statements. So with this focus on jobs, often people think they can ditch everything. Personally, I don't recommend this. I think it's really should be a companion process. You should look at how it fits in with you. Again, there's no right or wrong to this, but I don't suggest changing all your processes and completely adapting everything. I suggest really look how your team's working. If nothing is working for your product making, then really you do have to completely change your product making process. But thinking about how you can take essence of this into it and just improve your product process is also really important. First, whatever you have as research is also valid. Don't throw anything out because it could be fuel. One of the things that often people throw out during this is personas. Whilst my own preference is, unless you have really strong research and you haven't got really abstracted stereotypes, I wouldn't actually recommend that you use personas. Really think about if your company and your product is thriving and using personas quite effectively, then keep using them. That's okay. They can be part of your process, and you can marry them and have them in companion with this process. Bringing in journeys within and adding them to jobs to be done actually ensures clarity. And user stories help give jobs to be done statements heart, and empathy maps, well, they bring empathy into them. User stories help with marketing massively, and a job to be done statement generally won't actually work with marketing. So that's how you can kind of help with some of the issues of jobs to be done as well. How does this work in action? Well, we've already talked about the research. You might conduct interviews, have surveys, or even observation. Then we identify the jobs, define the job statements, categorize them. This is really, really important when we're doing the functional, the emotional, the social, looking at how that source and motivation and defining those jobs. And then we're doing that prioritization. And this helps determine the order of action. And we're going to get a little bit into roadmaps in a minute. And that's how you start sorting these into your roadmaps. So in prioritization and mapping, what we want to do is we want to take all these jobs. So we've got the statements, we've kind of got all this amazing information. And we want to look at what are the triggers, what are the steps, what are the desired outcomes, what are the stresses. This is the mapping that we're doing. And for those of you that make products, you will notice that this is kind of how you make a product. And that's why this framework really, really works. It's the research, the filter, the plan, create, and next, we have the test and we have the validate. What we want to really be doing is we either want to make rapid product changes, or we want to use product prototypes to really find out whether we have the right jobs and whether we have the right ideas about what we're doing. Then you iterate and then you refine. And this is entirely why this framework fits so well into product making, because, well, it includes testing and the entire flow. So let's look at an example of household chores. How would you take this into action? Well, first, you could conduct interviews, identify jobs from those interviews. For example, I need to clean my house quickly and thoroughly before guests arrive. Then you could categorize and sort into functional, emotional, and social. Functional, I need to clean the house. Emotional, I want to feel proud and confident about the cleanliness. Social, maybe you just actually want to impress someone and impress the guests with a tidy home. You want to feel good about things. And next, you prioritize determining, for example, maybe you have frequent guests, or maybe if you have pets, that changes the frequency of your chores. Then you would create maybe job maps, break down the jobs, dusting, vacuuming, mopping, organizing those different types of things that you want to do as well, those macro jobs as well, into those chores. They need to identify pain points, such as maybe you might have difficulty in some high places, or maybe some furniture was hard to move, or maybe you have accessibility needs and you might need to get help with some of those chores. Next, you test and validate that new cleaning tool that you are just going to solve everyone's problems with against those pain points with actual customers, and iterate and refine. And really, this is how you would use it if you were kind of taking this example. So a foundational part of all of this and translating it is taking it into roadmaps. The how do you in this talk is taking it into action. Taking those jobs, prioritizing and placing on that roadmap. They are critical because they help, and they really take these things. You've got all these things and you have everything. And what this does is give you vision and direction, alignment, coordination, easier communication. Everyone is talking about the same thing. They're not talking about it's not Schrodinger's project. Accountability and resource management. And really, in simple terms, everyone is managing, talking, and creating the same elephant effectively. I think it's really important to talk about different levels of roadmaps. Often when you think about it, people think about project roadmaps as one thing. I actually would always advise you have two, at least, product roadmaps. And one is the 10,000-foot vision roadmap. That's going to be your near and future goals. It helps you set. Often you might use that for investment. It can live in your GitHub, but often it lives in your pitch deck. Often it's kind of your visions of what you're going to be doing, probably for your quarter and probably for your year. But then you have your practical on the ground roadmap, which is what you're doing, how you're actually producing things, how you're actually getting things done and deliverables. There are other practical uses of this approach. I've called out roadmaps, and that's amazing. But turning all these things into practicals is really, really important, and knowing how these benefit. You are able to, from this, as I mentioned earlier, identify product opportunities. You can really do that feature prioritization. You also have the opportunity for better segmentation and to improve onboarding and offboarding. You can benefit customer support and sales training because everyone's going to understand better who they are creating for. So, how do we implement all of this? We've looked at a lot of theory so far, but I want to kind of get down, as I'm closing this out, into some steps specifically. So step 1, look at what you have. Look at what research do you have in your product? What can you use today? What is there from interviews to personas and beyond what you have? Gather it all together, prepare, and then start to surface up themes that you have. What you're looking for is evidence that proves itself in multiple places. Where can you pattern match? Ways to qualify instincts around needs, pains, and goals, and anything that adds context. From this, you probably got some actions. You might want a brainstorming workshop. This could be async. I really, really appreciate when people do async brainstorming workshops because it includes everybody. Maps, you might do some maps for customer journeys. I always really advise that you have some deliverables in these steps because then people feel like they're moving and having some progress as well. And then you want some themes and observations. I would say that you would pull these out, have a board apart and start collecting them as you're going, because then people can all start contributing and have some aha moments that they put collectively for everyone to notice. I also recommend that you have a triage space. So as you're going through this, bugs are going to surface, things which are gotchas that are really maybe something that could be quick fixes. And we're going to get into that prioritization in a bit. And then a list of things that people don't want. Have a list, quite literally, of things that people don't want either in your product now or in your product in the future. And really look at that and have that in mind whenever you're considering a feature as well. And competitive analysis. All too often we get caught up in what we're creating to not think about what others are creating. So don't get caught into that. So step 2, define those jobs. Find the jobs that are being done and those that are also not being done. This involves defining those job statements. And I realize I've shared these literal statements, but again, it doesn't have to be literal. It could be literal for some of you. It might not be literal for everyone. It then again depends on everyone getting involved and what you really want to do. It's your baseline. I've worked with some people where it's literal and some people where it's not literal. If you feel comfortable enough to start using those, really start using the functional, emotional, and social aspects of each job, start seeing the different dimensions. If not, get as close as what works for you. The key is that you are starting to see statements and not just personas that have no basis in data. They should be testable, grounded in reality. This is not about forced practices. It's not about focusing on needs. And it's also not about changing the practices of your product making so that you have issues. And some actions that might come from this is you're going to be defining those jobs and also defining a list of what you're not creating or what you're not being hired for. And then 3, the fun bit, where you're prioritizing these jobs. Really, you want to use this, maybe you want a prioritization, easy to say, matrix for the importance and frequency of jobs. And you're starting to see what should or shouldn't get done. A low-fi method of this is to give them ratings. And often a result of this is you really start seeing that flow and start seeing those smaller jobs stack up. So some actions of this, you might have a workshop, have that matrix, you can use these different methods, whatever methods works for you. I recommend having both a sync and async one to really include everyone, but this is something that you can kind of go through. And from there, you create your roadmap, but you probably want to create this in a few pieces or phases. You want to have your quick wins, your feature improvements, and your innovation. And one thing above is to really consider this as maybe a repeated cycle. If you create products, you'll notice this is pretty much a product cycle, but by doing this, you are really focusing on that product cycle as well. And don't really get into that trap of thinking it's all about making a product though. These are, you've got to kind of research at these as well. So phase one, your quick wins. This is probably fueled by you're going to have found some real gotchas, some of those friction points and some owies, and you want to get those fixed. So think about this. They could be bugs, and they could be very short-term enhancements. This also makes sure everyone feels good at the start by just getting in and doing some fixing. So I would always recommend doing that as well. And then phase two, feature improvement. So these are more than likely going to be existing features, but they could be something that's existing that just needs a kind of additional functionality, or something maybe you need some extensibility, or something that's someone is requesting. And maybe it's actually an opportunity from a business opportunity from the extensibility. You don't know, something you may have discovered along the way. It's going to be a fine line between what's a quick enhancement and what's going to be a feature improvement, but that's something to do in your matrix. And then innovation. Innovation is where you truly get generally to create without prior art, although it can be innovating from a point to create a feature, of course. It might be how you get to create a new product, perhaps, because something comes up in your work, and that's kind of interesting as well. So let's walk through how we stop zombie roadmaps, because one of those things that always comes up, and I know I'm really for roadmaps, but is that roadmaps get ignored. And I want to kind of tackle this head on in this conversation. So one of the problems is people don't follow them or know where to find them. Often roadmaps are hidden. So a key to prevention of issues is really look at the tools people are using and put roadmaps where people are using those tools. It might be GitHub, it might be whatever you're using, but have your roadmaps where people are using, and have check-ins of those roadmaps as well with regular syncs. Make sure that those roadmaps are reported on as well. Outdated roadmaps are dead roadmaps. Ensure you have those check-ins. I'm going to be repeating this because that is incredibly important. Don't rely on sync though. Again, there's this theme. When you rely on sync or when you rely on Slack for your communication methods, it doesn't go well for roadmaps and kind of product management. For example, how do you find this middle ground? Well, one of those ways could be video updates, having those check-ins as well. But something also to be thinking about this is they can become unwieldy. Use that art of triage that you're going to know in your product, and make sure your roadmap is also included. Have those check-ins. Think about, is your roadmap even achievable? Do you need to break it down? That vision may be amazing, might be incredible, but can you actually achieve it? Is it actually something that you can do in a year, that you can do in a quarter? Think about all of those kind of things. Use phases and really embrace triage as well. You might very well have a shepherd of the roadmap, but don't have a single point of failure who controls it. People ignore something when they think just one person is in control of it. That's called humans. And we have to be really, really careful of that. And you really want to create something that everyone feels ownership of. I mentioned earlier, have it where people check in, and really have that ownership of it as well. And simply put, often these jobs to be done framework, these roadmaps, this approach, even part of this approach that I'm sharing today, it really will fail when you don't have stakeholders. And I often call them stickholders because they can become stickholders when they don't agree. They can poke you with a stick. And I say that with love and care, because they just haven't got agreement and communication because they don't know what they're agreeing and communicating to. That's really, really important. Make sure everybody is creating from the same point and everyone knows what they are doing. Ensure that everyone is on the same page of the roadmap and heading in the same direction. So above all, don't see this roadmap as untouchable. See it as needing to be fueled and grounded in reality. Once you've done a cycle, make sure you create more, iterate, go through. Make sure they have an end and that they are accountable. Everyone likes that dopamine hit of a roadmap being successful, of ticking something off. That's why we have project management boards, and they're amazing and they really make us feel better. Tasks are great to complete. A dead roadmap is unaccountable and forgotten with no metric for success. And that kind of brings us to step 5, measure. If If you can add anything to roadmap or task that can be defined enough, make sure that you measure it and add that measuring. For example, you can even do it for this, like a quick access to support can be changed to enhance customer support features to provide quick resolutions to common issues. You can do in your statements, make sure they are measurable, make sure that you have something that you can test. Then when you put it up, that can happen for people as well. So I've covered a lot today, and I don't expect you to implement it all at all. That's not what I'm kind of sharing. I hope that you can take a piece of it or a little bit along the way. And I hope that I've shared how starting to consider this approach and considering how to keep things alive a little bit more, you can focus on creating together. This way of creating moves you away from the abstract, focuses more on measuring and deliverables. And it truly can be challenging creating today. But by bringing that focus on truly what your customers are trying to do and bringing back focusing on what you're creating, where you are creating it, you can discover those paths and clear the obstacles in their way and in your way as well. You can focus on your roadmaps and create with the intention, knowing you are focusing on those crucial jobs to create solutions tailored to them. And you can do it in a calm way that you just know that you're creating with ease as well and communicating, and you're all creating in the same direction. And along the way, you can catch the bugs and take full opportunity of that innovation sparked through feedback and ideation. It brings that pace and a cadence and that, again, that calmer way of creating. And I truly believe like you can have the flurry of innovation and that kind of excitement of creating a new product, but you shouldn't feel the burden of product creation. Product creation can be really nice. Processes should help you to do that, not should burden you in feeling to do that. You shouldn't feel, oh, I've got to check this, or oh, I've got to maintain this. They should support you in doing that. And they shouldn't be a distraction. They should ease that communication. So thank you so much. And it's been a pleasure to give this talk.
Thank you so much, Tammy. That's all awesome. Good stuff. I wish I'd had this talk before I was freelancing over 10 years ago, because of course we all develop our own processes, and some of it is fail till you find a way that works, right? So you fail at the process and you realize that that was not something that works with the way that you work. And I think so it's important, as you said, if it doesn't work right, you need to pivot and find something that works better. So with that said, I will tell you a brief little story. So when I was freelancing, I had 3 pieces of paper that I printed off for every customer when I was building their websites. And I would write in it like what their social handles were. I would write in it the hex colors for their logo. I would have a checklist of all the pages that they needed and did cross off the ones they didn't need. And then I had a checklist for publication. Like, I mean, all these little things that I had for myself so that I would make sure that I didn't forget, for example, to set their permalinks, or that I didn't forget to let their site be indexed, like all of those things that we do, right? I'm not suggesting everybody prints off paper, but sometimes paper works, right? Like it worked for me back in the day. I think if I was doing it today, I would probably be using Asana or Trello or one of the many things that allows us to manage a project. All of that to ask you, what are some of your favorite tools that you use and that work well for you? Yeah. And what are tools that maybe didn't work well for you, but might work well for others in, kind of automating the process and setting that roadmap?
So I think this is always a really good question. The inclination is always to use the latest, brightest, shiniest tool. And if I have learned nothing over the past years trying the lightest, brightest, shiniest tool, that's not the answer. No tool is going to solve the problem. Some of the best things I've had have been using Post-its, or have been using, I have a whiteboard. This is my whiteboard here, right? Like it's a wall with a whiteboard thing on it. But taking it where the product is created. I am pretty tool agnostic. So I try, depending on where I'm working, which is why I have used Linear. I've also used GitHub. GitHub tends to be the more of a common theme for me with tooling, but also a lot of projects, rather than paying for management or paying for tools, there's a spreadsheet in Google. There is nothing wrong with an amazing Google sheet. And we often like look down our nose at Google Sheets. Oh, it can be incredible. A good Google Sheet can sort out so much, and can sort out so much data as well, and you can share it with the right people as well. Which I think is one of those things that we often feel we need to spend, particularly like at beginning startups or startups at the mid. Those are kind of like one of the operational things. You look at the operation budgets, they just like the amount spent on tools is just not to the outcome. So my tools of choice are generally Google. It just works because of communication. I do really think that over time, Slack is just not working for me. And that's just one of the things that async communication more and more. And I know that Slack is meant to be async communication, but it is not.
those little notifications drive you insane sometimes if you're me anyway.
I think it's adorable. We all think it is, but it's not. It is when you share it, but then you do the later thing and then you just like die in notification. But I use a lot of like so one of the tools I have found, the way that my brain functions, is I use Remarkable, because I like to process information offline. I have a lot of problems with thinking when there's too many apps or too many things going on. So that helps, but really less processes. So a good Google Sheet, an amazing like GitHub projects, the road mapping on there. So like it is amazing what you can do with that. And that adapts. You don't have to. So sometimes people are like, but it has to be a code project. Nope. You don't have to create an issue. You can do like, you could do an event that way. You don't even have to create issues that way. So all of those kind of things. And it turns out there's a thing called WordPress, and you can have like a private one and start communicating with people.
Oh my goodness. Like a P2 even, right?
and you can share documentation that way. And I think that's the thing, is like, have a place where you're sharing all these resources as well. It is incredibly important, because part of this is like the roadmap and the deliverable, but the other piece is surfacing all these good things that you find. And a lot of times these are like hidden in someone's brain somewhere. So that's part of it as well. Like a job will never be proven until it's like found somewhere. Figma is also really good for like the async workshops across time zones, but then again, that's a cost. So I don't want to say I like the free or already in the building tools for people.
Yes, absolutely. Do you have any project management tools like Asana, or like I use all of them, because all of the different projects I'm involved in.
So no, I tend to I tend to be more with, so Todoist is one of the things that I've added in recently, but for me it's pretty much GitHub. Pretty pure and minimal, or Google Sheets, or it will be a project that I get on that I will be using something they use. And I have used from Jira to whatever. My own personal choice would be less of those. It's just because I feel at scale, they tend to, they abstract. The one I found the closest to work was when Linear was used, but that was more because it really fits product management, and it's kind of slightly different. But again, it depends on what you're doing. If you're trying to manage 20 enterprise sites, you need a different software to managing product development, right? You definitely need like an Asana, a Monday, or a Jira if you're doing that. So
so if you're working with a customer, let's say you're an agency or a freelancer, and you're working with a customer to build their site. So let's take it all the way back to like just the basics for a second. So back in my day, almost none of my customers were tech savvy, right? So there are people doing lawn mowing, and I had one that was, their business was picking up your dog's business in your backyard, like those kinds of people who are like, they almost know how to text on their phone, right? How do you then develop a process that works for people who are more along the less technical side of things? Is it like email? Like, how are you communicating and keeping on top of things?
You just ask them how they prefer to communicate and take it to them. One of the issues I tend to fall into is the time zone fun.
Yes.
because I live on this tiny little island, which doesn't, or is very rarely where anyone that I'm working with is, which is amazing. And I feel super gracious about that because it gives me a great perspective. But it means I do a lot of like non-talky or at different hours communication. So I ask them how they want to communicate, and I don't always. I've had a range of people, but documentation is great. One of the really good tools I like is Loom or video. Amazing. I have learned that over time. I'm a little bit of a writer, and I try not to be sometimes because I try and find out whether someone is a writer or prefers video. And I'm trying to like teach myself at the beginning of like any like process, like, okay, what's your method of it's like getting to know someone. What's your preferred method of communication, right? I've done this and it's really like the first question is like, how do you like to be spoken to?
Yes,
Do you
exactly.
like video? Do you like calls? And a lot of people actually respond really well with like Loom is great because you can add and you can do commenting, you can do emojis. Pretty awesome. And walkthroughs are really good that way. And then you can do prototypes, and then you can share like one of the problems with Figma is you can end up with comments in like Figma and then comments in Slack and then comments in Loom
and trying to
then an owl sends them and then like
they're just wafting over in smoke signals. Yes, I understand.
It's like, it's just like so.
And looking at the timestamps on all of those, right, to figure out which is the latest.
Yeah, and that's one of also the things is communicating where you want feedback is also part of like that, which is a whole different talk. Is like, this is like, how do you define and then how do you make? But then like when you are making, be clear about where you want to have these conversations about where you are talking about doing stuff as well as a whole like part of it. But yeah, the first bit is like, where are we talking and how are we talking?
Exactly. And my last question is a bit tongue-in-cheek, so you can go however you'd like with this answer. But what do you say when the client says, can you make the logo bigger?
I say, would you like me to AI generate it now? Because would you like me to not have the, there's like a negative prompt to not give like extra fingers? Because I could do that and it could have like extra digits now.
Exactly.
I'm super like.
I know. It was always my favorite. Like, well, I could, but that's not.
I mean, I could let AI make it bigger for you now, and then like you could be hilarious.
My question always is: are people coming to your website to see the logo or the content? Right. So,
and I think I am quite lucky that I think we have moved away from that in a lot of places because we've also created products that generally let people be empowered to make their own logo bigger if they really want to.
Yes.
So I think they're now asking themselves that question. They're probably still making it bigger, but they're just not telling us that they're making it bigger now. So that's okay.
They pay a lot of money for that logo, but they're probably paying more for the website. So let's keep it.
They can now resize, so it's fine.
Make a separate website for them where all it is the logo. Anyway, thank you so much, Tammy, for sharing today. And this was a great talk. Hopefully lots of people will get lots of good stuff out of it. If you are watching today, we are absolutely recording all of these. They'll be packaged up as separate talks as quickly as I can get through them next week and put on YouTube. So you'll be able to find them on YouTube and also on the Stellar blog. So thank you again, Tammy. We do have a hallway track today. I'm putting that in the chat. So if you are interested in asking Tammy some more questions, hopefully, Tammy, you'll have a few minutes you can spend over there. Yep. And then also those basic networking and things like that. We've got our customer success and marketing teams staffing that room today. So unfortunately, I'd love to go in and chat with everybody, but I'm over here instead. So we'll be doing that. And then also coming up at 10 minutes to every hour, we're going to do a 5-minute interview with different Stellar WP teammates. So you can learn a little bit more than just my face that has to do with all our Stellar and see some of the people that make the products. And so we'll see everybody back here in about, I can't do math, in about 6 minutes. Yes, 6 minutes. So we'll see everybody here. We're going to talk to Zach Terrell. And then coming up on the next hour, We will be talking to, in track 1, Alex Moss and Carolyn Shelby, who are going to present future-proofing your SEO, updates, overviews, and leaks. And over in track 2 will be Salva Bursak with the future of email newsletters in WordPress. So hopefully we'll see everybody back for the interview and for the next session. Thank you again, Tammy. We'll see everybody soon.
Partly cloudy in the evening, becoming cloudy overnight. Low around 55 degrees.
25, that's you out
Protecting my soul. Level up your store, make it fly. With this plugin, I'll save your goal. With a simple click, you can run your restaurant. Building connections, powering dreams in the vast world of WordPress.
Partly cloudy in the evening, becoming cloudy overnight. Low around 55 degrees.
25, that's you out there.
Content Pro, protecting my soul. Level up your store, make it fly. With this plugin, I'll save your goal. With a simple click, you can run your restaurant. Building connections, powering dreams in the vast world of WordPress.
Partly cloudy in the evening, becoming cloudy overnight. Low around 55 degrees.
25, that's you out there.
Content Pro, protecting my soul. Level up your store, make it fly. With this plugin, I'll save your goal. With a simple click, you can run your restaurant. Building connections, powering dreams in the vast world of WordPress.
Partly cloudy in the evening, becoming cloudy overnight. Low around 55 degrees.
25, that's you out there.
Content Pro, protecting my soul. Level up your store, make it fly. With this plugin, I'll save your goal. With a simple click, you can run your restaurant. Building connections, powering dreams in the vast world of WordPress.
Partly cloudy in the evening, becoming cloudy overnight. Low around 55 degrees.
25, that's you out there.
Content Pro, protecting my soul. Level up your store, make it fly. With this plugin, I'll save your goal. With a simple click, You can run your restaurant. Building connections, powering dreams in the vast world of WordPress.
Welcome back. We're about to enter into a nice little interview. I'm going to bring Zach Terrell on stage. Zach, hello.
Hello.
How are you
Off to
today?
a good start here with Stellar Spark this morning.
I'm really excited. We've had some really great talks already this morning. We got more coming up, of course, filling the whole day up. But today we're also introducing our staff, our teammates, I should say. I don't know. My brain's stuck in the 70s and 80s with staff. Sorry. So our team members, and you lead our team over at Stellar WP. So tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do at Stellar.
Yeah, so I'm Zach Terrell. I'm the general manager here at Stellar WP. As Michelle said, I sort of manage the team. I think in reality, what that means is I keep an eye on the budget and then try to get out of everybody's way as much as possible. But I love being involved in all of the things that we're doing here at Stellar, whether it's marketing, new product development, acquisitions. I get to put my finger in everything that's going on here. It's really fun. So a little bit about me. I'm in New Hampshire, been in WordPress for a super long time, and came up through the events calendar business. I'd been there a long time and came over to Liquid Web as part of that acquisition in late 2020. So I've been here since the inception of Stellar in the summer of 2021. And we're still just really excited about the group of products and brands we've put together here.
We've done some really innovative things over the last few years together as a team, and acquired some really amazing products. What are some of the highlights for you as you look back since Stellar became a thing in 2021?
Oh, there's so many highlights. I mean, just the people that we worked with, this group of people that we've brought together, and so many of the acquisitions that we've done, bringing Cadence in and Ben Rittner continuing to stay and grow with Stellar, Devin Walker and Matt Cromwell coming in with Give WP again, like growing and becoming part of this bigger Stellar thing. I just love that, high level, but that's true all the way down through the organization. There's so many people who were doing just fantastic things within the business that they were running. I think Amanda Gorman is over in our hallway track. She ran customer success for Give, and then expanded that role to she now runs customer success for all of Stellar. And so being able to just see people who were doing great things within a smaller company now doing similar great or even greater things. So those are always my highlights. I always goes back to the people for me on those kinds of things. I mean, the products we brought together, the innovation we're doing, that stuff's all amazing, and plenty of other people can talk about that. And I could go on about some of it myself. But yeah, when I look back, everything's always people.
You can tell when you try to get an appointment with somebody, get on somebody's meeting planner, how high up they are in the organization by how full their calendar is. And I will tell you, you are not an easy person to schedule with because you are juggling quite a lot. And I always say, like, spinning plates, juggling, and you're standing on the ball that's teetering at the same time and managing to keep it all going. So what's your secret?
I think you just described me as a circus elephant, but
At least a circus act.
Okay, circus act. Yeah. I don't know if I have a secret necessarily. I mean, I definitely live and die by my calendar, right? And if you see it, it's very full. I jump between a lot of conversations. I try to listen a lot to the staff. I'm really good at Slack. I'm with everything you're really good at, you're probably really bad at something else. I'm so bad at email. It's kind of a black hole. I think yesterday I was like, Michelle, you need to tell me the subject line of the email you sent me, because that's the only way I'm going to find that it even exists. So I'm good at switching conversations, switching context quickly, blocking out one conversation to quickly move to something, because especially at high levels of management, that's what you end up doing. You switch between we're having an HR issue over here. We're having a budget issue over here. There's a product roadmap line item that's slipped. We got to change scope. You know, someone wants to grow, someone's leaving, someone's starting. That stuff's all fun. And I don't know, I enjoy switching up and changing between those different things all the time. But a lot of it is being able to make fast transitions and just leave the thing behind that you just left and go forward into the thing that you're
and as you said, relying on the people that you put in those seats to manage things as well, I'm sure. And having the right team is so important to success, right?
100%. Actually, Carrie Wheeler, president of Liquid Web, encouraged management a month ago to go through and all find like a leadership quote they really liked and they really wanted to live by. And then we did this kind of, I felt, really hokey thing where we had to print it out and like tape it to our monitor, which felt awkward and weird. And I was like, okay, Carrie, I'll do it. And it's been
so
amazing.
analog.
I've had this analog quote taped to my monitor for about 2 months, and I read it multiple times every day, and it goes to exactly the point you were just talking about, which this is a quote. Boy, I'm going to get the person's name wrong. It was made famous by Sheryl Sandberg, but anyway, the quote is, "Leadership is about making others better as a result of your presence and making sure that impact lasts in your absence." And I think that's so super important. Like, I want to step into a situation and I want to help. I want people to grow. I want to help people figure out how to get through a situation. But then when I leave, I want them to have it, right? Like, I want them to not have to struggle with that sort of thing in the future, but also know that I'm here and I will help them and all those kinds of things. But I don't know. The most amazing moments are when you see somebody who might have struggled with something in the past now just handling it flawlessly. It's the best.
Absolutely. So the last thing I'm going to ask you about is the Stellar WP Summer Sale. What are your comments on why we do this? And I like to call it Christmas in July, even though we don't technically call it that, because it feels like a gift.
That's good positioning. Why do we do it? So, there's lots of reasons why we do it. The main reason, though, really is to help draw connections between what we're doing in all the brands. We do 2 sales a year. We do this one in the summer, and we do Black Friday, Cyber Monday, like pretty much everyone else on the planet. So this one's the special stellar one. We really try to focus on making connections between the various stellar brands, making sure Cadence customers are learning about how they can use the events calendar or how they can use, Give, or LearnDash customers are learning about membership products or, I don't know, Iconic's Flux Checkout or something like that. So we, really trying to make those connections between brands and saying, hey, you're really enjoying this experience over here. We've got this other thing for you that we think that you would love, and rewarding those connections with a pretty sizable discount. So I love the Stellar Sale. I love that we're kind of kicking off Stellar Sale with Stellar Spark today. It's not officially what we're doing, but it's sort of what we're doing, and I think the timing on it's amazing. So, well, our
attendees get early access, right? Everybody else, it starts on Monday, but we've got a coupon code that'll get you there today. So,
actually, the sale starts Tuesday.
Okay, I couldn't remember Monday, Tuesday.
So they're getting 3 days early.
3 days early. So that Stellar Sale 2024 will get you 40% off of your favorite Stellar WP brands. So go ahead and look for those. So Zach, thank you so much for taking some time to let us get to know you a little bit more and introduce you to some people who may not have met you before. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks everybody for attending.
We'll be back in 2 minutes at the top of the hour to speak with Alex Moss and Carolyn Shelby of Yoast, who are going to talk to us about future-proofing your SEO, updates, overviews, and leaks. We'll see you in a few minutes. Thanks. Welcome back. Our next event is about to begin. The next talk is from Alex Moss and Carolyn Shelby. They are, let me read their bios. Carolyn Shelby brings her extensive SEO experience and strategic insights into integrating cutting-edge SEO practices with business goals. Alex Moss complements the duo with his deep understanding of technical SEO and his expertise in making complex concepts accessible to a broad audience. The topic, future-proofing your SEO, updates, overviews, and leaks, will dissect the latest revelations from the Google documentation leak and explore the implications of the forthcoming AI overviews rollout. You can learn how these developments can influence your SEO strategies and how you can leverage WordPress to stay ahead in a rapidly evolving digital landscape. Let's bring them in. Hello, Carolyn and Alex. How are you this morning, afternoon, wherever you are in the world?
It's morning where I'm at.
Afternoon for me. I think it's 4 p.m. for me. And it's actually one of the 5 nice days of the year in the UK.
So that's an actual background then. That is not a fake background.
A real life background.
You didn't have to fake the sunshine today in the UK. That's wonderful. So happy to hear it. Well, I want to thank you both for being here today. I'm excited to hear what you have to say. And I'm just going to go ahead, turn things over to you, take myself out of it. I will put your slides up on. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We're together again, Carolyn.
Ready?
I am.
Okay. So this is Future-Proofing Your SEO, Updates, Overviews, and Leaks. I am Carolyn Shelby.
And I'm Alex Moss. And we are both principal SEOs at Yoast, which is obviously part of the new Fold Digital family, which includes all
of these great brands. Let's get started. First of all, let's kick it off with insights from the Google leak.
So tell us more about the Google leak, Carolyn. So what happened?
If you haven't been living under a rock, you probably heard about the Google leak. What happened was in early May, there was a massive leak of what was originally billed as being the algorithm. Turned out not to be the algorithm. It was API documentation, which I'm sure a lot of you are developers, you know, is not the same as actual algorithm mathematics and details. But it was, I believe it was in a publicly accessible GitHub kind of repository that somebody found, made copies of, and then disseminated. The leak included more than 2,500 modules and 14,000 attributes, which was, you know, basically it's the building blocks of what they're crawling and indexing and then storing so that they can assemble algorithms, do tests, all kinds of things that they use to do the rankings, but not necessarily what they're using right now to use the rankings. Some of the documentation appeared to be contrary to what they've long maintained, which is that they don't use click-through rates. They don't have a site-wide authority score. There were building blocks in this repository that made it look like that was perhaps not 100% accurate. So the some of the other bits. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so well, I would say what's important in that data? So it was all released. So there are a few things to point out. So the first thing is that it didn't tell you any weight of any variable that would go into what's a ranking factor or a signal or anything like that. But what it did tell you is what it was recording or potentially considering. One of them is click data. And that's one of the things that they kind of implied that they weren't looking into. And something called nav boost, which if you don't know what it is, this is ChatGPT's definition. It's a Google ranking algorithm that improves the relevance of search results for navigation queries, and by analyzing user interactions such as clicks, hovers, and scrolls. It emphasizes the importance of user-friendly website navigation and positive user experience for higher search rankings. So that, in a nutshell, means that user interaction is really important. The way people actually go through a website and their journey through it is now something they take into account as what makes a useful, helpful, and engaging website. So that was one of the main things that we should be considering when we're doing things in a development or a design-led world, as well as an SEO world. The other thing is site authority, which is kind of obvious, and it's been there around the whole time. There's always been domain authority or some other acronyms by third parties, but it does indeed measure what an overall good site is, and what is good can be a number of different things. One of them is content freshness. So frequently updating content is something that they advise, but not to do it obviously in an abusive way. If something changes, and the good thing is that you can use, say, WordPress walkthroughs, for example, will change over time. So it's good to keep that updated and actually align that with what WordPress is up to, so that your content is more relevant and therefore gets more eyes on the search engine crawlers looking at your site. The last thing is to look at entity mentions. And by entity, I'm an entity as a person, as a professional, and I work for Yoast, which is a brand, which is another entity. I can connect myself under the hood through schema and other structured data to do those things. Having that as the basis for, as well as your content, is one of the many things that they do look at. And it's really interesting to know that they are looking at it and considering it.
Sorry, I clicked too early. The implications of all of this for SEO, I mean, obviously with the freshness factor, long gone are the days when we can just put in a variable that'll automatically update the day every day and go, oh, look, it's fresh, because that doesn't work anymore. But we do know that the tracked elements that are not directly part of the algorithm might be contributing or mitigating factors that are calculating things that are part of the algorithm. So something that they're tracking over here that they're like, oh no, that's not a ranking factor. Not a ranking factor means not actually part of the algorithm. Doesn't mean that it's not part of some equation or math that they're doing over here to get this component that is then part of the algorithm. So technically they're not lying. I mean, in spirit, they're not lying either. It's just, you have to be careful about how you interpret some of their answers. But based on all of this, we know that the SEO strategies going forward definitely need to include a focus on user engagement, content freshness and refreshing, making sure that things are relevant and up to date. Do work on your brand authority. So getting those backlinks, getting advertising, just brand awareness, general brand building activities are important. You're not going to be able to be this no-name brand sitting in your mom's basement competing with the big guys anymore. You actually have to make an effort to be a thing, not just sales. And then comprehensive link building efforts. These are all going to be part of your going forward strategy for SEO. So moving on to the next section, we've got preparing for AI overviews.
Yeah, so AI overviews, I'm not sure if anyone in the audience is experiencing it because it's mostly in the US, but this is now taking over our traditional 10-link SERP. It's pulling in information from websites, bringing it into what we call a zero-click scenario, where that searcher will get the answer without having to click into a website or do anything. They can get what they want from the search result. And that's actually becoming a bit of an issue, because the tests that they've done and the releases that they've made, say in May, when they started doing the AI overviews, when it about 85% of the SERPs, they were really testing the information that it gave out. But it was spitting out nonsense and, in some cases, dangerous information, which I'm not even going to repeat now. But that actually led to a decrease in the overview itself of, the exposure it had on SERP. So let's just take the US, because I know they've been testing in the UK, but I'm in the UK and I haven't seen it at all. So they're not testing on me particularly. But what's interesting to know is that they've gone down from 85%. And 2 weeks ago, when we were doing a practice run of this talk, it was 15%. And since our practice run about a week ago, we've now seen new studies from Bright Edge show that it's gone down to 7%. So they're pulling it back, but what they're not going to do is get rid of it. They're going to bring it back again once they do more user testing, more market research, and of course, better AI integration. But what does that kind of mean? The first thing it means is that the real estate gets what I believe is more valuable. So some might say SEO is dead, you won't be able to optimize a page or a site, because what's the point if it isn't embedded into the answer of AI, even for 0-click. And the answer is if you don't optimize your site, then you won't even be there for that 0-click. You won't be mentioned at any point. You won't get any exposure or visibility in an organic manner. The only way you're going to be able to do things successfully is through paid, which is an avenue, but it's not the only avenue that anyone should take.
You do still need to make sure that you're optimizing, though, because if you want your message to be part of the narrative that Google's creating or the AI is creating, as far as the summary, if your message isn't out there, how can it be part of the summary? So if there's a point of view or a perspective or valuable data that you want to see reflected in what the AI is telling people, you have to make sure that you're communicating that in a way that it's going to get incorporated into those knowledge bases. The AI overview, if you haven't seen it yet, so if you're outside of the United States, and it's entirely possible that you haven't, this is what it looks like. So I did a search for "Are male calico cats always sterile?" And I did this only because I was pretty sure this was going to trigger an overview, and it did. So yay me. It seems to rely heavily on the intent of the user. So are they looking to buy something, or are they just looking for information? And in this case, I was looking for information. I wanted an answer. And did it answer the question? The content that they were pulling in, you could see they got information from Wikipedia, they got information from a newspaper, they got information from probably an environmental type site, says Tree Hugger. And then what's the authority of those domains? Wikipedia, obviously hugely authoritative. A newspaper, probably also pretty high on the authority factor. Not sure about Tree Hugger, but clearly in position 3, it's lower in authority compared to the other two.
Yeah, and it's also interesting to see when we talk about intent, it might be useful for the audience here to know that I won't go into the 4 different types of intent, but there are 4 different types of search intent. Do search on Google for Yoast search intent. We've got a nice blog that explains everything, what the 4 are, what they all mean. But one thing to note is that sometimes, at the moment at least, AI can't take perception of what something is. So you'll still have to do some sort of intent yourself. I was actually at another conference yesterday, and someone used the example of Over the Rainbow, and the search was, is that happy or a sad song? And currently ChatGPT doesn't actually provide a definitive answer, because there is none, right? But it doesn't sway either way. But AI overviews are starting to understand that actually you can pull out user-generated content. So there was another example when it used AIO, it brought in an opinion from Quora, and it used a human one, even though there was an AI-produced one by Quora itself, which didn't provide the answer of whether it was happy or sad. So using that alone in a shopping environment, for example, you have different intents at different purposes, and you should be able to create the most helpful content based on that intent, and also mix the intent. So we see that AIO is bringing a lot of informational intent, so mix that up with transactional or commercial.
Yeah, I could see definitely taking the opportunities to, I generally shy away from editorial commentary, but if you're in a shopping environment and you can get people to say things like, these are the best fitting shoes, these are the most comfortable shoes, get reviews on the page in text that are contributing those editorial comments, so that you can help color that, those summaries. So when someone does say, what's going to be the best shoe for walking around Europe this summer, they can say, oh, well, I did see on this one website that these are the best shoes, and they'll recommend those then. These are very similar to direct answers. I don't know if you guys have seen direct answers before. I'm sure you have. These were like the original 0-click product.
A little bit.
Oh, you did?
A little bit in Europe, but not too much.
Oh, you don't get them too much?
A little.
We got them a lot in the US. They're, and they've been doing them for several years, but they weren't AI generated. So it was actually it was finding an answer it liked. It was taking the answer it liked directly off of the page and then repurposing it. With AI now, it's taking more information from more pages, summarizing it, understanding it, and then spitting out an answer. So rather than one site getting the credit for that direct answer, here you've got 3 or more sites getting credit for providing the information that the AI is using. So I don't know if that makes it better or worse than direct answers. It certainly, I think, provides more opportunity to get into it, which is all the more reason that you should be aware of it and considering it as you move forward. As you're moving forward to prepare for these AI overviews, you need to make sure that your content is well structured. Well structured meaning you've got correct and proper HTML. You're not doing anything weird with your HTML. I know with direct answers, okay, quick example. The site that was ranked #1 for how to change your tire had step-by-step instructions, and the instructions were listed in definition term, and then definition, I forget what it was. It was a definition term and definition, the DD thing. And then they had a video in between every step. What got used as a direct answer was a site that ranked #8, but its steps were sequential in an ordered list. So having that ordered list and conveying to the engines that this is a sequence of events that needs to happen in this order, and we're not going to interrupt or break that list, helped take that one site from position 8, which was well below the fold, to the answer that pushed the #1 result down the page. So it is important to have correctly structured HTML. It's important to have good schema. Making sure that your content is relevant and engaging is always going to be important. The schema markup is going to help you optimize for the natural language processing, because when people talk to the AI, they're talking in much more natural language. That we're getting away from, one search term, maybe a couple modifiers. Now they're saying, why would I? Or how can I? Or what do you think is the best? People are using a lot more natural language. Making sure your content is helpful, providing answers that are easy to find in relationship to the question is also important. This is not a situation where you want the question to be at the top of the page and then tell your life story before you get to the answer. You want the question and the answer to be kind of close to each other so that it's obvious that there was a question asked and you're providing that answer. Or rephrase the question in the form of an answer. I don't know if they still teach that in school, but that was really high on the priority list when I was like in 4th grade. And finally, you want to make sure that you're building your subject matter authority and expertise following the EEAT recommendations, because they are looking at, are you a subject matter expert on this particular question? Why would I answer a question about the sterility of male cats if you're a bookseller? Yeah, you might have read that in a book, but cats really aren't your expertise, are they? It's books. So I think I'm going to go to a veterinary clinic site, or someone who's a geneticist that specializes in orange cats. It's make sure that Google thinks that you're the expert on that topic.
But for folks who don't know maybe what EEAT stands for, it stands for experience, expertise, authority, and trustworthiness. I think experience was the additional E that they added a few months after making EAT. This is, in a nutshell, what it perceives as it perceives what could be a good ranking factor, if it even declared that it was a ranking factor at all. It didn't say, they say that it's not a ranking factor and people say that it's not, but then Google also say how important personas are, personal profiles, first party knowledge, all of that kind of stuff. The EAT, I believe, is a very important thing. But on a structural level, it should also define the way in which your site is structured and how you perceive your audience from your site. So with that, I mean, you need to prove that you are an authority and you are to be trusted and you are to be cited, and therefore an authority to be ranked. And these are the 4 main things that they look at. So when you provide content, whether it's, I don't know, your own personal brand, your own personal website, or if you're talking about a specific topic on WordPress, even now, if I said block themes, you may have a couple of people in your head who are E80 on that specific subject. I would like to think that if someone thinks of WordPress and SEO in the same sentence, we may be in that list as well. So outing that onto the web and making sure not only do you get all that right in structured data, but within the content itself that's actually helpful to the user is a good sign for Google to look at your site. And hopefully that explains more, but there's lots of E80 posts out there that explain each and every aspect of what each letter is for. But next, I think we're going to talk about HCU and core updates, aren't we?
Yes, we are. I don't know how many of you were around in the early days, but the Google updates used to be not terribly frequent. We might get one or two, two at most a year. And they were so big, they were named like storms, right? So in 2011, we had Panda. In 2012, Venice. 2012, we also saw Penguin. The pirate update didn't really, that wasn't as big as Penguin. Penguin, Hummingbird, and Pigeon, I remember, were particularly obnoxious. Not obnoxious, painful. They were painful. They were obnoxious because they interfered with my life, but they were pretty big shifts in disturbances in the force, let's say.
Huge shifts at the time. Huge shifts at the time.
At the time, yeah. If you look though, 2014, 2015, they were just maybe 9 months apart. So sometimes you'd get one, sometimes you'd get two. But then we got up to 2021, and then they started coming more frequently. We had two in 2021 that were big. We had the first two HCU updates in 2022. And then in 2023, we had, three big ones? And now they're coming every month.
Yeah, and these one were very impactful. So I would say that HCU, the ones that are on the slides now, number 3 and 4 in September 23, and the second one the fourth one technically in March this year, were the biggest impacts. And it was quite a weird time for a lot of publishers because September saw quite a lot of sites fall off a cliff visibility wise, and some people were doing things actively to try and rectify the situation. Others were just waiting and doing the odd thing and hoping that the next update, which was in March, would help matters and let people recover. That wasn't the case. For some, it was the last nail in the coffin, and it actually made things even worse, despite some people thinking that if they did all the changes, by the time they did it, when the next update happened, it would be fine. But this tweet was from a Search Engine Roundtable post where it was basically an interaction between Dan Hart and Search Liaison, which is Danny Sullivan. And he was basically saying that classifiers are enhanced now and they update all the time. So to you and me, what that means is if you do something good the day after any update, essentially, and there's a negative effect, and you do work on it in the next week, it's not like you have to wait 5 months. And it's not like you have to do that work in 4 months' time so that you're in time for the update in 5 months. It's one of those things where it's constantly updating. So the sooner that you try and make as much of a valiant effort to rectify your site, the quicker you can maybe recover from a helpful contents update. However, it is worth noting, I still haven't seen a recovery story from HCU. But it is also worth noting that Danny Sullivan or John Muller, I don't know who it was, who said that there's another update coming, which probably means in the next 6 to 8 weeks.
One. Yeah, I know one just started like the other day. I think part of the problem with people getting all excited about, not necessarily excited, but believing that the next update would resurrect them from the grave because they made all the fixes, you don't actually know what you're supposed to fix. So you're punished for something, but you don't have an exact roadmap for what's broken and what needs to be fixed. Everyone's still guessing because it's not like Google's telling us this is exactly what we looked at and this is why you fell short. They're hiding that from us. So everyone is struggling and floundering to guess and hope that they guessed right. And it doesn't seem like anyone that was hit particularly badly has guessed correctly yet.
No, And it didn't help either when there were a lot of interactions on X where Danny Sullivan, bless him, was trying to explain as much as possible without giving away the secret sauce. But every time he answered a question, he in effect opened up 3 more questions to 3 more scenarios, and he ended up in a web of engagement that he had to stop because there is no scaled scenario in this example, and it's obviously had the biggest impact over all this time. However, this is what they've been kind of implying to people, haven't they? They've been basically saying, make sure that the content is of top quality and is extremely helpful to the user. But then again, people would say, what is your perception of helpful? To me, it's providing the best answer to the relevant query that someone puts in as quickly as possible without distracting them from things such as advertisements or too many advertisements, bad UX or navigation. So that's the kind of, without being too specific, the implication on if you have a bad site in terms of navigation, the way you can even go through categories, taxonomies, the way you can, not just the navigation at the top, but the way that one can journey through a website. If that's bad, then it may be looked at badly. That may be one thing. Scaled content is terrible. So doing things templated, letting people go on autopilot is the worst thing possible, really. And that can really have a massive impact. And it kind of did, because there were a lot of people who messed around with AI content. And I remember them showing off on social platforms. And then 9 months later, they're not talking about the continued and incremental success of that experiment, are they? Not at all.
I think part of the problem, though, is they really want original content. And there are so many, like, I don't even know that I could count the number of websites that were legitimately making a decent living generating not original content. They were basically repackaging and rephrasing things that had already existed. So they're not doing any of their own research. They're just kind of aggregating this other content, putting it in their own voice, and then publishing it. I mean, that's great, but if you're not a brand and you're not really going to, and you're not putting any effort into adding value to that information that's already out in the public domain, what is the value of what you're offering? There's no value.
Exactly. I mean, again, for the audience, the best example that has been specific to Google are voucher sites. So we'll have all know that if we've looked for any voucher, you'll be given lots and lots of different kind of sites that might even be surprising.
Coupon sites.
Sorry. I say voucher, don't I? In the UK, very different. So coupon sites. And that's been hammered down. And that's part of a scaled content example, right, of what you shouldn't be doing. And that was web spam. In my opinion, it was web spam. There's a coupon on one side, I only see the same 20 on different sites. And it was used to help essentially become a gateway to domain authority. And that's why it was used. So they've kind of taken that way, which I believe is a good step forward. So that's just one example of spam and scale of content that shouldn't be done. And that probably leads us to the next slide, Carolyn, that leads us to the spam updates, which have kind of been concurrent with all the core updates as well, and as frequent.
Yeah, the scaled content abuse, which I'm glad that they got to. They expanded the spam policies to include, so the scaled content production is like the AI. People were using AI for that. People were using content mills for that. So it really doesn't matter if it was automated with AI, automated with machine learning, or effectively automated with content mills that were being written by people. They believe that that's intended to manipulate the search rankings, which, to be fair, it is. And they're getting rid of it. Anytime that they look and see that you're churning out insane, inhuman quantities of content quickly and with little to no added value, they're going to come down on you like the fiery fist of God. They're also coming down on expired domain abuse. To be fair, I believe expired domain abuse was, I think there have always been things that they've done to quell that, but I don't know that, I think they've just ratcheted that up. Expired domain abuse, I'm sure you guys know what that is. You find a domain that used to rank really well, you buy it, and then you redirect it to your site and then reap the rewards, right? And then site
Right.
reputation abuse. This was actually kind of a big deal for me because I come from a news background. Sites that have high reputation would rent out subdomains or rent out, pages on their site for insane quantities of money. This was literally like keeping newspapers afloat, so that places like coupon sites or business listing sites or sites that do affiliate links could rank really, really well because they're, coupons.newyorktimes.com or something like that. And Google's always kind of frowned on that, but now they frown on it so much that all of these newspapers had to no index and cut off those parasite sites because it was going to start getting the main site penalized, which would have been, death for those big sites. So all in all, I think that was a good thing. So this brings us to our implications for SEO, which is kind of our wrap-up session here. Effectively, what we, to maintain a strong search presence, you have to make sure that you're creating user-centric content, you're leveraging your expertise and authority, you're not scaling content in an inhuman or abnormal kind of way. And then make sure you're doing regular site audits, address your low quality content, improve the user experience, and ensure the information is current and relevant.
Which is just good intentions, right? For any site optimization. So yeah, it's just like, be honest, be good, and be helpful.
So the common threads throughout all of this, what we've learned, user engagement, still very important, probably more important than we thought it was originally. Prioritize metrics that enhance your user engagement, because what it all boils down to is Google wants us to be giving a good user experience for the users. And if it's not a good user experience, it's not going to be rewarded. Content freshness and quality, keep that content updated, add value. Don't just regurgitate things that other people have already said. If you're not adding value, it's not good content. Build that authority and expertise. Make sure that you're building your brand, you're showing off that you're an expert. And I don't want to say stay in your lane, but you kind of need to stay in your lane. You can't be an expert on everything. Show Google that you're an expert in your thing, right? Technical optimization, also super important. Make sure that you've got your site speed up to date. Your mobile optimization is very important, especially now that I think it was July 4th or 5th, Google officially switched over to mobile first indexing, which means they're not sending the non-mobile crawler out to look at sites. They're only sending the mobile crawler out. If your site does not work perfectly in mobile, you're going to have problems. So do make sure that you're doing that. Add your schema markup, and then make sure that you're keeping aware of the changes to the algorithms and the changes to the rules and regulations so that you stay in compliance. This will help you maintain a strong search presence.
Yeah, so how do we apply the knowledge? So keeping up to date, I mean, you can join us once a month on the SEO update by Yoast, that's one thing. But using tools and plugins within WordPress sites. I mean, not to blow our own trumpet, but Yoast does a pretty good job of solving some of these issues. Not all of them, because some you'll have to extend either free products or even premium by using things like Schema API if you're really doing a heavy hitting site. But there are tools out there to optimize, to make things faster, to make things more mobile friendly. If they're not, they kind of should be in the first place anyway, for accessibility purposes. But there's lots of stuff out there, and it's very good but make sure you do your own research, right? You don't just want to get any old plugin. Ensure that the authors have EEAT, right? And from another point of view, technical tweaks. Focus on site speed, use page speed insights, use things like Sitekit, see how the performance of your website's doing. And looking even outside of plugins, Index Now and Sitekit, go into Search Console and Bing Webmaster Tools and check all of them out and see what the state of the site is. And I need to mention too much, because I know there's quite a few WordPress devs in here who are great at what they do to maintain clean, organized structure, not just in the back end, but in the front end of a site as well, because not doing that can be a huge mess.
Absolutely. So the actionable tips would like you to take away: be consistent and strategic with your internal linking practices. Make sure that you're linking within your body copy to other things on your site so that you're moving people around and you've got good anchor text associated with that content. The bad backlink profiles really only apply when you're linking out from external websites in. Internally, you can be as aggressive with that keyword optimization as you like, and you're encouraged to do so. Don't skip your fundamentals like optimizing page titles and descriptions. Use high quality images, but make sure that they're reasonable file sizes, and don't forget to compress them to get, squeeze that extra bit out. And then regularly monitor your performance to make data-driven adjustments to stay ahead of those SEO changes. And I think we're 3 minutes over, but that is it for the talk part. And now we are happy to take questions.
My mic was muted. That was really informational. Thank you so much for all that great information. So, Carolyn, when you said something about you don't have to tell your life story, every recipe that I've ever looked up online came to mind.
Yes.
I don't care that your great-great-grandmother carried it in her shoe from, France or whatever. It's like, just give me the stuff I want.
That's a weird thing. So I did a food blogger conference a few months ago, and I mentioned that and how aggravating it was. And like, but if we don't, we won't rank. So there are certain industries where if you look at what is ranking well, the formula is you have to include your life story. And it is.
But does it have to be before the ingredients? That's my question. Like, could it go at the end?
So no, actually it does have to go before the ingredients, which is
there you go.
Wild to me.
That's where anchor text and a button to just skip down is really helpful.
It's like, click here if you don't care about my life story. That's what I want to see. So, I mean, you can't apply this. Nothing you hear anywhere in SEO especially is something that's going to be blanketly applicable, other than maybe make sure your site doesn't block robots. There's always going to be edge cases or certain industries and verticals where it's just, they're different, and it doesn't mean that Google's not going to get there eventually. It just means right now that industry hasn't been a priority for them. So recipes, bless their hearts. Aggravating.
Just show me the ingredients anyway, especially on a phone, because like your life story takes up way too much like thumb scrolling, right?
Right. Yeah. It's like you need the link to print it out. I will just print it out and carry it with me.
Exactly. We do have a couple questions. We have about 10 minutes before I'll have to cut us off. So the first one is, and this is probably not a quick answer, but do your best. What are your thoughts on AI generated content? Or maybe you have a quick answer and you're just like, hate it. I don't know.
Well, we did talk about that. So Alex, why don't you start off?
Short answer is use it, don't abuse it. And also don't let it become the primary producer of the content. So if you're going to do something, I would say let it be an assistant. And I was speaking to another Yoast person who's going to do another talk on AI in a few months, and we were chatting about the way in which AI content may be helpful is that it's inane information that doesn't require a human brain to need the answer to give. So let's use ladders, right? If I was writing a post, I'd need to write something unique, like 5 uses of ladders that you wouldn't think of, right? Now, that's my idea, even though ChatGPT may have come up with it as part of the ideas, but I'll then think of those 5 things. I'll write them. I want to write them. But below, if no one knows what a ladder is, ChatGPT can provide that answer and give that answer in context. Sure. So it's kind of like half of it. But I know that you can't scale that as much. And the more you kind of let go and let it make decisions, the worse off it may be. And I also say, if you've got so much passion towards your brand, you should be producing that content yourself, even on scale, especially the important ones. Why would you do scaled content to save some time at the behest of the authority of your brand in the long term and your site in the long term?
Yeah, I use it as a helper.
Yeah, me too.
I don't like the idea of. I'm a little neurospicy, so I need I need that body double, and
Yes.
I talk to it like it's another person. And it just,
Yeah.
it helps me focus. It helps me get started. So when you've got like executive functioning issues or a little bit of the ADD, it's great to get something on the page so that you can get going, because otherwise you sit and stare at the blank page for 3 days until the urgency and the stress is built up and you can finally do the work. But that's not efficient, and it's actually really tiring. So
It's like,
I'm all in favor of using it as a
Yeah.
helper, but I don't like the idea of just letting it do whatever it wants, because that's how we end up with Skynet.
Absolutely. So Derek asks, WebP images still seem to have some problems on some OS browser combinations, some sites. Do you have any comments for that?
Look at how much of that audience it is. Is it really a massive impact? I know that there are ways of saying if it's this combination of browser or device, then serve something different, and you could do that. But if it's a bigger audience, maybe just don't WebP those images dependent on what they are. I'm an advocate of it, right? It's smaller, it's better, it's more compressed, the quality is great, and soon enough, those browser combinations and the incompatibility will stop, mostly because they'll deprecate that version or browser or whatever that is, or they'll fix the problem. So I would say, look at analytics, is 25% of your audience that OS? It's probably likely 1%, and if it's less than 1%, it may not be worth fixing too much. That'd be my advice.
Excellent. So in the last couple of minutes here, there are some more questions. Hopefully at least one of you can spend a little bit of time in our hallway track. So if there's people who still have questions, maybe you can spend 15, 20 minutes over there. I just put that link in the chat for anybody who's interested. But I want to ask one more question is, tell us how we can learn more. You have not really talked about Yoast at all, and we've given you an opportunity to do that. So there's the Yoast Academy, there's Yoast free and premium. Just give us a little bit of an insight how people can learn more through you.
You can go to yoast.com. We've got academy.yoast.com if you're interested in our certification courses. We've got a webinar/podcast that Alex and I do the last Tuesday of every month. It's called the SEO Update by Yoast, and we go through all of the SEO news that's happened in the last 30 days and give you kind of the breakdown of what happened and what we think about it and how that affects you. And then we also have a getting started in SEO, which happens every other week on Tuesdays, or is it twice a month? It's either every other week or it's twice a month, but it's one of those two. If you go to yoast.com/webinars, I think you'll be able to find the schedules and join that. It's on Crowdcast. Alex, did you have any other ways that we can help people?
From Yoast, no. I mean, other than engaging with us, right? We're both on X. It's not hard to find us. We're both on LinkedIn. I would like to think we're very approachable. So if anyone has any questions, whether it's 5 minutes from now in the town hall or if it's 3 weeks from now and you randomly think of something, happy to help.
Absolutely.
One of my favorite, of course, one of my favorite things about Yoast is that in the last year you have added inclusive language, both to the paid and the free version of Yoast. And does inclusive language help you rank with SEO?
I don't know that it's a direct ranking factor, but it certainly helps you. Let's put it this way. If you're excluding people, you're attracting more readers. And attracting more readers gets you more exposure, and more exposure attracts more links, and more links increases your domain authority, and your domain authority will eventually improve your ranking. So while not a direct ranking factor, we do believe that it's something that you should be paying attention to, if not just to be a good person, to indirectly affect your ranking.
So in a roundabout way, yes. And I'm going to bring this comment up also. So Taco from Yoast says, find us also at WordCamps and SEO conferences. So y'all are everywhere. I love that because I get to see you in lots of different places. Everywhere. You ubiquitous, I think is the right word for that. Got to pull out a really 50-cent word every once in a while. So thank you for adding that in, Taco. Well, thank you both for spending the time today for us to get to learn more about the topic and also to meet you. As I said, there is a link in the chat for the hallway track if you want to learn a little bit more and ask some more questions. For example, there were some questions we didn't have time to get to today. And we will be back in 5 minutes to interview one of our team members, Gustavo Bordoni. And so you'll be able to learn a little bit more about the team behind Stellar WP and what we do. And then at the top of the hour in track 1, over here where you are now, we're going to talk to Lana Rafaela Sindrick, what the weird internet of early 2000s can teach us about profitable content in 2024. And in track 2, Ivailo Hristov will be talking supercharge your WordPress site, essential strategies for speed optimization. So thank you both. It'll be a good talk for sure. And, all right, so we'll see everybody in about 5 minutes for the interview. There's the hallway track link, and then at the top of the hour for our next session. Thank you again, Alex and Carolyn, for your time today.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, everyone.
Everyone.
welcome back. I am going to add Gustavo to the chat. Good morning.
Good morning, Michelle.
And good afternoon and good evening to people all over the world. But you and I are in the same time zone, so I could say good morning
That's
to you
true.
for sure. For at least another 10 minutes until it's noon. Welcome. It's really exciting to me to have these opportunities to introduce some of our team members to the Stellar Spark attendees. So tell us a little bit about yourself. What do you do at Stellar WP?
Yeah, so my name is Gustavo Bertoni. I am the Director of Engineering for Stellar. I focus a lot more on the TC brand, the Advanced Calendar brand. And I do a little bit of hiring for the new developers and mentoring, a little bit of code reviews, some of the overarching project engineering, kind of like decision making and technical figuring it out of some of the more complicated problems, but for sure involved less day to day on very specific feature development, but engaged through the code review. More of a reviewer of code than a everyday coding myself, but for sure here and there there's to a fire or two that I go into to try to help a little bit.
So I did mention that you're in my time zone, but tell everybody exactly what that means. Like you're in the United States, but where?
Yeah, I'm in New Jersey. I'm really close to New York. I moved here about, I want to say, 4 years ago. I'm originally from Brazil, Rio. And I moved originally to Philly, and then eventually me and my wife moved up here to New Jersey. And it's an area that I enjoy a lot. Being close to the city here is really fun. And there's a couple other folks from Stellar that are in this area. It's pretty cool.
It is nice. You could have your own Stellar little meetups in that area
Oh
with
yeah.
everybody who's around. You are also active in the community as well, and you're a WordPress family. I mean, the little one is perhaps not getting into WordPress yet, but you and your wife are both in WordPress. Talk a little bit about the work that you've done within the community as
Yeah.
well.
So I've worked a little bit on the plugins team for reviews. I again, it's a little bit of the time there is dedicated to reviewing. I haven't been able to be as active as I wanted. We are doing a lot of stuff in TC as of the past couple of months. We're doing some massive changes to internally, externally, to products. Some stuff that we announced very recently, some stuff that's coming out in the next couple of weeks. And all of that has been taking my attention way more than I want to admit, in the sense of I want that to go out correctly. So, but I have my own open source plugin called Faker Press that I maintain. Yeah, but that's a little bit of what I've done.
And you've helped organize WordCamps.
Oh yeah, that's true. I participated a little bit on organizing WordCamps back in Rio, and I participate on and off on the WordCamp Montclair here. This past year, I wasn't able to do as much, but the year before, I participated quite a bit on trying to gather some of the sponsors and some of that stuff. But later this month, I'm probably going to be on the meetup talking a little bit about plugin development and some more specific stuff there.
And that's where you and I first met face to face, was WordCamp Montclair.
That's true. That's very good.
Which is awesome. Yeah, it's one that's drivable for me, so I try to get there as often as I can, for sure.
Yeah, I really like that one.
So what is your favorite thing about being on the Stellar team?
Stellar has been really cool to coming from I'm one of the original people from the Advanced Calendar that got acquired by Liquid Web and all of that stuff. And Stellar was something that came after the Advanced Calendar joined Liquid Web. And it's something that I'm really, really proud to be a member of, because I think it's something that a lot of the brands were very engaged on having. Is more of a standardization and agreeing on things, and things that some brands do better than TC, other stuff that TC does better than the other brands, and we share and try to figure out what's like a good process, and if it feels like it gives us a lot more like connection to all kinds of places in the WordPress ecosystem, and it's really nice to have that be part of a bigger system, if you will. I enjoy that quite a bit.
I thought you were going to say the teammates, because we're pretty awesome people too.
That's
kidding.
fair. That's fair. That's a good point. That's a good point.
What's something that's coming down in the next year that we can talk about that you're excited about?
Yeah, we're investing pretty heavily on seeding. It's something that we're investing heavily on TC, and it's something that I'm excited to see some of our customers having, is the ability of like having a seating map and picking like which seats are available and which ones are not, and having different prices for certain seating, and having like a live map of like trying to figure out which seats are available and all of that stuff. I'm really excited for that. There's some other stuff that's like a little less aggressive, but we're working on quite a few features. But that one I'm excited for. There's some other stuff in TC that I focus on TC a little bit,
of course,
because that's what I've been
that's
working on for a little bit. Yeah, but that's definitely something that the whole team is really excited. But we are also like doing some plugin consolidation that is really important for us to be able to provide a better care for all of our customers, which is something that I'm really excited to see. And that's something that we're pushing forward quite a bit this year.
I'll bring it up on the screen one more time while we're talking, is that our Stellar sale begins next Tuesday. But if you are here today, you can get early access. Just use our code Stellar Sale 2024, and you can get 40% off your favorite Stellar WP brands, including the events calendar. So you can always go to stellarwp.com, look for our brands there. If you don't know what they all are, we do have those in the drop down at the top of the page. So thank you so much for taking some time to let us meet you a little bit more. And I really appreciate you jumping in today to spend a few minutes with us. So thank you.
For sure.
And coming up in the next hour, in about 3 minutes, we're going to talk to Lana Rafaela Sindrick. Her talk is What the Weird Internet of the Early 2000s Can Teach Us About Profitable Content in 2024. Now, I have a site from, it's not live anymore, but from 2001 that still makes me cringe when I think back to it. So I'm hoping that she'll say that one of those things that I used was like, oh no, you were doing it right, Michelle. So we will find out very soon. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. In the meantime, we've got that little video for you, and we'll be talking to Lana very soon. Thanks again, Gustavo. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Partly cloudy in the evening, becoming cloudy overnight. Low around 55 degrees.
25 got you out there.
Protecting my soul. Level up your store, make it fly. With this plugin, I'll save your goal. With a simple click, you can run your restaurant. Building connections, powering dreams in the vast world of WordPress.
Partly cloudy in the evening, becoming cloudy overnight. Low around 55 degrees.
25 got you out there.
Content Pro, protecting my soul. Level up your store, make it fly. With this plugin, I'll save your goal. With a simple click, You can run your restaurant. Building connections, powering dreams in the vast world of WordPress.
And welcome back. We are moving right through today. It seems to be going really, really quickly, but I've enjoyed every talk so far today, and I'm excited about our next talk too. And I just want to say thanks for being here today. We really appreciate you. So our next talk is with Lana. I'm hopefully I'm not. You'll tell me if I'm saying your name wrong, Lana. So here we go. Lana Rafaela Sindrick is a content marketer and avid fan of the good old weird internet. Since the days of ICQ are nowhere near coming back, she spends her time working as a product marketing manager at Patchstack and co-owning a content marketing studio called Cherry Red Content. With over 10 years of experience in content marketing and copywriting, she helps businesses thrive in the area of EEAT content. If you were here a few minutes ago, you heard a little bit about what EEAT was from the folks at Yoast. So this talk draws parallels between the old school blog style content many of us have started with and goes across the SEO polished journey to the current era of algorithm changes and the E experience, E expertise, A authority, and T trustworthiness to score. The talk is designed to be practical for a wide range of audience members. So if you're a novice to people who've spent decades in the ecosystem, this should provide some helpful takeaways that you'll be able to implement right away to improve your results, both for rankings and for conversions. So let me bring her on stage. Hello, Lana Rafaela. How are you?
Hi, doing good. And yeah, you pronounced it perfectly. So thank you for that.
I'm so good.
How are you?
I should have asked you. I'm good, thank you. Yeah, it's a good day. It's a great day today. We're having a lot of fun with lots of different topics. We get those interviews, as you saw in between. And yeah, this is me living my best life on a day like today when I get to be involved in a project like this. So thank you for being here. I was talking to somebody about your talk title just yesterday and saying that when I was in my MBA program in 2000, the year 2000, they had a brand new course called track called e-commerce. And that just meant the web back then. Like everything was e-commerce if it was on the web. That's what was our terminologies. And so part of that, I had to build a website with my team, and it was all HTML. Like there was no CMS at the time. Everything was HTML. You might have had Dreamweaver or something along those lines, but we had to use HTML, and we built a site that when I look back on, I cringe, right? Hopefully it's not indexed anywhere. I don't think you can find it on the Wayback Machine because it was in a folder on our school's website or school's network. But we did something that nobody else in the class did, is that we had an animated GIF on that site back then. And back in the early 2000s, I actually had flash pages that would appear before you actually got to the content. So yeah, I was a part of the early weird internet. So I can't wait to hear the rest of your talk. I'm going to take myself out of the room and add your slides and let you have the floor. So thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Michelle. Yeah, I think when we all look back at those days, it was very pure. Like we had all those angel firesides, the GIFs, the flash player, all of those things, which today, if you ask any designer, they're probably going to tell you to get out of their faces because it's impossible. It's so bad for UX and everything, but it was fun. It was fun. And I think that's also the reason why I titled this talk the way I did, because I'm endlessly nostalgic. And even though today we have all that polish, we have all the best practices in the world, we know how to structure content. But if you think back to those good old days, like that content had soul. So as a content marketer, my goal has always been to understand why it is that some things have soul in writing and why others don't. And that's kind of what I'm going to walk you all through today. If you have any questions, I know we'll have a Q&A, but feel free to drop it in the comments as well. I'm curious to see what you guys are most interested in. But without further ado, let's go down that rabbit hole. Let's actually go back to the Huffington Post days, to days of Kottke.org, to the days when the sites looked this way and we still love them. Because at that point, it was all very niche. Internet, as Michelle said, everything was e-commerce. It was only available to a specific segment of people. And so it wasn't so much the presentation that we focused on. It was more the opinions. If you remember the Huffington Post early days, They became popular for the journalistic style of content. They had columnists, they had opinions. And similarly, on the other side of the equation, we had blogs like this one on the right-hand side, which is where people put their opinions first. It wasn't just about objectively covering the topic. It was about inserting opinions. It was about starting discussions in the comment section. And it's something that we haven't been really able to replicate in the past, I'd say 10 years, when it all became so popular. So if back at that point, we didn't worry about crowded sidebars or shortening attention spans as we did today, then obviously something changed. And what was it? The crucial question is understanding what changed. Now, I'm about to share a really cringy meme, so don't hate me for it, please. But I'm gonna say capitalism. And the reason I'm gonna say that is we started blogging for business. Back in the day, we blogged for fun. As Michelle mentioned, her site, it was for school. Some other people had them for niche interests. If you got into the game at that point and you knew you wanted to use it for business, then you were already on top of it. You were already one step ahead. Once the marketing got involved, and as a marketer, I'm not afraid to say it, we had to structure things. Obviously, this wasn't, I'm not saying marketing is bad. I'm not saying capitalism is bad. But the truth is that so many sites started being launched that Google and other search engines, they simply had to create rules. So jokes aside, we actually had some big changes moving the needle. With so many sites being indexed, Google had to filter and find a way to emphasize the ones which truly mattered. So that's how we got updates like the thin content update, which massively deranked a whole bunch of sites. That's how we got the changes in the content that we produce. It wasn't anymore about giving your opinion. It was about giving information as soon as possible. And so that sheer volume, we necessarily had to create rules. And then since Google created rules, as marketers, as business owners, we're investing into that. We're giving our revenue into that, and we expect to get the returns. So we have to adhere to the best practices. You probably remember the days of keyword stuffing, things like that. All of that changed the way we perceived blogging. Instead of being a personal blog or a web blog, it turned into being a piece of content marketing collateral, something that we can share with our customers and something that we can use to attract them. Similarly, the comment sections, which were great places for discussing, and I've met a whole bunch of people that I'm still peers and friends and colleagues to this day with, it happened in the comment sections. Today, no longer a thing because of the spam. And finally, the cluttered sidebars, we had to get responsive design. We started using our phones to consume content. And so we couldn't go without that polish anymore. But along the lines, something was lost. And the reason we blog had changed, the way we blog had changed, and all of that would have been good and well if it weren't for the last 2 years, where it became pretty clear that, again, we will need to change the way we do things. I'm seeing headlines like this every day. You've probably seen them. Even if we put aside the SEO is dead stuff, which it's not. Don't worry, it's not going anywhere, as the previous talk explained. We're still seeing that people are changing the way they search. They're changing the way they use blogs. For example, the headline about people adding Reddit to their Google searches, the headline about the core updates. If you want to, let me know in the comments, like if your sites were hit by one of the core updates in the past year and a half. You probably have those experiences. A whole lot of my friends have also been affected by it. And people in general, the bigger issue is that people seem to have stopped reading blogs in 2024, in 2023 as well. It's not just the AI. We all panicked over the AI, but it wasn't just that. The problem is we stopped delivering unique value through them, and it shows. So Google is changing the search engine results pages. People are flocking to Reddit. They're communicating more in groups on Slack, on Facebook. All of that is really a much bigger signal that the way we're doing content needs to change as well. So how do we do it? I will be drawing parallels between the weird internet and what we do today, but I find the best metaphor and the best guideline for how to do content in 2024 to be Google's EEAT score. As Michelle explained, it stands for experience, expertise, authority, and trustworthiness. So if you remember the old school blogs, everyone was blogging about their personal experiences. No one tried to emulate Wikipedia. No one tried to give summarized definitions. Everyone was explaining what was happening to them. And so naturally and organically, you had this point where they were integrating their experiences and their unique expertise into content. Today, we're in a position where we have to do it on purpose. And so if you follow the EEAT score, it's a pretty good guideline for changing the way you think about content. So how do we actually do this the old school way? As I mentioned, the EEAT score, in case you haven't really heard about it yet, is a relatively new Google helpful content update. It's meant to try and prevent all this clutter from happening on the internet, and it's meant to filter out the most valuable content. Now, obviously, it's not without its faults. We all know this. But even if you don't look at it in a way that's pandering to search engines, you can also look at it in a way that it helps your content become more useful to the actual readers. Because at the end of the day, who doesn't want to read content with unique experiences? Who doesn't want to come to a blog post and realize that the author actually knows what they're talking about? All of these are universal guidelines that you can follow. And here's how to do it when comparing things side by side. So back in the day, we had opinions. And if you remember one thing from this talk, walk away with the word opinions. We used to have so many of them. And the best thing was we didn't sanitize them. There were no feedback committees, as I call them, which is when you write a piece of blog content and then it has to go through 3 or 5 layers of approval, from the CTO to the lawyers to the accounting team, probably. There was none of that. The content happened much faster, which allowed us to cover things in real time. It allowed us to actually be there at the right moment. And it allowed us to have a unique voice. If you've been reading the majority of B2B or even B2C blogs online these days, you've probably noticed that they all sound the same. It's a fear instilled in us, but as our director of marketing at Patchstack likes to say, if no one hates it, no one loves it. And back in the day, we weren't so afraid of being hated or being disagreed with. At the end of the day, you could always solve it in the comment section, but the point was that you will provoke a discussion, and that's what mattered. Similarly, we put that opinion and that perspective first. So it was pretty clear off the bat what you thought about that topic. And this leads me to how we can do it today. So the first thing I would recommend is pick a stance. You're covering a topic, but pick a stance. Pick whether you disagree with that topic, whether you agree with it, and then prepare arguments to defend it. So throughout the rest of the talk, I'll be showing some examples of what we do at Cherry Red Content, my agency, and Patchstack, where I work as a product marketing manager. And in this specific case, you can see that we've decided to take a pretty hard stance on CMSs and on marketing stacks. And this is what matters. A lot of people were going to disagree always with this article. It's not a popular opinion, which is good, because if you have an unpopular opinion, it's something you should write about. I'm not just saying it to get clicks on LinkedIn. I'm just saying it because it's a fresh idea. And fresh ideas, they spark something in people. They make people want to talk to you. And if you're anything like 90% of brands today, when you post content, it feels like you're just shouting in the wind. Obviously, traffic is coming in, but you don't feel those conversations being started. This is going to change that. So don't be afraid to pick a stance from the get-go and then, Essay style, find your arguments, and then content writing style, make them fun enough to read about. The second thing is you have to choose an actual voice for your content. Casual, professional, authoritative, those are cop-outs. If your voice doesn't sound like someone's actually talking to people, no one's going to read it. They will skim it, but they're not going to start a conversation and engage with that article. In these two examples, for example, the first one was for a sales enablement tool. The writer had a very, brazen voice, bold, not afraid to stand out. And that's where I want to get you to. Don't be afraid to stand out. Don't be afraid to show what you think. Obviously, you don't have to swear in content, although for some brands it can work. But just find something that feels good. A good shortcut to that would be to get for example, if you're in a smaller company, get your CEO to write some note style posts. Try to get a sense for their feel. Normally, this works very good for startups. Now, if you're in a bigger company, this becomes trickier, obviously, because you have to manufacture that voice. But try to get a sense of the way your support people talk, the way your salespeople talk, the way your technical people talk. It helps if you know them, if you spend a lot of time with them on Zoom. And then out of that, create the guidelines for what your brand should sound like. There's nothing worse than realize the brand is, that the people in the brand are friendly and funny, only to realize that the actual content has no similarities to what the people sound like. So keep that in mind. Similarly, the second example is from a client who is an advertising coach. This is where you can experiment more with direct response type of voice, salesy type of voice. But again, it works in some segments. So you have to know your audience as well. There's nothing wrong if you have a group of evangelists or fervent users who love your product. There's nothing wrong with running some things by them, even asking them to make edits, what would sound more natural to them. Try to think of it as a collaboration. And once you establish the foundations for your brand voice guidelines, it'll be much easier to replicate it at scale. Remember, this is something that we were organically good at back in the day. And today we're trying to replicate that. We're trying to manufacture it again, or at least kickstart something in us that's going to help make it the same way again, or even better. And then also B2B doesn't mean boring to boring. And this is a pet peeve of mine. I can't count all the times I've seen content that was so dry just because it spoke to legal professionals or accounting professionals. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. At the end of the day, even if you're talking to project managers, you're talking to someone who woke up at 6 a.m. this morning and they're already tired. They got 500 emails. Their Slack notifications are blowing up. They need to deal with a lot of stuff and they don't have nearly enough coffee. So think of the people you're talking to as real, actual people. Try to imagine their day to day. Try to imagine what's really annoying them this morning, what you can help with, or maybe you can't help with it, but still humanize them and talk to them. And this is the part that's really tricky in content marketing usually, because we're not at the forefront of these conversations. At Patchstack, for example, I often do customer support, and that's immensely helpful for writing copy, for creating marketing plans, because I get to talk to people. And if you're a writer, if you're a regular content marketer, you don't naturally have that chance, but fight for it. Even if you have one customer or user interview per quarter, it will give you many more insights than you could get just by thinking about it. Also, humor. God, please use humor. Like in this example, I don't know, role play, LARPing, spicing up love lives. It works, it works. It couldn't work for everyone, but it works for this client and their style. But this is what I'm trying to say. Use humor, because if you can make them laugh, you can make them do anything. You can make them listen to you a bit longer, which is truly the goal when you're writing content that, usually gets skimmed, and you don't want that to happen. You want to capture their attention and you want to keep it on yourself. Similarly, make facts and situations more tangible. To do that, use slice of life copy and anecdotes. So this is what I was mentioning. Imagine that busy project manager, or just use more verbose copy. In the first example, we see that someone who is a professional is being is being described as driven, as passionate. All of these human qualities that somehow, we forgot that they're actually good in the workplace, that they tell a lot about the person. So try to humanize situations and make them more tangible as much as possible. And then in the second example, we have a patch stack example where we try to explain the security layers by using the cake layer model, the Swiss cheese model. So all of these things, these little metaphors can help people understand what it is that you're doing. Plus, it makes it fun. Again, it's so trivial to say that it makes it fun, but at the end of the day, you have to entertain people as well. You don't want them to walk away from your content feeling just meh. You want them to either love it, you want them to either have laughed at it, maybe they hate it, and that's fine. That's fine. It's always good, but just provoke an emotional response. And then the second thing, where are your experiences? So this is an example of an old school blog, which spoke about data privacy, and it came from a writer who worked at specific companies like Napster. And then he, from his experience, wrote a bunch of advice to living in this new privacy era. I believe this was written sometime in 2005, 2006. I mean, look at how far we've come when it comes to privacy. But yeah, this is what we used to do. We used to reference experiences. And that's, again, something that we need to do more of. All these algorithm changes, all of these search behavior changes, and consumer behavior changes, they're alerting to needing more content like this. Because even if you stop thinking about it as content, think of it as communication, as a way to transfer your experiences to other people. One thing that you could do is reference your company's experiences. For example, in the first image, we were talking about the responsibility for website maintenance at PatchStack. It's easier because we do have those experiences. We do know what we talk to people about. And in the second one, that's a client example from my agency, an accounting firm that actually allowed us to use some of the real life experiences to help readers connect. So we're referencing business owner issues, pain points, and how we solve them. So you want to prove that you have that experience, that expertise to truly speak to people, because otherwise you'll just get lost in the sea of voices. And now the crucial question is, what if you don't have the first person experience? So I come from a content marketing background. In some cases, I was able to talk to my clients. In more cases than those, I was not. And so if you're in that position, if you're, for example, a freelancer, then what you need to do is you need to break the SME, subject matter expert barrier. So you need to become or get in touch with people who are subject matter experts, whose experience and expertise you will be able to borrow for the needs of your content. The first thing is you can connect with internal SMEs. So for example, that's your CEO, that's your CTO, that's your salespeople, your developers, everyone who has the knowledge you need to produce that content piece. For example, if I were to write an article about network layer security, I would call one of the developers at PatchStack and ask them for their feedback. Because these people, they already know how to filter out the unnecessary information that your audience doesn't care about and that they feel patronized by. And instead, they can give you the nuggets of value that you can use to position your content as more experienced than your competitor, who's probably just having a writer and no feedback layer from an internal SME. The second thing you can do is you can interview existing customers or external SMEs. So with interviewing customers, obviously that's always the best. If you can use their words to explain what you want to write about. If not, you can still get that expertise benefits by talking to external SMEs. For example, you can use Help a Reporter Out or some of the many services that connect you with experts if you need their feedback, which I'm saying you do need it. And it's always going to make your content much stronger and much more susceptible to generating conversions. And then there's also a very light touch method that we often use at my agency. It's Slack listening. So basically we join the company Slack and we tune in. We get a feel for what the internal subject matter experts are discussing, what the customers are struggling with. You know, there's always the channel where you're talking about what happened in a demo, what the objections were, what marketing is currently thinking, where the product is going to go. All of this knowledge, it gives you context. I know it can be a lot, but it gives you the context you need to truly sit down and produce a fantastic content piece that's going to withstand the test of time and the test of updates. So today, the first thing you can do is you can get your hands dirty with research rabbit holes. So try to look into not so popular sources. Try to talk to people who have been on the front lines of what you're trying to write about. I've emphasized an example from PatchStack's AI/ML team member, Ebad, who frequently looks into different AI/ML models, creates articles about that. Now, if he weren't so talented at writing, but you still could have used his experience by sitting down with him, grabbing 15 minutes of his time and seeing what he's working about to give yourself ideas about what the people are interested in. And then before we skip to this one, I just wanted to say that there are always ways, but try not to skip them. Try not to go back to that SERP spinning because it never works. It's not functioning today. If you have a content piece that's strong that you can ground in actual insights, then it's going to become so much better for it. And then finally, building authority together. Back in the day, we had all those roundups and links in the sidebars. But today, what we can do is we can co-market and collaborate with our partners, peers, customers. For example, PatchStack partnered on our white paper on security this year with Sakuri. Nestor, who you probably heard talk 2 hours ago, he joined a panel with the Page Builder Summit. So look into your network, see what your partners need help with and how you can complement each other to share that knowledge. Try not to always get something in return. It's not necessary. You want to build your digital footprint and the opportunities are going to come later down the line. So for example, we partner at PatchStack with some communities like the Admin Bar. We post knowledge about vulnerabilities in groups. All of this is great for building your digital footprint, and that's crucial for the EEAT score and just in general, the shifting consumer behavior, that's crucial. Similarly, you're going to have to prove why people should trust you. While author boxes still work, it's good to have proprietary data. Like in these two examples, you want to use the data you have harnessed internally to show why you're worth listening to. In this day and age of shortening attention spans, you need to prove your worth. You need to be clear from the get-go why what you have to say matters. So try to get any form of data you have. If you don't, depending on your stage and the type of company, talk to your customers, feature their stories, talk about use cases, create playbooks. Anything that's actionable, anything that's driven is a way to win. Similarly, answer the boring, the unsexy questions that your competitors don't want to touch. Create practical tools. Try to think back to those niche blogs where everyone was just responding to what they were interested in. They were creating posts about their hobbies, their interests. And that's what we want to do again today. To do that, you need the expertise, but I've shown you how to hack that, so it should be good. And then at the end of the day, there's no more low commitment content. I think that's the main point I want to make with this is you can no longer perform half an hour of research and call it a day. You shouldn't expect it from your writers, from your strategists, from your people. You need to invest in content, and not just money, because money in some cases is easy. What you need to invest in is time. So if you're investing all that time, then make the most of it. Make the most of it and talk to the people who can help you get experiences and expertise, emulate them, and create something that people are truly going to remember. It's worth it. It's high ROI, and you can always repurpose it and share it. So think about that. Think about what you can do to become more opinionated, more experience driven, and you should be good. You should honestly be good. That's the way forward, at least in my opinion. But obviously, that's it from my slide. So if you want to change my mind, I'm very much open to it.
Oh, that was fantastic. Thank you so much. If you have questions for Alana Raffaella, put them in the chat. I have jotted down some questions for you. So first of all, you said that you can use a sense of humor, which I 100% believe in. All my writing has a sense of humor, the things I post on Twitter. And I don't mean like it's all hysterical, like nobody's falling off their chair laughing, but it just brings a lightness to things and allows people to feel like they can engage back with you, which I think is good. And some of that comes into brand voice, right? So what do you think about your brand voice having a playful attitude in your brand voice?
I think that's really important. If you have a brand that can pull it off, if you're an approachable brand, that's definitely a big differentiator, because you've seen the other brand voices. The playful ones make up maybe 10% of the whole mix. So yeah, being playful, definitely.
At least part of it. Like, we're not all going to be Wendy's and the way they're snarky on their Twitter, of course, but to at least have some level of levity is what I meant. I do promise never to use another animated GIF or Flash in my future website. So I want to make I will use them. I know it's the days are gone for that. There's better things to do. You did say about the SMEs, the subject matter experts. And last week, it might have been earlier this week. I think it was earlier this week. Anyway, at the end of our marketing meeting every week, we have like sharing time and we let people kind of lead some ideas. And this week, the person who was in charge of that had us using a Miro board to write down what some of our strengths were outside of what people might know about us, because you might not know that you have a subject matter expert in your midst if they haven't said, oh, by the way, I know about this, that, or the other. So you can do some internal team building to discover where some people might have expertise that you're not aware of. So I wanted to throw that out there. And then we have had people in other sessions already today asking about AI. So what do you think the role of AI is in everything that you've shared with us today?
I think AI, it's fantastic for structuring information, for reformatting data, for maybe leading you into some interesting rabbit holes. But at the end of the day, if you're going to replace your content with AI, then you have a strategy problem, and your content can be created by anyone. And you don't want to do that. Not anymore. The days of that SERP respinning and just regurgitating information are gone. So if you think that an article you want to work on can be replaced with an AI, then in that case, you're probably better off working on something else where you can actually provide unique insights. That's where I'm at in my thinking.
I agree with you. I use it as a tool. So I might want to write an article about 10 ways to do something, and I can only think of 8. Maybe AI can give me a few others that I can then build on. So it could be a good tool. And then I did want to ask you about current trends. Now, sometimes if there's current events, current trends, and we can follow hashtags and see what people are talking about. Sometimes it's really beneficial to jump into something that everybody's talking about, but sometimes it's a flash in the pan. It goes so quickly that we might be late to the game. And then at what point after something is no longer a current trend, do we leave it on our site or should we take it down?
I would say leave it on your site. There's no reason to take it down, not even from an SEO perspective. It could have generated some social media mentions, some linkless mentions. So there's nothing wrong with that. However, it's good to revisit and categorize that type of content just in case something major changes a year or two down the line, just to know where you put it so you don't get blindsided by it.
That's a good idea. So it can be helpful then to jump into some of those current events and current trends. We do have a question in the chat. So Tina is asking, how do you convince your clients or stakeholders that this is the best way to do it?
Good one. So if you can't currently demonstrate ROI because you haven't led some of your own case studies and experiments, then I would, point them into the direction of the sites that weren't doing it and got hit by the algorithm updates. So if you have a network of colleagues, ask 10 people and at least 5 people of them will tell you that the algorithm updates got their rankings down. You should also talk about the long-term ROI on this type of content, because this is something you can truly reuse. You do, for example, one user interview to create a case study or a mini playbook or an evergreen article with expertise, and you can endlessly use it for social media, for newsletters. Plus, it helps with brand differentiation. Google recently has been looking at brand value also as an indirect signal for rankings. So all of that is going to help grow your brand value as well. So there are quite a lot arguments you can bring to the table. Normally, I like to listen to the specific objections that the clients have and then try to address them one by one. But if you need any case studies or anything, feel free to, ping me on LinkedIn or Twitter. I'll send you some of ours to help.
Excellent. I also wrote down, so there are ways that we try to hack SEO, right? So many companies, and one of those is like listicles, right? So all of these lists of the top 10 companies that do this, or we see in WordPress all the time, like the top 25 people to follow on Twitter and those kinds of things. Is there actual value there other than just ranking? How do you provide better value than just making a list?
So if you look at the typical lists, let's take the people who you should follow on Twitter, you'll see that the top 10 or 20 results, all of them tend to mention the same people. There's maybe 1 or 2 people who are different from one list to another. So that's the fundamentally wrong approach. If you can start your listicle with unique value and research from the get-go, for example, maybe you find some lesser known people in WordPress that you follow on Twitter. Maybe you've engaged with someone on LinkedIn. Maybe you've heard someone give a good talk. And then include those people, because you want to include fresh content, that fresh perspective and opinion when everything else is just being endlessly repeated. So there is absolutely value in listicles. Nothing wrong. I love a good listicle, but try to do it from a different planning perspective and with some research that other people aren't doing.
And since we have a few more minutes, I'm just going to keep asking questions that I'm interested in, if that's okay. Comments on your blog, do we turn them on or turn them off? How do you know when you want to engage with comments or not? And is it industry specific, perhaps?
Yeah, so I think with the way things have changed, people don't tend to use comments anymore. So you're probably better off engaging with people through other channels, maybe like Slack communities, Facebook groups, depending on what your brand uses. When it comes to turning them on or off, nothing wrong with keeping them on, but you have to monitor them for spam, for any insulting content, and then see where that takes you. But in general, I would say, sadly, the comments activity on WordPress is very low.
So as you've said more than once, value is important. So look for the value. Sometimes having comments open, like on a blog particularly, if that's the whole purpose of your site, like when we look at wordpress.org, everything that's in there is open for commenting because it's a community discussion. But perhaps if you're selling auto parts, you don't need to have comments turned on about auto parts, right? So Yeah, there's different ways to look at it there for sure.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I have appreciated everything you've had to say today. Don't know if there's anything else you'd like to add before we move things along, but thank you so much for taking the time. I didn't ask you, where are you? I see you're in a darkened room, but where are you in the world? Where are you located?
Oh, I'm in Croatia. I'm in Croatia, and I'm in a darkened room because we're currently having a heat wave. It is
Oh my
40
goodness.
degrees Celsius. So, you know, AC blasting, darkened room, everything.
Good for you.
But, hey. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you joining us today. Thank you so much. Will you be able to spend a few minutes in our hallway track following this?
Absolutely. Yeah. I will see you there.
Excellent. So I'm putting in the chat right now the link to our hallway track. So anybody that wants to have an opportunity to ask more questions of Lana Raffaele, you can go to the hallway track. And then and there's lots of networking and other great things that are happening there too. At 10 minutes to the hour, so in 10 minutes, we will have another Stellar Team interview. I will be talking with Matt Cromwell. So if you'd like to learn a little bit more about Matt, you can do that. And then coming up at the top of the next hour in this track 1, we'll have a talk from Alex Standiford called How to Create an Affiliate Program to Sell Expensive Services. I like that he added the word expensive. That's pretty cool. And then in track 2, Bud Krause, using low vision as his tool to help him teach WordPress. So some really great topics today. And because we can't be everywhere at once, I can only watch what's happening in my track. We're recording all of these, and next week we will have them up on our YouTube channel and on our blog. So if there's something that you missed or you wanted to see something that was at the same time, you will have an opportunity to rewatch those. Thank you again, Lana Raffaele, for being here. And I really look forward to hopefully meeting you in person someday. That would be wonderful. Thank you.
I hope so too. Thanks so much, Michelle. Thank you, everyone.
My pleasure. We'll see everybody else here in 9 minutes now for the interview with Matt. Thank you. Welcome back. Seems Matt has been detained somewhere else. I think he's in a meeting. So I am bringing to the screen Ramin Cavalcante. Ramin, how are you today?
Doing good. It's a bit hot here in Brazil.
I think it's hot everywhere, but I think you probably are a little warmer than upstate New York. So definitely giving you that one. Thanks for jumping in with me today. So you just said you're in Brazil. That was my first question is where are you located in the world? But other than that, tell us a little bit about, who you are and what your role is at Stellar WP.
Okay, I live in a small farm with a lot of dogs, cats, bunnies, and other animals. And as an IT home office, obviously enjoying the best of my life with my pets. And on Stellar, I work as a QA. So I'm part of the QA team. For now, I part of the TC suite team. I test plugins before they go obviously to production. And I help devs too to try to find any kind of bugs or other edge cases.
So you're a busy person because we are putting out a lot of content and a lot of new products and enhancing our products all the time. So
Yes.
I don't know how you have time for a farm with all the work that we're doing here. But I appreciate that so much. What do you really love about being a member of the Stellar team?
Actually, I think the teamwork is the key part because although obviously, as I said, a lot of part of my job is a bit difficult sometimes because I don't know everything, but everybody in my team is really helpful. And when somebody doesn't know something, we know who to reach to try to find the answer. And everybody's really helpful to be part of the process. Or if somebody knows, even though it's not part of their job, they try to help. So I think the teamwork is the key thing.
I love that. I love our team too. We are being joined by Matt, so I'm going to bring him on the stage as well. Matt, welcome.
Hey, everyone.
I've got Romine in here with us too, and she was just talking a little bit about what she loves about the Stellar team. But before we get to that, tell us, I know you're not home because I saw your tweet, but where are you today? Where are you usually? And what do you do at Stellar?
Usually I'm in Germany. I live in Germany now. I'm about an hour north of Frankfurt in a little tiny town with a castle in it. I am working remotely down in Slovenia for fun. So
just for fun.
I just got here yesterday and going to be here till next week, Wednesday. So
does for fun mean you brought the family or you're batching it this week?
It's a longer story, but my 17-year-old has a friend from California out here and they want to go romping around the Alps. And I said, that sounds great, but not while I'm 6 hours away. I'm going to get 1 hour away from that. And then it sounds
perfect.
Good. So I'm like
very nice.
half chaperone, half just working from remote. So.
Well, I'm going to ask Romine first, this next question, and then I'm going to come to you, Matt, too. So I want to hear from you both. What's coming down the line within your area at Stellar WP this next year that you're allowed to talk about that you're most excited about? Romine, for you.
Okay. Actually, we have a lot of projects related to event tickets. I still can share many of them, but it's sorry if you hear my dogs. As I said, I live in a farm. But we're excited to be more specific about tickets because before it was more simplified, just really a ticket to buy and that's it, to check and that's it. And now you can specify which part of group of tickets. If you don't need to keep on buying tickets to participate of events that are part of a series, you'll be able to buy tickets for a group and things like that. So I'm really excited to when we can review everything about and deliver it to our clients.
Yeah, Gustavo was telling us in the last hour about seating that's coming with the events calendar too. So you'll be able to choose a seat within an auditorium, for example. That's pretty exciting. Same question to you, Matt. You have a little more of a 30,000-foot view on some things and you're in the weeds on others. So I'm interested to your answer to the question.
Yeah, for folks who don't know, I'm a Senior Director of Customer Experience at Stellar WP. I oversee all of our technical support, account services, and customer success for all of our stellar brands. That department, it's always been kind of my passion, where I've always enjoyed WordPress work the most. And we've got a ton in store. We're doing some really awesome things on the CX side of things. And I won't go into all the details, but we're actually going to be trying to blow some minds when it comes to technical support for all of our customers. We want to start bringing the whole support experience inside of our plugins, so that you really don't have to go anywhere. You could be working in your website and you'll instantly be able to have some really excellent, fast, resolution-oriented support in your WordPress dashboard right there for you. So that's on deck. We're going to be rolling that out per product over time as they all get ready for it. It has a bit of an AI focus as well. You're going to be able to get your answers really quickly through some AI that we've been training for a long time. It's not just like simple, dumb ChatGPT type of AI. It's more stuff that's been fine-tuned, trained on our online documentation written by our support technicians. So it's really smart, and we're monitoring the accuracy of it. We're getting over 90% accuracy scores overall. So even, I know a lot of folks, there's kind of mixed reviews. They're like, oh, why do I have to talk to a dumb bot? The ones that we're training are not dumb. They're really smart. So I'm really excited about the way we're going. And we're doing a hybrid approach. It's not only bot oriented. You'll talk to a bot, but then you'll be able to talk to our team too if you still need help. So
I love that.
It's going to be a really robust, human-oriented approach to things, and I'm really excited to see it happen.
And Matt, what is your favorite thing about being part of the Stellar WP team?
My favorite thing really is all of the ways in which we're all very, very different people and doing very, very different jobs, and yet we all get to work on having success in WordPress in so many different ways. I am fortunate that I get to work across all of the brands and seeing them like try to troubleshoot and problem solve different things in different ways, and seeing how like the solutions are a little bit catered towards the unique people that are on those teams. Like the way that solid people solve stuff is a bit different from the way TEC people solve stuff, and vice versa, of course. So it's really cool to be able to see that kind of dynamic environment happening real time all the time. And even though they're, similar problems solved in different ways, they're both seeing success still. So
yeah,
it's a really cool experiment. Michelle was with us on the Give team for so long. The Give team learned a whole lot, and we did a whole lot of really fun and successful things together. And then we get to kind of experiment with like, what does that look like if we try to do that with a different brand? And find out that, not everything transfers over brand per brand, but a lot of things do. So that whole being able to like cross-check and problem solve in different ways for different brands has been really exciting for me personally. I'm really passionate about the WordPress product scene in general. I talk to a lot of product owners all the time. They all have very similar pain points, and they all talk to each other too. But we kind of get to do that like every single day, because all these different products are talking to each other all the time internally. So it's a really fun, vibrant, exciting environment.
Excellent. Well, coming up, it is the next hour. So coming up in just a moment, in track 1, where you are now, is Alex Standiford, how to create an affiliate program to sell expensive services. And in track 2, Bud Krause, using low vision as my tool to help me teach WordPress. I will say, Alex, not Derek. Alex had some oral surgery yesterday, so he did record his. So I'm going to play a recording for that in just a moment, and I'm going to bring him on the screen. Though I'm going to say goodbye to the two of you. We're going to transition over to the next one. Thank you both so much. Thank you, Ramin and Matt for coming in and telling a little bit more about what we're doing here. Thanks. Alex, hello. Are you feeling a little chipmunky today?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. I was sitting at the entrance. I forgot to click Enter Studio. I always forget to do that. Sorry.
I know, you're not alone. We're going to play your video for you though, so that you don't have to talk quite so much.
That's good.
But thank you for being here. So let me just a little bit about what I do first here. I'm going to read your bio. I don't normally bring people on screen because now you just have to sit there and look cute while I or like sweet or whatever the word is, while I read your bio and your talk. But Alex has over 15 years experience using and developing leading affiliate tools. He's worked at the forefront of affiliate tool development and has seen shortcomings in other affiliate tools. He's an active contributor to open source software in general. Most of Alex's contributions can be seen in WordPress, where he maintains a couple of plugins, contributes to a few other projects, and works on core WordPress features that interest him. Today's talk is how to create an affiliate program to sell expensive services. I have to put the emphasis on that expensive part.
Yes,
low cost products are generally a great fit for an affiliate program. What about expensive things? These things are a bit harder to sell using basic affiliate programs. After all, he's not going to scroll on Instagram, see a new car, and buy it on the spot. I mean, I've never done that. But we know that car dealerships very clearly have an incentive program from their salespeople. This talk is going to peel back the layers that go into selling a car and talk about how we can translate these into a set of affiliate programs that incentivize people to help generate leads and sell our products for us. So I'm going to remove us from the screen. Hopefully playing the video is going to work just like I want it to. If you're in the chat, if you're having problems hearing, please let me know so that I can adjust quickly for us. But Alex, we're going to bring you back afterwards for the Q&A.
Sweet. Everyone, and thank you for joining me today. My name is Alex, and I'm here to talk about how you can grow your agency business and scale your sales processes using incentive programs. We're going to look at a few different examples of how other businesses have accomplished this and how you can apply that knowledge to your own agency. If your agency is relying solely on word of mouth, then this presentation could be a real game changer for you. But before we get into that, I'd like to introduce myself first. My name is Alex Standiford. I'm an entrepreneur originally from a little town in Ohio called Dover. I've been fascinated with marketing ever since I had my initial entrepreneurial spark back in 2008 when I lost my job in the midst of the housing crisis. At the time, Twitter was just starting to gain steam, and the idea of freelancing was becoming this popular idea. I was so enthralled by the idea of being my own boss and running my own business, and inevitably found my way into freelancing and business ownership. This inevitably led me to WordPress and running my own WordPress agency. During that time, I built hundreds of WordPress plugins and dozens of websites for my clients. My work caught the attention of Pippin at Sandhills Development, and I ended up working on the Affiliate WP team as one of their lead developers. I became inspired by the different ways an affiliate program can be used and experimented with these different approaches on my own agency. But I found out quickly that I was getting frustrated by the limitations of that software. The key thing I realized I needed was the ability to run multiple different affiliate programs at one time. This idea of having a lead-focused program and a sales-focused program was a key component in my agency's affiliate-based strategy, but I found it difficult to do it very well with existing plugins. Fast forward a few years, and I have built my own affiliate solution called Siren, which is the software I wish I had when I used Affiliate WP for my own business. And just so you know, this entire video is pre-recorded as I had a scheduling conflict that had led to me having surgery on my mouth literally a day before this event, and I wasn't sure what condition I'd be in when this went live. Either way, I should be here to answer questions afterward. Rest assured, however, this presentation is packed with information, and I genuinely believe that you will walk away from this inspired and excited to get started. Now that all of that is out of the way, let's dive in. The mistake that I think a lot of agencies make when building their business is that they assume an affiliate program doesn't work for their business at all. This is usually because these businesses primarily focus on getting people to contact them for a quote. From there, most agencies have an initial meeting, maybe do a little bit of discovery, and then maybe prescribe some way to start working with that person. When I was with my agency, I spent a lot of time either quoting out custom projects or sending out flat rates for a discovery. I was quoting and occasionally selling mid to high dollar projects. These projects were always several $1,000s, and it was usually enough for me to make a livable wage by taking on 3 to 5 of those projects each year. But I, like I know most of you do, depended almost entirely on word of mouth for this business. I just did a ton of networking, and that network drove me an occasional lead. I was able to sell projects for a reasonable price because I had already established trust with that person since I was literally being referred by somebody that they knew personally. The biggest problem I had was that for the longest time, I didn't have a way to build that trust organically. The consequence of this was that I was largely at the mercy of my network, and I couldn't really choose when an opportunity could come to me. This meant that I had to either delay the project or try to take on both of them at the same time. And honestly, I don't love either of those options. But what was more concerning was the opposite side of this, the dry spells. These dry spells in my case would cause me anxiety because I had no money coming in, sometimes for months at a time. This caused a dynamic of feast or famine, where I either was completely overworked or underworked all the time while running this agency business. If you're listening to this and you've ever been a freelancer, you can probably relate to this. You've probably been in this situation at some point in your career. You might even be in this situation right now. When I look back at it, it's clear that the biggest problem for this particular phase of my agency business was that I depended entirely on my network to bring in new leads. I would crawl various communities for when people would ask for help on a project, or sometimes just ask the community for work directly. It works pretty well, but the problem is it's just not predictable. Another issue was the inconsistency between projects. One project would be a new website build. The next one would be a custom WordPress plugin for an e-commerce store. The next would be maybe a custom WordPress block or something like that. The point is, every single project had a completely different pitch, a perceived value by the customer, a different price, and just about everything else you can imagine about it was different. The combination of these two things made it impossible for me to predict how much money I can expect to be earning any given month. Not only did I never know how big my sales pipeline was going to be at any time, but I also had no idea what the conversion rate was going to be since every pitch was completely different. And I didn't have a lot of reliable ways to determine the likelihood that they would convert, aside from a generic confidence level based on the meetings that I've had with them. I honestly believe this is the single biggest problem most freelancers and agencies have when they're just getting started. For me, I was always stressed about money, but it wasn't because I didn't have enough work. It was because I never knew when it was going to dry up. I never had any idea on how much money I could expect to come in. And all of that stress came from two things: inconsistent product offerings and a lackluster sales pipeline. With the pipeline bursting with leads and a consistent product to sell, you can start to get a sense of what percentage of your leads actually convert, and not to mention how long before they convert, and a few other metrics that ultimately make it possible to correlate your pipeline with a better sense of how much money you can expect to earn over the next quarter. I mean, just imagine how much more secure you'd feel if you knew, based on your analytics and history and the size of your pipeline, that you would be very likely to hit your sales goal and be able to fully pay your budget and yourself enough to make a comfortable living before the sales were ever even closed. To me, that's the real value of scaling your sales process. It helps you create a predictable income stream, which will help to keep your mind in a space of abundance, ensuring that you're able to think clearly and making ongoing decisions for your business. Let's take a look at how some businesses outside of web development use incentive programs to grow their sales pipelines and how they differ from traditional affiliate programs. A basic affiliate program works really well on things that are easy to sell, things that most people can on a whim say, hey, I want that, click through and purchase right away. For example, I have my iPhone case here, which I purchased online. I bought this thing through an Instagram ad that targeted me, clicked through, and bought it on the spot. I'm sure you've had experiences like this too. These low-cost, impulse buy products that you see online are generally a great fit for a basic affiliate program, as long as there's enough margin to give the affiliate a workable commission. This is because the customer's journey is so short. With an impulse buy, the entire process, including awareness, research, consideration, and purchase, all happen within minutes, and pretty much always involve a single touch point with an affiliate. But what about the things that don't fit into that category? What about the things that we buy less often but are significant expenses that are absolutely not an impulse buy? These things are a bit harder to sell using these basic affiliate programs. After all, I'm not going to scroll on Instagram, see a new car, buy it on the spot like I did with my phone, right? No way. Heck, I'm not even likely to spend a few $100s on impulse, let alone the tens of thousands of dollars for a new car. A purchase like that has a much longer customer journey than a simple impulse buy. From that, you might think, my product isn't suitable for an affiliate program because it's too hard to sell. And you're kind of right, at least if you're thinking about it like a basic affiliate program. But let's think about that car example again. Car dealerships definitely have an incentive program for their salespeople. In a way, you could say that these dealerships have their own affiliate program, although they do call it something different. The key for success with the car dealerships is that they don't expect their salesmen to do the entire thing. Pretty much all of their sales come from getting out on the lot, talking to people, and focusing on conversion. The dealership's responsibility is to get as many people to the parking lot as they can. The dealership is focused on one thing: leads. They do this with ads and maybe even another incentive program for a person who's focused on generating leads. We'll get to that in a minute. So, looking solely at car dealerships, a few things become quite clear. Number one, we can sell expensive things with an incentive program. Car dealerships have done it for decades. Number two, we will have more success if we split the sales process in two: lead generation and then conversion. In fact, we can replicate the model that car dealerships have used for decades with Siren. Since Siren allows you to create as many programs as you want, and multiple programs can be applied to any sale, we can create a program that incentivizes people to generate leads and another program that incentivizes people to convert those leads. The simplest part of this system is the sales program, since it's not really that different than a traditional affiliate program. Basically, the people in this program are focused on converting the leads that come from the lead generators. They send direct emails to leads, host conversion-focused webinars, and drive conversions to the site using coupon codes and their affiliate link. This kind of thing is the bread and butter of most affiliate tools and can be easily accomplished with any of them, including Siren. But, like I said before, a sales program alone is not enough. Again, successful salespeople are generally focused on conversion, not leads. For that, we need a second program. You need a lead generation program as well as a sales program. A lead generation program incentivizes people to generate leads for you. Depending on your sales process, this could be from generating a visit on your site, submitting a form, or downloading a white paper. Whatever your sales process does that registers a person as a lead in your system are valid options here. What you shouldn't do, however, is pay these people for the lead. This is a common pitfall in the early days of affiliate marketing, where people paid for leads, and honestly, it's kind of why affiliate marketing got a bad rep. It's just too easy to manipulate, and you inevitably end up with low-quality leads flooding your site. Instead, you pay the person when the sales team successfully closes the sale. That way, your lead generators are incentivized to generate quality leads from people who are actually interested in what you have to offer. A pleasant side effect here is that lead generators and salespeople depend on each other. The salespeople need leads, and the lead generators need the salespeople to convert the leads. This promotes collaboration between both parties and gives them a reason to consider ways to create cohesive pipelines together. Siren allows you to credit lead generators in a few different ways. Each one has its own strengths, and which one you should use really depends on how complicated your customer journey is and how big of a commission they can get. Simpler journeys do well with oldest engagement wins, where the first person to refer the customer will get a credit for the sale. This is great because it's simple and it ensures that the person credited gets a full commission. More complex journeys with longer sales cycles may benefit from shared engagement pool or a performance weighted pool, both of which allow you to credit every person who referred this customer long before they made a purchase. This is great because it allows you to easily recognize everyone who had an impact on the customer's journey to the sale. The disadvantage of splitting the commission like this is that it could water down the program to the point to where it's really not worth promoting anymore. A more advanced option could be to approach this with multiple lead generating programs, each one optimized for a different subset of people. For example, maybe you have a lot of podcasters who want to promote a free white paper that you've written about your offering. And you also have several YouTubers who want to create unboxing videos of your product. Both of these people are approaching your customers and your offering in very different ways, and usually are connecting with your customer at different phases in their journey. Instead of lumping both of these into a single program, you could create two lead gen programs, one for YouTubers and another for podcasters, and credit each one of them with their own set of rules. The key takeaway here is to take a step back and look at your customer's journey. Observe the different places that your customer visits during their journey through awareness, research, consideration, and purchase. Where do they go? What are they looking at? Who are they talking to? Once you understand that journey, it becomes clear which people you should collaborate with, and that can help you understand exactly what your lead generation programs should look like. So, how can we translate these processes into something that our agency can use? Well, there's a few approaches, but one method that I've seen agencies do is first create something that's easier to sell. This product simultaneously provides income and also fills their pipeline with potential leads who can buy their higher priced services after the fact. One of the first examples I can think of is Modern Tribe. They have since been acquired by Liquid Web, so their approach has changed a little bit. But for a really long time, they maintained and sold add-ons for a well-known events plugin called the Events Calendar, and also ran an agency supporting that business and businesses that used it. Another similar example is Mission Lab, an agency that focuses its efforts mostly on church websites. They sell a couple different plugins that help churches manage their website easier, but they also offer to build the websites for these churches as well. For both of these companies, their products provide the company with a source of income, but they also serve as a way to fill their pipeline with leads. When their customers come to need web development services, both Modern Tribe and Mission Lab are uniquely positioned to serve those people. What's so cool about this approach is that it creates a very clear funnel that directs people into buying high-dollar products such as websites, but along the way, it ensures that the company earns some money from these people well before they're ready to actually convert and do that high-priced thing like the website. These leads and this pipeline is a lot less likely to rely solely on their network since they're able to build trust with a much smaller priced item instead of relying on referrals. Plus, now that these agencies have a consistently priced product, they can start to gather those analytics I was talking about earlier. They can start to get a feel for how much money they're going to make based on how much traffic they're getting to their website in the first place. Alongside that, they can also look at the conversion rate of their product. These products renew annually too, so they have a good sense of how much money they'll make from renewals as well. This may not be able to account for all of the agency work and the custom stuff, but it does provide some predictability to their businesses. And who knows, maybe they're even seeing some conversion predictability from their product to their services as well. Compared to a custom service like web development, a prepackaged product is significantly easier to sell. Not only is it much less expensive, but also because there's a lot less of a time commitment from the customer to get what they want out of it. This helps customers who aren't quite ready to make a larger commitment start working with you on a smaller scale, where you can get an opportunity to earn their trust while still getting paid along the way. And because of all of these things, these products are excellent candidates for an affiliate program, especially if that program is focused primarily on selling your inexpensive product instead of your very expensive custom services. With this program, you can find affiliates who promote your product on your behalf and pay them a commission for the sale. This allows you to scale your agency's sales process by creating a way to generate leads and incentivize other people to fill your sales pipeline for you. To me, this is one of the best ways to outsource one of the hardest things to do really well in an agency business: sell. So, if you want to scale your agency's sales process, earn more predictable income, gain service clients organically, and diversify your company's income streams, it makes a lot of sense to make a product that complements your services. Now, in the examples I provided, both Modern Tribe and Mission Lab created WordPress plugins, but software is really not your only option here. As long as what you're selling is low touch, fixed in scope, and is something that your customers will actually buy, it's something you can probably turn into a product. Now, what may not be quite as obvious about this strategy, but is also pretty important, is that in both of these examples, both companies ended up zeroing in on at least one specific vertical for what they're offering. This is abundantly clear with Mission Lab, with their laser focus on churches, but it's also the case for Modern Tribe as well. At least that is when you look at it through the lens of the leads that they can generate with the events calendar. After all, the events calendar is only going to attract people who need a calendar on their website, right? Well, it turns out a lot of those websites happen to be colleges, so it's no surprise that several portfolio pieces for Modern Tribe are colleges. In other words, their low-cost offering actually helped tailor their niche, where Mission Lab did the opposite. They picked a niche and built the software to serve those people. This level of focus can profoundly help in your marketing decisions. For example, Modern Tribe has several blog posts focused specifically on higher education on their site, and I'm sure Mission Lab finds themselves at conferences and networking events specifically for churches all the time. With a clear avatar, so much of your marketing decisions just sort of click in place, and having a product can really help narrow that down. What you're selling doesn't even have to be a plugin if that's not your skill set. Some things I've also seen include a course selling your process, a basic website setup service, prepackaged website templates, website audits, books, even consultation services can fit into this. Spend some time thinking about your ideal client, or pay attention to the products that your customers have purchased. Can you make a better version? Maybe something that's more tailored to their needs? Is that product something that a lot of other people would want as well? Once you have a product that you're able to consistently sell, you can start to think about scaling that sales process around your funnel. The key here is that you're consistently selling the product and that the product is being sold without requiring your involvement to make that sale happen. In other words, the customer should be able to complete the entire purchase without needing to contact you and should instead be purchasing your product, probably using a cart or some kind of e-commerce tool. By setting this up, you can now create an affiliate program to promote that product. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying that you need to run out and go build a WordPress plugin right now. There are several different types of things you can sell to your customers. Maybe you're selling an ebook or even an online course that teaches people the basics they need before they can work with you. You don't even necessarily have to charge for this product if you don't want to. A very common option is to sell a white paper that requires that someone signs up for your email list to access. As long as there's some kind of clear conversion that happens and you can track that conversion, you can probably build an affiliate program around it. Just remember, it's important that you avoid paying your affiliates for leads. Instead, you should be paying them when you get paid. Otherwise, you run the risk of paying an affiliate for low-quality leads. The best programs always bind the reward to the result you want. Do you want leads? Not technically. What you want are sales, so make sure to reward for sales, not leads. With multiple programs, you can find people that fit best at different points in your sales funnel. You can start with a traditional affiliate program that focuses on selling your low-cost product that we talked about before. And as your business grows, you may find that some of your affiliates would actually be really good fits for selling your services as well. In these cases, you can set up a lead-focused program. And that program can credit those affiliates with a commission when they generate a lead that eventually turns into a sale. It's even possible to take this even further and create a third program that's focused entirely on closing the sale. Perhaps you pay another affiliate as a salesperson who actually takes the meetings that the lead-focused program generates. This is a much more traditional approach to sales and probably requires that you hire them as an employee as well, but a sales program like this with a good lead generation system is definitely viable. The key point here is that Siren can serve as a stepping stone to help you move yourself out of the sales position in your own business. It starts with an affiliate program, and then it can grow into a full-blown sales process that has multiple touch points from a combination of salespeople and affiliates who generate leads and close sales. Instead of jumping right into having a salesperson, this process focuses on building your pipeline at each stage, ensuring that any salesperson who you do hire is set up to be able to actually close deals and make some money. The secret here is that you're actually creating two products. One is the actual product for your customers, and the other is your affiliate program, both of which you can sell to the right people. What's really convenient about this mentality is that you can usually find both potential affiliates and potential customers at vertical specific conferences. These conferences often have companies that sell things that run parallel to your products, but does not directly compete. Such people can be great affiliates. Of course, you can also be on the lookout for companies that would actually, buy your product and your services as well. But my point is, you now have a product to sell or something to offer to pretty much anybody who attends the right conferences for you. Okay, I know I just threw a lot of information at you. So let's take a step back and summarize the key points. Number 1, if you're relying solely on word of mouth for lead generation, you're relinquishing control over your finance to your network. It's important to transition out of that position and into something more predictable. That predictability can come from a pipeline bursting full of leads. Number 2, car dealerships sell expensive things with an incentive program all the time. You can do the same, but it requires that you take a look at how they approach this. Remember, the car salesman isn't running all over town trying to sell a car. They depend on the dealership to get the leads to the car lot in the first place. Number 3, you can use incentive programs to scale your sales process gradually instead of diving all in to replace your current sales approach entirely in one big step. Number 4, look at the different phases in your current sales pipeline and consider if there's an opportunity to build an incentive program in those different phases. Number 5, if you don't have a sales pipeline at all, you need to start building one. Some companies do this with products, and others do it with educational resources like online courses. If you're looking for a starting point, spend a few days building a compelling free webinar. I'm sure you have plenty of expertise, and I'm sure you will have no problem building one. If this idea seems like something you want to explore further, check out Siren's 6-part affiliate program starter guide. This guide goes over step-by-step actionable advice on how to grow your first affiliate program. Also, consider my weekly podcast, Partnership, where I talk about partnership program strategies, much like what I discussed in this presentation. And as always, swim fast, dream big. Thanks for your time. Woo! Oh, are you muted or is it me?
It's me. That's
okay,
the second time today.
I was like, oh crap, what happened?
That's me. Okay. Anyway, as I was saying, but you couldn't hear me, thank you so much for your talk today. I'm so glad you were able to record it because then we didn't have to miss out on it because of a little oral surgery. Or it's your mouth. Right. It feels like a lot of oral surgery to you.
Yeah,
for
right.
For sure. If you have questions for Alex, go ahead and put them in the chat. But in the meantime, I've got a few in case, maybe people are still thinking about it, or maybe they'll ask you a little bit later. But so I think we can all agree, number 1, that expensive is different to you than it is to me, right? So
Probably.
Expensive can be a car, or expensive can be, $400 worth of a subscription to software, right? So,
yeah.
And depending on companies, and having come from the give world before I entered into the whole Stellar world and working with nonprofits, $360, $400 for software was always the, hey, we really can't afford that kind of thing. So you can use this talk to even talk to people who consider $400 or $500 purchases expensive, right? So,
sure.
And companies that do that. So some of the things that I've learned in the past, and I am not a good affiliate marketer. I'm just not. And I'm not yet. It's something that I'm wanting to learn more about. It's not as passive as people might think it is. It's not, you don't just put a link on your website, right? So people always talk about, affiliate income, it's passive income. There's a lot of work that goes into if you really want to build a revenue stream through affiliate marketing. So, and you talked about some of those things, but what are some of the smaller little things that we can do to kind of be thinking about it daily to add that to our, standard get through the day or get through the week kind of stuff?
In regards to running and building an affiliate program, or?
No, if I was for those people in your affiliate program, like what kinds of advice could you give to them?
So the biggest thing that I always say is your affiliates are people, they're not numbers. So treat them like people. The best way that I've come about helping them is by succeeding first. So I lead by example. So I will do something, and if I find something that works, I will help them to do the same. So I like to think of my affiliates more as multipliers than generators, right? So they're going to multiply what works for me if I can give them the instructions on how to do that as well.
Sure. No, that makes a lot of sense. Because I think of it like I personally don't have anything to fill, like to build an affiliate program on. It's just me. Of course, at Stellar we do, right? But thinking along the lines of somebody who's more likely to join an affiliate program, let's say that you have built it really perfectly. Some of the things that I can do. And I think, yes, we can build blog posts, we can do that, but it isn't always easy. And sometimes it's just a matter of sharing it with the customers that you have in order to be able to bring that back, right? So.
Yeah. And I actually just did a talk about this on my last podcast episode. And actually, we just published a blog post about different landing pages that for inspiration. And ironically enough, GiveWP was on that list because their landing page is awesome. You guys, the Gives affiliate program is so good. But another thing that helps with that kind of thing is like thinking specifically about what your affiliates could be. For example, with Siren, a lot of my affiliates are becoming integration partners, right? So I'm integrating with Lifter LMS soon. I'm integrating with all these other different plugins, and I'm going to give them an affiliate link, and I'm working with them to create some kind of partnership. So it's oftentimes the affiliate in itself is an avatar, right? That's what I was trying to get at when I was in that talk, where I was saying like, this is a product, treat it like a product, find the vertical, find the people who can sell this. Another example, whenever I was running my agency, was focused on breweries, and I found a CPA who was focused on breweries. I found a podcaster who was focused on breweries. Like I went to that vertical, I went to that conference, and I found people all over the place who were not competitors, but they were in the same vertical. They were talking to my customers, right? Perfect affiliates, right? Great opportunity for us to be able to create cross sells and stuff like that.
Yeah. We have some questions in the chat now. I'm going to bring them up. So Merrick asks, is there a standard commission percentage or pay per sale expected by affiliate marketers?
This really depends on the vertical, and it also depends on your own, on your actual profit margin. So if you're not sure, the starting point to figure out what that is first to look at your competitors, see what their rates are. The second thing to do is, of course, to look at your own profit margin to see what you can realistically afford, and kind of go from there. The commission percentage is not the only factor here, though, because another thing is what they call a cookie window. Actually, this is like a whole thing I'm talking about in the next episode of partnership. It's funny. But there's other measurements. There's other things that you can offer. For example, Siren, we were able to get a higher commission percentage because I did a split commission. So you can get 10% for if you bring somebody in within 60 days, but if you bring them in and they convert within 7 days, if you driving that traffic, I'll give you a full 30% commission. So I'm able to give a higher percentage because I split that commission, which drops my average percent down, but it also gives me a way to be able to kind of like bump that number up a little bit higher to make it more appealing to people while also motivating them to get it done quicker.
Excellent. Can I pay a higher percentage on the first sale and lower percentage to the affiliate on renewals?
Yep, you sure can.
I love that. So anything more to add to that, or just a simple yes, you can?
Yeah, sure. So this is one of the reasons why I'm always so excited about Siren's multi-program approach. So to do exactly what you're talking about, you would create one program that offers an initial percentage, and then you create a second program that offers us the lower percentage that you want to do with the renewals, and you set that one to recur. So whenever the affiliate who is set up on both those programs successfully does a purchase, he or she would get credit for both of those programs at the same time, but then the renewals would only apply for the second one.
Gotcha. That makes sense. And then adventure protection. I'm assuming that's not a first and last name. I think that's probably a business. How do you determine an appropriate balance in setting affiliate commissions? Of course, we can't be overly generous with low revenue products, but affiliates want maximum money programs.
So I kind of touched on this a little bit already, but to expand on this even more, So, for example, there's another thing that I've seen people do where maybe you do an overstock program that's like a temporary program on top of your existing that helps motivate your affiliates to be able to actually convert or make a sale on something that you're having trouble selling. An example that I often use is like if you're a clothing company and you have this overstock of pants that for some reason you just can't sell. You've done ad campaigns for them and all this stuff, and you've got a new shipment of newer pants that are selling. You don't really want to put these feature these older pair of pants that aren't selling because you want to make sure that you're focused on generating revenue. This is a great opportunity to create a temporary program that actually focuses on selling that specific pair of pants and gives those people a bonus, your affiliates a bonus for selling that on top of their commission. So you can kind of like motivate people in different ways like that, because doing something like that will actually incentivize your affiliates to look at these pants and be like, where can these work? How can I make these work? How can I sell these? So in terms of the balance, I think that, again, it really comes down to looking at your competitors, looking at what they're doing, and then looking at what you can realistically afford. And if those numbers aren't lining up for you, you can look at, like I said, doing split commission approaches, multiple commissions, so that you can keep your average commission percentage lower. And then also offering like a longer cookie window or doing things to help them be able to sell. Another really good example of this is if you look at Flywheel's partnership program, they have a whole list of all these other benefits that these agencies get for joining in this partnership program that goes above and beyond just that commission, right? You get into a private Facebook group and you get into all these other things that incentivizes people to join that above and beyond just making money.
Excellent. So I'm going to put up on the screen here, if people are interested in learning more about Siren Affiliates, that's it. I didn't see a contact form on your site. So if they want to get in touch with you, how do they do that?
There's a little chat bubble in the bottom right-hand corner, and that will send a message. Melody is the name of the AI bot that I use there. She will respond automatically.
Melody's got your back.
Yeah, she's your friendly mermaid and helper. But if I always see these messages and I always monitor them, so you can I'll respond to it right away. And then of course you can just email me or message me on Twitter. You can also email me at alex@standiford.us. That'll work fine as well.
Perfectly. And I would be remiss if I didn't also add this link. Hold on, it's coming up. We do have an affiliate program at Stellar WP, and I work here, so I need to put this on the screen.
Yeah, for sure.
We have lots of products here at Stellar WP, as you may be aware. You can find them all stellarwp.com. There's a drop down that'll show you our brands. We do have a pretty nice affiliate program there. So if you are interested, that's how you find that out. Alex, are you going to be able to? I know that you're a little sore today. Have you taken enough Tylenol to be able to join us over on the hallway track?
Yep. Yeah, I can join over. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling good.
Awesome. So I've just put the hallway track link in the chat. Alex will be over there. So if you want to network with other people, if you want to have an opportunity to ask Alex some more questions one-on-one, that is the place to do it. I really wish I could be in there today, but I'm here, so I can't be in the hallway track too. But I really kind of want to go talk to people. So I'll just have to do that online afterwards. We do have one more question. I'm going to have this be the last question before I let you go. But if you're selling simple products, as you suggested, like ebooks, simple online courses in the under $50 range, is it possible to make a valuable offer to affiliates?
Yeah, of course. You might have to use a higher percentage or a fixed percent, or maybe even set up some kind of program where you offer some kind of bonus for the book, and then maybe if in a specific time frame they are able, that book is able to like upsell them to something higher priced, then yeah, it's definitely an option. It's just a matter of you just have to treat that as the lead generation program in the lead and sales program. So those people would kind of be counting on the sales generation program to actually do the conversion, so that maybe they can get credit for the bigger sale as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Alex, for taking the time. A little ice on your face maybe later if you talk too much for us. So I appreciate it so much. It's so hard to do something when you're not feeling 100%, but you brought it, and I really do appreciate that. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. So in about 10 minutes, we do have our one-on-one interviews with our Stellar teammates. And so at at 10 minutes before the hour. I keep putting things in my time zone at 1:50 my time, but I don't know what that means to you. So it's about 9 minutes away. We are going to do a quick 5-minute interview with David Johnson, who works on our Solid WP our brand. So we're going to talk to him. And then after that, at the hour, we have some great stuff coming up. Right here in this track, we're going to hear from Lindsay Miller. Her talk is Smart Outsourcing, when and why it works for marketing. And in the other track, we will have David Wolfpaw, who is talking about monetizing your passion, WordPress for content creators. And yes, we are actually recording both streams today. It's so hard to be in more than one place at one time, near impossible. And so we'll be recording all of those, which will give you the opportunity to go back and watch and rewatch any sessions that you missed. So all that being said, we will be back in about 8 minutes now to talk with David, and then we will be back on the hour for Lindsay's talk. Thank you.
Partly cloudy in the evening, becoming cloudy overnight. Low around 55 degrees.
25 got you out there.
Protecting my soul. Level up your store, make it fly. With this plugin, I'll save your goal. With a simple click, you can run your restaurant. Building connections, powering dreams in the vast world of WordPress.
Partly cloudy in the evening, becoming cloudy overnight. Low around 55 degrees.
25 got you out there.
Content Pro, protecting my soul. Level up your store, make it fly. With this plugin, I'll save your goal. With a simple click, you can run your restaurant. Building connections, powering dreams in the vast world of WordPress.
Partly cloudy in the evening, becoming cloudy overnight. Low around 55 degrees.
25 got you out there.
Content Pro, protecting my soul. Level up your store, make it fly. With this plugin, I'll save your goal. With a simple click, you can run your restaurant. Building connections, powering dreams in the vast world of WordPress.
Partly cloudy in the evening, becoming cloudy overnight. Low around 55 degrees.
25 got you out there.
Content Pro, protecting my soul. Level up your store, make it fly. With this plugin, I'll save your goal. With a simple click, you can run your restaurant. Building connections, powering dreams in the vast world of WordPress.
Partly cloudy in the evening, becoming cloudy overnight. Low around 55 degrees.
24, got you out there.
Content pro, protecting my soul. Level up your store, make it fly. With this plugin, I'll save your goal. With a simple click, you can run your restaurant. Building connections.
I'm actually going to kick this off early because David's in the backstage, I guess we call it. And I want to talk to him. So let's bring him on. Hey, David.
Well, hey, Michelle. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing fine on this Friday. It's a great day.
I've already decided at the end of this really long day, I'm ordering pizza. Like, I am not cooking tonight. So I think
You
I've
will have
it.
earned, yeah, whatever you decide, Michelle, you will have earned it. You are putting in the work today. That's for sure.
It's a lot of fun. This is one of those labors of love, right? You get to the end and you're like, job well done. Except for those couple times I forget to unmute. But I mean, who's paying attention? Nobody's counting but me.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. I haven't noticed a thing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So for those of you, those people who are watching who don't know you as I do, because we've been friends for a few years now.
Yeah.
Give us a little bit. I mean, obviously we see your name, we see Stellar behind you. They know that you work here, but tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do at Stellar.
Sure. So I'm David Johnson. I've been part of the WordPress community going back to 2007 now, so a little while, and came from a marketing background, worked with a lot of advised businesses on marketing and technology and all that sort of good stuff. Fast forwarding to today, I am in a role on the Solid WP team at Stellar, and my actual job title is product owner, but that's a little deceptive. So I usually like to explain that what that really means. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
All the money is not going in your pocket for every sale.
Wish. Yeah. I really wish. No, your money doesn't get to me except in the form of, compensation like any other employee, but not ownership in that sense. But I am actually responsible for what the Solid WP team produces in terms of product. And so right now, as you know, Michelle, we have three main products. We have what used to be known as iThemes Security. We went through a rebrand about a year ago now, actually. The rebrand was going on about a year ago this time, finished up late last year. But iThemes Security is now known as Solid Security. It is one of the leading security plugins in the WordPress space with over 900,000 active installs from the WordPress.org directory. So we have a lot of users that are affected by that. We also have a pro version of that. And we produce a product historically known as Backup Buddy, but has been wearing the Solid Backups name for the same amount of time here since the rebrand. And we also have something that's a management tool that's a web-based product called Solid Central, and it allows you to manage all of your websites in one place. So those are the current products, but we're in the process of doing some new things. So that's also very exciting.
That is very exciting.
Yeah.
So for those who don't know, because I know where you live, but what state or part of the world are you located in?
Yeah, fair enough. I'm in Sarasota, Florida, which if you're not familiar with, Florida is on the West Coast, just about an hour south of Tampa Bay. It's beautiful here, although very warm this time of year, I will say.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's true everywhere. It's a little warmer for you than me in upstate New York, but we're still getting in the 80s here. So slightly uncomfortable for sure.
It's the humidity here. I don't know about you, Michelle.
Oh, it's always the humidity. Yeah.
Yeah.
Always.
It's humidity. I'm just grateful we don't have any named storms heading our direction right now because it's that time of year for Florida.
Absolutely, for sure. So I'm asking everybody this question today. What is it that you love about working on the Stellar team?
Oh my goodness. We have a fantastic crew. First of all, there's a wide variety of WordPress products represented here. So, everything from donations all the way through to running events. We've got a fantastic suite of products. And what that means is that the people that sort of assembled into Stellar over the years from those various different directions have a wide range of experience and knowledge. And so there's always someone who knows something about whatever problem you're facing, whether it's, whether developing product or whether you're just thinking about WordPress and the future of WordPress and the state of WordPress now and all that sort of good stuff. People are very plugged into the community. And I will say that people are also just amazing human beings. This is just an amazing team to be a part of, and it's exciting to see everybody producing such great stuff and being so involved in this great community that we know and love.
I love it. As a matter of fact, we love this community so much that we have a full day with 2 tracks, and not a single Stellar person is presenting a topic today. So we've just brought the whole community in and turned it over to hear from what others are doing. And I love that we can embrace the community that way. So whether it's at Solid, which I assume it probably will because that's what you own apparently, or Stellar at large, what's something that's coming down the roadmap this year that you're allowed to talk about? Because I don't know, it might be behind the scenes still, that you're most excited about.
Well, there are a few things coming. So I will say we have one new thing in beta testing right now. And in fact, it's available. If you would like to join the beta test, you can do so immediately. And that is a new item we're working on called Solid Performance. And there's a theme here that I should just mention if you haven't picked up on it yet. Solid WP is really about providing all the tools ultimately that you need to run a WordPress site, all the sort of foundational things. It's like, these are things that maybe they could be built into WordPress. Wouldn't it be great if like advanced security was built in there? WordPress, sorry, is very secure. So I don't mean to, say anything about that, but we all have additional security needs. Wouldn't it be great if WordPress has had all the things? And so performance is one of those areas. And right now the Solid Performance product is in beta, as I mentioned, but it only does page caching so far. Page caching was the one thing that we felt like if you had the ability to get the most bang for the buck, what would be the one thing you could implement on your WordPress site? Page caching is that, and we're excited about it. It's built really well. The beta test feedback has been really great, and it's speeding up sites too. So that performance beta is available right now. The URL is not publicly visible, but if you go to solidwp.com/solid-performance, you can join the private beta right now. We'll just need you to provide your email address. You can opt in, and we'll get you a zip file downloaded, and you can install it and play with it and see how it works for you. So performance. The other thing that I'm really super excited about, we are starting to mention it publicly, so I can talk about it a little bit, but that is that we have re-engineered and reimagined backups from the ground up. Brand new, completely all new solution that we're referring to as Solid Backups Next Gen, and it's coming very soon. The beta for that will be opening in the not too distant future. I don't want to say a whole lot about it, but we're really excited because it's server based. It's a cloud first solution. It's really exciting stuff. Oh, thanks for getting that URL up there. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm quick. I'm behind the scenes. You're talking. I'm working.
I'm telling you. Yeah, that's fantastic.
Getting it done. Fantastic for sure. So other than that, it's exciting stuff happening on WordPress in general. Exciting stuff happening at Stellar WP. Anything else you'd like to share before we kind of cut it off before the next little talk?
Yeah, I'd love to. I could talk for a long time. So you have to
I know
warn
this
me
about you.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, I never use 100 words when 1,000 will do. We are actually rolling out. We've been rolling out a whole bunch of new features in Central lately. And if you're a Central user, you may have noticed we've added some great capabilities. There's a new timeline view that lets you see activities that have happened in Central and with your websites. We've also we're pretty close to rolling out a nice new integration with security. So if you're using Solid Security and Solid Central, you've probably dealt with this. If you've got multiple sites going, how do you address all the security vulnerabilities and updates and manage and prioritize what needs to be patched or tested first? And so this new vulnerabilities view in Central is coming very, very soon. And that will allow you to manage security vulnerabilities, especially across all your websites that are connected to Central from one nice space. And
that is very cool.
Yeah, it includes some data from Patch Stack, which is great. And, if you're already using Security Pro, you know that you can get virtual patching for your sites. But this gets you just one nice centralized view that allows you to do a whole bunch with security related to your sites. We've already got an integration between Security and Central, but this really expands on it, makes it a lot more useful. And there's some new exciting things coming to security itself, which are kind of exciting. We released a new feature that we didn't really make a lot of noise about a couple months ago that allows you to create WordPress accounts with passkeys. You could already sign in with passkeys or add a passkey to your existing account, but this allows you, if you're a site owner and you want to allow your users to create an account with a lot of without friction, You can set this up and it allows them to just enroll a passkey. They don't need to create a password. It's completely passwordless experience for creating WordPress site accounts, which we're kind of excited about that. And that's also connected to some other new things that are coming. So lots of exciting things. Our team has been very, very, very busy this year. And
so I want to touch on something you haven't touched on, which is Solid Academy.
Thank you. Yes. Oh my
it's
goodness.
Okay. Last weekend, I was at WordCamp Canada, and I had the good fortune, to have dinner with Corey Miller, who was the previous owner of iThemes, which is now Solid, and Nathan Ingram. So the three of us, with a couple other people, we had a nice dinner, and I just love the work that Nathan's doing through Academy, and I thought maybe you could just give us, we have like 1 minute that you can talk about what happens with Academy.
Oh, the Academy is fantastic, and I had it in my notes to bring it up, but I forgot to look. So I'm glad you mentioned it because, the Academy is actually they're getting a look at our new backups product starting next week. So if you're an Academy member, you get early access to stuff. But the other things that are going on in the Academy, Nathan does a fantastic job. There's all sorts of educational material. There are literally hundreds of pre-recorded resources available if you want to learn anything about running a WordPress-based business, running an agency, monetizing your WordPress work. It's all in there. And Nathan also just does live stuff every week, keeps you up to speed on new plugins that are coming out, news in the space. He's got special webinars. There's some great material from Kathy Zant here that's been happening recently with security. So always new stuff. And it's included if you purchase the Solid Suite, which is a way to get all of the Solid WP products. Yeah. And it's fantastic.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good stuff. It's nice when a product creates an environment for people to continue to grow and learn. We had Alex and Carolyn from Yoast earlier this morning, and the Yoast Academy, which is built on LearnDash, by the way. Got to put that in there. And then then we've got a bunch of things, that learning environments for our products as well. But the Solid Academy is a really, really good one. So if you're interested in joining, you will get that for sure. So anything else? Have I missed anything?
Nope, I think that's it. I'm really excited about what you're doing with Stellar Spark here today, Michelle. Fantastic event so far. I know it's going to go well. And it's just great to see you and say hello to all you that are watching. Yeah, get acquainted a little bit. Fantastic.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So
thank you.
I'm going to bring this up on the screen real quick. Merrick says they sit on a lot of Solid WP's presentations, and thank you for hosting them. So I love positive feedback in the moment. That's fantastic. Gotta love it.
Yeah, once in a while I get to pop in. Nathan allows me to pop in from time to time and chat with people.
He'll let you from every now and then, right?
Once in a while, yeah.
Well, thank you so much, David. We're going to move along to our next talk, but it's been great chatting with you and learning a little bit more. And I'll see you in Slack.
All right, thanks for having me here. Yep.
We'll see you. Bye-bye. So our next speaker is, I keep saying this about everybody, a good friend of mine, but she really is, Lindsay Miller. So after spending a decade in politics and almost the same amount of time in WordPress and WooCommerce ecosystem, Lindsay Miller created My Marketing Assistant. Her passion for making a difference in the world led her to create a business built around the success of others. Lindsay's goals when working with clients is to eliminate the marketing mystery. She knows her clients win when we know and follow the rules. Lindsay doesn't take shortcuts. She does the work to help clients grow their businesses the right way. She works to stay knowledgeable about marketing strategies to ensure her clients follow best practices. One of her favorite things is talking to clients about creative strategies. Lindsay graduated from the University of Oklahoma with a bachelor's degree in history and a master's degree in clinical mental health counseling. Lindsay loves spending time with her family and friends in her off time. She takes pride in her volunteer service and loves giving her time to organizations and causes. She enjoys traveling and cooking. In fact, she takes cooking classes in almost every new location she visits and believes it's the best way to learn about other cultures. I think that's pretty cool. I love food. So, there you go. You can find Lindsay with a book in her hand when she's alone. She says her partner, Corey Miller, and her children, Callaway and Lillian, are collectively the funniest and sweetest human beings. They make life worth living. And yes, they absolutely are. So today, Lindsay's going to talk to us about smart outsourcing, when and why it works for marketing. Outsourcing can be transformative for your business, streamlining your marketing efforts, reducing costs, and bringing specialized expertise to your projects. Whether you're a small business owner or a marketing manager, you'll learn about the benefits of outsourcing, when it's the right choice for your business, and how to choose the perfect marketing partner. In this talk today, you're going to hear the outline, practical insights, and real-world case studies that demonstrate the impact of strategic outsourcing. By enhancing your marketing strategy through outsourcing, you can achieve better results with less effort. Let's bring Lindsay in. Hey,
hi. Lindsay. Can you introduce me all the time? That sounded so nice.
I always let people stay in the green room, so to speak, right? Like it's so hard to be on camera and just like smile through your introduction. So I do it for you, and then I bring you in. But yeah, this is exciting. I often tell the story of how I would have people come to me when I was back in my freelancing days building websites. So websites are part of marketing strategy, right? But building websites, when people would come to me and say, I feel dumb, like I should be able to do this for myself. And I used to say things like, I can't fix the engine of my car by myself, so why should you be able to build your own website, right? So like we all have core competencies. We have things that we're focusing on that bring us the best value in the moment. And sometimes outsourcing those things is what really can actually help you generate more revenue. Hope I didn't steal your bottom line, but I'm excited to hear your talk.
I'm just going to keep listening to you, Michelle.
Oh, I'm about ready to turn it over to you. I'm going to grab a sandwich. No, I'm actually going to keep listening because I want to hear your talk. But are you going to talk? Do you have slides
I do have slides. So let me do my, I guess, share my screen here.
Yep.
Oh, I show my whole screen. No, I don't. Okay, I don't have to.
You can pick,
I was hoping I didn't have
pick
to.
whichever one you want. Yeah.
Nobody wants to see all of my things.
I have too many tabs open. I would scare people if I shared my whole
screen.
I
think that's exactly the where I was getting.
All right. So it's over to you, Lindsay. I'm going to remove myself. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. And I'm also going to start my timer because I'm going to have to keep track of myself because I can talk about this all day. I think that marketing is one of those things like Michelle, your car engine example, it's fantastic because of course, you're going to have somebody that does that. When it comes to marketing, people have this misconception of like, well, it's just social media. It's just writing emails. It's a blog post. How hard can it be? I should do those things. But it really is a specialized skill. And even though I've been in marketing for so long, I don't know all of the marketing things. So even though I would consider myself an expert in marketing, I can't possibly be an expert in all facets. And so that's why we have teams that come together to bring their own expertise. And so these are the things we're going to talk about today. So let's just go over all of this, right? So one of the top reasons that a business fails is because of ineffective marketing. Like, no joke. These are cited things from Gartner and PricewaterhouseCoopers. And then even whenever you're talking, there was one of these organizations did a survey and found that 75% of chief marketing officers continue to face increased pressure to do more with less. And every single person out there, if you are in a marketing department or if you're supervising a marketing department, I know you know what I'm talking about. Because that's the thing. It's like, we can use AI now. We can use all of these tools. So you don't need budget for X amount of things, right? So we're under more pressure as marketers and as executives and as business owners. And yet it's such an important part of how our business succeeds. And so today we're really going to talk about 4 overarching things: the benefits of outsourcing. When is the right time? Because if you have a new business or anything else like that, you really got to look at those numbers and find out when is the right time to find an outsource partner. And then choosing that right person. What are some things to look out for? We even have some sample questions that I can go over when you're interviewing agencies or freelancers. And then finally, sort of ending the talk today with practical insights of how to make it really successful whenever you do choose to outsource. So first off, let's just talk about the benefits. So when you're working with an outsource partner, you are talking to people with experience and expertise. It also can be really cost effective. And we're going to go into this a little bit further. It also tends to save a lot of time, not for lots of various reasons. And it lets you also just enhance your strategy and your creativity. You always heard the 2 heads are better than 1. And the same thing happens whenever it comes to marketing. So first, when you outsource, it's going to give you an access to a wealth of expertise and experience. So not only marketing agencies, but also marketing professionals and freelancers who are out there, they can bring specialized skill sets that may not be available in-house. They may not be skills that you have yourself. And so it really allows you to broaden your reach, broaden your own knowledge base by bringing in experts that can help assist you. You also have somebody else that's keeping up with all the latest trends. Like sometimes that feels like a full-time job. Like think about all of the introduction of new tech, not just this year with everyone talking more about automations, but all of the new tech spaces that come out, all of the new, even if we talk about just WordPress plugins, there's constant innovations. We just listened to David and Michelle talk about all the things that Stellar is doing with their products, and can you possibly stay on top of all of that as a business owner, right? So bringing someone else in that has their area of expertise and the things that they're focusing on can really help you stay on top of those latest trends. Agencies and freelance professionals also have experience working across different industries. It means that they can bring in diverse insights and strategies to your business. So, for example, we have someone on my marketing assistant time who spent a lot of her background in social media in construction. And so when we've had construction companies come to us, we're like, yes, we can handle that. Now, if I was handling their marketing on my own, it may not be an area that I could really help somebody. But because we have a diverse team with diverse backgrounds, we're really able to come to the table with that. And this is the case for all agencies, or when you're interviewing freelancers, you can find people with the background that you need. Established marketing agencies also have a proven track record. Freelancers too, if you're interviewing people, they can show you case studies and testimonials from past clients just to demonstrate their ability to deliver results for you. So if you take this example, you have a small business that doesn't have a dedicated social media manager. And by outsourcing, they can now tap into the expertise of social media specialists who know how to create engaging content, how to manage their campaign, and analyze results effectively. So coming in immediately and taking that over without any training, without any major overhead, and it brings those people in. Another great example is a company looking to improve its SEO. SEO is something that often is outsourced. And sometimes it's because they don't have the right person in-house. Sometimes it's just because it is so specialized that it's easier to find somebody outside of the team. And so those people are coming in with very specific expertise in organic search marketing and can stay on top of the website and all other areas of the marketing pieces to make sure that it stays top of mind. And so those are two just like very specific examples or even general examples that can talk about how expertise and experience can really help broaden everything for your business. Now, this is probably my favorite thing about outsourcing. I do this with my own business as well. It's really cost effective. And I don't think that hiring is nearly as difficult as everybody says it is these days. I found some really fantastic team members to be a part of my team, but I do think it's time consuming and it is really pricey. So when you're thinking about hiring someone and you're considering salaries and benefits, training that person, outsourcing can often provide a better, I hate to say ROI, but can often return better for you because you don't have to go through all of those different steps. For even at my marketing assistant, we're constantly training and developing because we do have to stay on top of all of these trends. And so taking that on as a business owner, it is expensive. But now if you're having to do that within your own in-house team, you get to save that money. We have an example here that I wrote out that, you have a small business that needs graphic design, content creation, and social media management, and hiring 3 different specialists to fill those roles inside your business can be really expensive. But finding a full service agency that can provide those services, even if they're just like fractional pieces of what they're providing, can tend to be a lot more cost effective for you. And so as business owners, sometimes it comes down to bottom line, right? And so outsourcing can really be a benefit here. Time savings. This is the other thing. We want to save time and we want to save money. That's all any of us ever think about. And so outsourced teams tend to bring, refined processes and methods to the table. They're going to ensure that tasks are completed quickly and effectively. For them, like if they don't meet those deadlines, like they're going to potentially lose a client and you get to go find somebody else to fill that role. It doesn't necessarily take all of the, performance reviews and things like that. So when you're working with somebody on the outside, like they're going to stay on top of their project management. They're likely also working for other people. And so that has to be an important part of just their daily routine and where I think they can really succeed for people. They also are ensuring there's regular marketing efforts. It's the same thing. They're doing project management all the time and they're maintaining this consistent schedule for you. And that's really crucial for engagement with your own audience. There's also this routine tasks, taking those just off of your plate, like social media posting, email marketing, making sure things are connected on the background, content updates. All of these things can be outsourced by teams, freeing up your own time and time for your team as well. One of the things we like to say, and the people sometimes that we really love to work with the most are marketing managers or marketing directors, because they understand what needs to happen at a very high level. And then they can come to us and we get to do all of the, smaller tasks and things that just gets it off of their plate that's so time consuming, so they can continue to think about strategic initiatives, larger campaigns that are really impacting the overall vision of the business. And then we're just kind of taking the execution off of their plate and it frees up hours in a day for them. And so it really is a major, time savings. So we also consider, enhanced strategy and creativity. So outsourced teams can, bring new and innovative ideas into the marketing because they're bringing fresh perspectives. They haven't been involved in the business for so long that they're just kind of stuck in that tunnel vision of things that they've tried before that maybe didn't work, or ideas that they wanted to happen. And so it really can help people think outside the box. Working with a diverse team of creative professionals. So, teams that you bring in, if it's an agency, for example, they are going to have varied backgrounds and experiences. And ultimately, it's just going to create a more creative and well-rounded marketing approach and just keep you talking to the diverse audiences that you already have. We also get to utilize the benefit of for strategic marketing and planning. So having somebody else that's thinking about these strategic initiatives and planning and thinking ahead of time. So for our team and other agencies like us, we're not just we're done thinking about July. I had to look at my calendar and be like, what month is it? But we're done thinking about July. We're already halfway through planning or already executed things for August. And we're now talking about September, and in our forefront of our mind, we're thinking about the fourth quarter of this year for all of our clients. And so that's what outsourcing to people is bringing to the table. It's we're not just creating defensive marketing. We're in offensive marketing, trying to drive all of these initiatives forward. And we talked about this, already, but you're going to find I'm repeating myself a lot in this presentation today because these concepts really do repeat each other, but staying ahead with continuous innovation. So we want to make sure that marketing is staying fresh and competitive. They're bringing in all of these new ideas and approach. And this is just one of the many benefits of working with an outsourced agency or freelancer. So now I want to talk about common misconceptions, because I think we get in our head sometimes when we think about bringing someone else in who quote unquote isn't our employee, and what does that mean for us? And so probably top of mind is fear of losing control of our brand and messaging. And it doesn't. Like, reputable agencies, reputable freelancers should and do work closely with clients to ensure there is brand consistency and voice alignment, and that it is very seamless when you have somebody else creating for you. And so, like, I think that's probably the number one thing that I hear the most. The second is people really perceive it as expensive. And for sure, costs are involved. Like, marketers, agencies, and freelancers aren't going to work for free. But it can be more cost effective compared to maintaining an in-house team. We already talked about it: salaries, benefits, training, like keeping everything up to date, sending somebody computers, like equipment. All of these things factor into those costs that don't exist whenever you are outsourcing these things. I'm not going to go over all of these bullets because I don't want to run out of time today. But one more thing, talking about is like data security. We talk a lot about data security. And so, like, we all follow strict confidentiality agreements. If we don't, we're going to talk about that later when we talk about writing or finding the right partner, excuse me. But there's data protection protocols and ensuring client information is secure. And the best agencies and the best freelancers already have these things in place. And so when you're interviewing people, you can make sure that it's there. One more thing to talk about is like just the expectation of immediate results. And like, I'm going to pick on social media here because I hear this so often, but it's like, okay, I've now outsourced this and I'm going to get immediate results compared to like when my team is doing it and it's taking so long. And we know outsourcing can lead to substantial growth, but it does still require, no matter who's doing it, time and consistency. And so all of these things are common misconceptions that are easily talked through and disproved. Now, when is the right time to consider outsourcing? So, does your in-house team lack the necessary skills and expertise that you're needing to take your marketing up to the next level? It can be beneficial for things like SEO. I mean, again, often outsourced to other people because it is such a specific niche of the marketing T, right? The T-shaped marketer. And so this can be something there: content creation or even social media management, just depending on who you have on your in-house team and where their skills lie. It doesn't mean they are lacking. Like I said, I don't know every single facet of marketing, or am I an expert in every single facet? And so, your marketing manager, your marketing director can't possibly know all of those things either. And so if they're lacking an area where you're ready to expand in, it is absolutely time to consider outsourcing. If your business doesn't have the time, the personnel, or the budget to dedicate to a robust marketing strategy, outsource can potentially provide the needed support without overextending your internal team. And this goes right into the next piece, or I think this is the last point on my slide, of scaling quickly. So when you need to scale your efforts quickly, a new product launch, or suddenly one of your marketing campaigns is taking off and so you're ready to capitalize on that, outsourcing can allow you to scale your marketing efforts up or also scale them down based on your current needs and your budget, and often without a long-term commitment. So you have the right partner, you're able to be like, I need more from you this month, I need less from you the next month. And so that really allows you to base your decisions on your own budget and needs without having to sacrifice, your full-time employees. And, if you have a slow 3 months and you have to let team go instead of just scaling back from an outsourced team, that looks really different from a business owner's standpoint. So this is going to go over a couple of slides because I think this is really important. Now that we've kind of like said, when do we choose the right time? We've decided it's the right time. Now it's time to choose the right partner. And I take this piece really seriously because I just hear from people all the time that come to me and they had bad experiences with a freelancer or an agency, and Sometimes it's absolutely those people's faults. We call them a shadency because they're out there doing, shady business practices. But sometimes it's just because you didn't choose the right partner. You didn't take the time to really think through your needs and what you were really wanting. And I think that can really be helped on the front end of this so that you and the partner that you choose have a successful relationship, because nobody wants it to end badly. So you want to find a partner that has industry knowledge. So are they somebody that understands what you're wanting to talk about? Like, well, let's talk about WordPress. Do they know to capitalize the P? Right? Like, I know that sounds so silly, but like, think about how many times in your marketing for like your WordPress based business that you type the word WordPress on social media, on emails, on a website, like how many times you type WordPress. And so to have to like tell somebody time and time again in a feedback process to capitalize the P might get a little old, and it's probably not the right partner. So you really want to make sure that they have some industry knowledge so they can understand market dynamics, they can understand your target audience. Now, I don't think it's possible for every person everywhere to have like intimate knowledge. And I'll give a great example. We had a not successful partnership. And we all like to talk about all the successes, but I'll be honest. We had a not successful partnership with a construction company, right? I told you we had a team member who has a background in that. And that did not work out for us. But some of that was just, and I'm going to talk about it again in a later slide because it's a really good example of how to make things better. But we can't possibly know everything about their business in a couple of short conversations, right? It really is about this long-term relationship, learning, feedback, communications, because I can't get in someone's head after 30 minutes. I can't even be in somebody's head after 6 months. I can get a whole lot closer after 2. But it just there's just no way. You can't possibly know everything about my business and my voice after a few conversations either. So there really is this fine line between industry knowledge and then understanding everything about your business. So we can know the industry, we don't know you specifically. And so there has to be some give and take there. Second, you want to find a partner with a proven track record of success. So when you're interviewing someone, do they have case studies? Do they have client testimonials? Can they provide insight into their own capabilities? And truth be told, most agencies live and die by referrals. So ask your networks who they use, or ask, the person that you're talking to if they have somebody that you can ask about their relationship. So make sure they have a demonstrated success rate of some kind. Third, communication and collaboration. Geez, this is so huge for all relationships, right? No matter if they're business relationships or interpersonal relationships, communication is important. But especially when you're outsourcing to partners, collaboration is really important. This ensures your partner is going to prioritize regular updates, transparent communication. They're not just going to fall off the grid. But this is the right space. You want to find somebody that can do these things really well. We talked about this, when to consider, right? So that you have the freedom to go up to more services or scale back down depending on your market and your budget. And those can change. And so you have to find a partner that can scale their services to match your evolving needs, whether you need to ramp up or ramp down. And so this is another really important aspect, not only for your own business decisions, but choosing the right partner on the front end. 4 more points. So, good partners are going to bring fresh ideas, strategic thinking to all of your marketing efforts. They're going to ensure your campaigns are both creative and effective. And so, finding the person that can do this or the agency that can bring this to the table is really important for your overall success. Next, find somebody who's dedicated to understanding and meeting your unique needs and your own goals. So I put here like committed to clients, but it's more than just like committed to clients. It really is committed to their success. So find somebody who really wants you to win, not just find another client for their roster. Like find somebody that like believes in you, believes in your vision, and is going to be committed to that too. Did I repeat communication and collaboration? Oh my gosh, I did. Look at that. Well, that's how important it is. So I'm sticking by it. We can skip it though. I don't have to talk about it again. And then finally, your partner should have a good culture fit. So they need to be somebody whose values, and work styles align with your own company culture and can lead to a more harmonious and productive relationship. And so if those values don't align, like we talk a lot about that when we hire for our own like company culture, but it's also really important when we're outsourcing to anybody. And honestly, like I don't care if it's your CPA or you're a lawyer or you're a marketer, like when you're outsourcing any service, still finding somebody that like fits who you are is really important. And here's what I realized just now. That communication and collaboration on this slide is actually supposed to be contracts. And this is important. So I'm going to talk about it, even though you're not seeing it on the slide deck. Sorry, y'all. But partners should be transparent about pricing and contract terms, like no weird hidden fees. And it lays out like clear ownership of content that's created, projects that are created, analytics, and ads accounts. So here's the horror story, and this is why it should be here, highlighted a little bit more better than it is. But the horror story is how many clients that have come to us, they've left a shadency, so they've left a shady agency, and they're transferring things over to us. And we're like, oh yeah, that's great. Can we get access to your analytics? And the former agency won't hand it over. They've said, no, we're the ones that created that analytics account. That belongs to us, not to the client. And like, I'm not kidding. This is like real life that this has happened. It's also happened where they've been like in their WordPress website and they won't turn over the admin of that. Then they're like, well, if you look at your contract, if you leave us, even though you already paid for that website, we're the owners of that website. You have to pay us an X amount of dollar fee for separation. And like holding those things hostage, ads accounts. I have had to restart ads accounts, which is just all of this is incredibly unethical. I can't imagine running a business this way from this place of scarcity instead of abundance. I could talk about this all day long. But these contracts are really important when you're choosing the right partner to make sure these things are lined out. Even if we're like, this would never happen, it does all the time. Like I don't even have that big of a business and I hear these stories all the time. And so just make sure when you're entering into these agreements that like you're looking at all of those pieces. Okay, moving on. So here's where you go. Like now you're choosing the people. We have these things in mind. Like, how do you know? So like we know contracts are important. We know collaboration is important. We know community. Like, how do you know? So you have to research potential partners. Here's this like, sure, you save time from hiring someone, but you still are going to have to go do a little bit of research to choose. Do you want a freelancer? Do you want an agency? Which one do you want? And then you can start going down from there. You're going to need to review their portfolios, each side. You're going to read their testimonials that they're speaking of, and then you interview your short list. So research everybody, like take a list of 10, research all of them, then have a short list of 2 or 3 and like interview them. Like you are in control. You don't have to go with the first person that a friend recommended or that came across your Google search. And then interview them. And then here are just some examples of some sample questions. If you want me to email these to you later, you can email me and I'd be happy to send them to you. I have more as well. This is all that fit on the slide. So, questions like, can you describe the team members who are going to be assigned to our project? What are their specific roles and their expertise? can we speak to some of your past clients? I've had people ask. I don't know that anyone has ever actually called those numbers that I've given them, but I do have clients that are willing to take phone calls and emails from potential clients. And so see if they have any of those, that they're willing to do that. And then I really do think it's important to have them explain their pricing structure and the terms of contracts. Like, are there any hidden fees? If you sign up, are you committing to a year or more, or is it month to month? Like, those are really important things for you to know ahead of time before you even, finally make your decision. Okay, so next I get to talk about a really fun case study, because I promised you case study examples. So this is one that we love talking about. We are working for the Oklahoma Touchdown Club. So OU, which is my alma mater, is a huge football school, if you are familiar with that. And so they came to us. I spoke at a event last year, I think it was, and talked about social media. And they approached afterwards, and they have an older membership with some technology changes. So during COVID, or I should say before COVID, and I hate talking about COVID stuff, but changed a lot of things. They were able to put their membership thing inside of a season ticket holder's tickets when they were mailed out. And it was like, you just got your season tickets, join the Touchdown Club, you get free parking, you get early access to important games, all of this sort of thing. Well, post that, when everything went electronic, there was no more insert. And so their membership started dwindling. They also had limited resources. All of the money that they take in goes back out to support the program. So they have 2 people that have been there for 30 years, and they had no expertise in social media, but they knew that they needed to start talking to a younger crowd. So they were able to outsource to us. And we reactivated an account that hadn't been touched in probably 5 years. We increased engagement by, thousands, 10,000%. I can't even remember the month over month. It's insane. And we're able to promote memberships so that they were finally starting to sell memberships in a way that they had never sold them before. Another really great example about this specific client too is that we're only where their people are. So they wanted to be where are we on social media? We're not doing TikTok. We're not even on Instagram. We are squarely in Facebook because of the demographic that they were looking for. And it's just gone gangbusters. And if you want to go look up OU Touchdown Club on Facebook, go like them and follow them, and go look at all of the cool stuff that we've created for them. So love talking about them. I'm almost done, Michelle. I know I'm running late on time. So some practical insights. So we've talked about this again. I'm going to repeating a lot of things here, but it's just important to go back over. So clear communication with the people that you're outsourcing with. Are you going to have regular meetings? How are the updates coming so that you can keep everybody together? Defining goals. So you as the marketing professional inside of an organization, or as the business owner, you need to be here's our vision. Here are my defined goals. It's up to your outsourced people, your outsourced teams, to meet those goals. But you have to define them, right? Sometimes we have a shared responsibility. I have so many people that are just I don't know what this should be. That's okay. But you need to have your overall vision of, we're trying to grow by X amount. We think that these are the ways that we're going to do it, and then have that conversation. Analytics reviews. Regularly review analytics, have feedback sessions, and help track that progress so that everybody's making necessary adjustments. So I'm going to pick on SEO a little bit here, but you work with a lot of outsourced individuals like freelancers or agencies, and they're we're doing your SEO, and you may not have any expertise in that at all. And granted, I'm talking to a very technical audience here, but for the most part, people don't have any knowledge about what that means or what those activities are. And so agencies or freelancers tend to just be oh yeah, we're doing that, and it's on autopilot, and there's no really analytics review or feedback session or reports that are coming out of that. And so you want to make sure that you're having those. And then also, marketing landscapes change really quickly. So not only does like your outsourced person have to be flexible, but like you do too. And so just keep that in mind. You need to be involved in everything that's happening. You're the one with the knowledge about your business. So just like our construction company that we worked with that didn't end successfully, we needed them to be involved. We needed them to give feedback and collaborate with us to let us know like where we were going wrong so that we can improve. If we don't know, if we don't have that feedback, like there's absolutely no way that we can meet those expectations if they haven't been clearly communicated. Building a long-term relationship. Like I was at a client party this week. Like they were celebrating their 5th anniversary and I went over there to go celebrate with them. That's because like we've started to create long-term relationships that honestly just lead to more successful outcomes for the client because we're able to do that. I'm going to skip this one and go to continual improvement. So this feedback and feedback loop is really important for the success of your work with an outsourced professional. And so you have to be able to give someone critical feedback, know that it's not going to hurt their feelings, and that feedback and collaboration is just going to be better for your business. And so you have to do that piece. And finally, is like this trust aspect is like, if you've come to me and you've asked me to handle your marketing and we have gone through all of the interviews and you've seen all of the things and everything that I tell you or everything that I do for you is just filled with doubt. It's filled with, oh, this isn't going to be good enough. How do I know that they know what they're talking about? All these things. Like this trust piece is so important. And so we talk about like our ideal clients rely on our expertise and they trust that we know what we're doing. And if someone doesn't trust us, they're not an ideal client. And sometimes we need to exit them too, because it's just not a good fit for anybody. It also puts you as the marketing professional who's outsourced a team or as the business owner in this place of like constantly doubting and double checking. And now you've created like this whole other level of work for yourself that just is not going to be successful. This is so important for me that I left it here. So like, or I added a quote here. Like Stephen Covey says, like, trust is the glue of life. And like, isn't that true? Like, no matter who it is, like trust is the glue. And it's the most essential ingredient in effective communication. So whether it's with your client, your team, or anybody, here's like, if you don't listen to anything else, I guess I should say, when you're outsourcing, make sure you're outsourcing to somebody that you can trust and just let them do their job. Okay. I'd love to open the floor for any questions you may have. Feel free to ask about any aspect of outsourcing, how maybe it could benefit, your working relationships to your business. You can ask like detailed questions. So you can ask about specific scenarios that you're facing right now. I'd be happy to talk through that, or give any other guidance for anything we've covered today.
Excellent. Wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
I texted your husband. I'm like, wow, she's really good at this. In the middle of all of it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, some of the things like I don't even know if there's so much questions as points that I thought of while you were talking. When I was freelancing, and granted, I was doing mostly web design, but other marketing things as well. And one of the things that I had a customer whose business was Lily's Poop Patrol. They don't exist anymore. They've moved on to other things. But their business was picking up your dog's business, right? So that was the whole idea. So he came to me, the owner of that came to me and he said, we also need a logo. Do you do logos? And I said, yeah, I could do logo. This is before Canva, by the way. So this was like completely whatever. So they wanted me to create a logo, and he has a folder of papers with him. He says, I thought we could use one of these dog pictures. And it was every cartoon dog you've ever seen. So it was like Goofy, and it was like Scooby-Doo and those kinds of things. And I said, we cannot, because that would break so many laws if we started to use somebody else's. Why don't we use a picture of your own dog? And I was able to turn Lily into Lily's Poop Patrol logo. But one of the things that you save people from is the pitfalls of using copyrighted materials and trademarked materials too, because some people just don't know.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think that's that part of like you're bringing this expertise to the table and you're thinking about things that they don't.
Yeah.
So we often talk about this and because I think that copyrighted pieces is important, but also it's like showing a diversity of people in your materials. And so we talk about it all the time. Like we never want a client to get called out because all of their people look the same. And so we're like, we want a diversity of humans and skin colors and abilities and ages and like all so like because we're choosing images a lot of times for people. And so like it sounds so like basic, but like that's a really important part of our job is to make sure that that featured image on the top of a blog post is like reflecting their audience. And it's
Right.
probably not something that our clients think of very often at all, but it's something that we're doing on their behalf.
Absolutely. I also wrote down, I made a whole page of notes. We won't get through them all. But anyway, the next thing I wrote down was creativity because I have also, this is past life stuff, right? So this is before I started working for somebody else. But I did sites for like bookkeepers and I did sites for people who lawn mow and things like that, right? Mow lawns. And so they don't necessarily have the creativity to think about marketing when they're so focused on numbers or they're so focused on their lawnmower and the lawns and doing those kinds of things. You know, halfway through a lawn, you pull out your phone and do some text, some tweeting or something. So it takes that need out of their hands and allows them to have creativity through you.
Absolutely. And like sort of to add on to that, and this is another piece, gosh, I felt like 30 minutes was going to be so long. And then quickly, as I was putting this
It
together,
goes
I was like,
fast.
it wasn't long enough. But I think that's also one of the limitations of outsourcing to other people. So, for example, we work with a lot of med spas, which tend to be not only just the business owners, but the people who work there, really creative and fun. And they're not afraid to be on camera. So, like, it's really hard for us to replicate the fun in office things that our med spa clients can do. I wouldn't even say hard. It is impossible for us to do those things. And so one of the things that we talk about with those types of clients who are coming in and maybe even all clients is we say like here's what we can provide but like here's what we can't. And so like for social media as an example, we can talk about those med spas like services, we can talk about their sales, we can celebrate holidays and new employees and all of this. We can't be in their office doing like a demonstration of a service to a funny song. You know what I mean? Like we can't do that piece. And so like if that's all they're wanting are like funny, quirky things that you really need to be in their office to do, like it isn't somebody we're going to be able to work with. And truth be told, like they'll never be able to outsource those marketing efforts because no one can replicate that unless they're in office all the time with them.
Sure. No, that makes sense. Yeah, for sure. Let's see, what else did I write down? I can't imagine how much research y'all have to do for every different kind of industry that you bring in as a customer. And so I know we only have like 2 minutes, but tell us just a little bit of how you managed to start doing that research.
So we do a couple of things. So we've found a team that has like crazy diverse background. Like I said, Tatiana has a background in construction. Like that's really helpful. And so that's one piece of it. The second is just like listening to the clients and finding out like what resources and places of truth like their audience is living in. And so we spend time on those. Like now we have new websites that we're reading or new Google searches that are coming up for us or Google alerts and things like that. And so that's really how we're doing it. And if it's something that's like incredibly specialized, we may even go out of our own team and find somebody else to hire or bring on board to help with that so that we can find that success. Because I mean, we have like a trucking parts company. Do you know how much I know about semi-truck wheel balancing at this point? And that was
more
like
than
an
you want
impossible, way more than I want to. But that was like something we could have never gone out and hired to find that. And so it's just that like myself and one other person had to be like, okay, we're going to get to know this thing and dedicate ourselves to do it. And you make it work.
Yep, absolutely. Are you going to be able to join us for a few minutes in our hallway track?
I will be there.
Awesome. I will not. I will still be here I wish I could go network. That's my favorite thing to do. Other than
Yeah.
this is actually pretty fun too. But I just put a link in the comments there. So if anybody wants to join Lindsay and the other attendees and speakers that have been able to come in and out today, join us in the hallway track via Zoom. So you'll be able to find that there. Lindsay, thank you so much for taking the time and sharing your expertise. You can't imagine how much I appreciate you. And I know that everybody who's had a chance to listen to as well. For anybody who is listening, we are recording all of these. We're going to slice and dice them into their own individual presentations next week. Those will be up on our YouTube channel, and we'll blog post about it as well and send it out to the email if you did register. So you'll have access to all of those to watch and rewatch, because you can't watch 2 tracks at the same time. So if you were here, then you want to know what David was talking about. And so we're going to make that possible for you to follow up with afterwards. So again, Lindsay, thank you so much. And I'm hoping to see you soon, maybe at WordCamp US.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
It's my pleasure. Thank you. All right, up in now 4 minutes, we will be talking live with Devin Walker to continue our interview the Stellar WP team. Interviews that we're doing on the 10 minutes to every hour. So you'll see me chatting with Devin in just a few minutes. And then on the next hour, so at the top of the next hour, we will be talking to, I know he's in the green room already, so he's going to hear me say his name. Hope I get this right. We're going to speak with David Afolabi, who's going to be talking about designing courses for student success. And at the same time, in track 2, will be Corey Moss, who's going to be talking about picturing success, maximizing image engagement in WordPress. So I'm going to put just a little brief commercial up for the next 3 minutes, and we'll be right back for you. Welcome back. I'm going to bring to the stage Devin Walker. Hey, Devin.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. It's always nice to see you. We don't always get a chance to chat, even though we work at the same company, because we are remote workers. So always good to see you.
Nice to see you as well. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course.
Tuning in. It's been going well, it seems.
Yeah, it's been a great day, learning so much from the people on my track. Can't wait to go back and listen to the talks from the other track as I prep them up and get them ready to put out next week. So that'll be pretty exciting to see. But we are doing these interviews in between to learn a little bit about the people behind the products. I love when I think of Microsoft, I only think of one face, and maybe Microsoft's not the right name to name today because there's so many.
Yeah.
but you only think of basically one face when you think of some of these big companies. When you think about WordPress, though, we're often all in the same community. And so knowing the names of the people behind the products, I think, does make it a little bit more personal. So tell us, Obviously, your name's Devin Walker. You're at Stellar, but what do you do specifically at Stellar, and where are you located in the world today?
Yeah, so I'm in San Diego. From San Diego. That's where I'm located right now. I was traveling a bit after WordCamp Europe, but I've been back for a few weeks now. But at Stellar, my role's changed a bit over the years, but obviously we came in, you and I together through GiveWP, and was helping as one of the co-founders there. And when we came aboard Liquid Web after the acquisition, I was still taking care of GiveWP for the first year. And then things changed around a bit. I had some additional responsibilities and then helped lead last year rebranding iThemes into Solid WP, which was one of my big responsibilities last year. This year, my role shifted a bit more, so we're really focused on doing really cool things with the Stellar brand and building that out more. I can't say too much about that, but it's really close to seeing the light of day outside of internal work. So that's a bit of the innovation work I'm doing, I guess you could say.
I love it. So your role has changed, as you said. But what do you think about the team itself? Like, what do you think is the best part of being part of the Stellar team?
Well, there's lots of freedom to work when you want, do what you want, as long as you do good work and you are a communicative team member and know how to use Slack efficiently. Like, we provide a lot of freedom compared to a lot of companies. And along with that, you know, you have to have self-responsibility and ownership of your work. So while there is that freedom, there is a lot of expectations put on top of that. I wouldn't say it's bad pressure at all, but you know, you're expected to be able to succeed in your role without a lot of micromanagement. That's kind of how we built our company before we came over to Stellar, and that's what we expected. And it's been a really nice transition from owning our own company to now working alongside some really great people. And that's also a big benefit. There's so many good people here that know WordPress so well, know WooCommerce, Laravel, hosting. So there's all sorts of great folks on board as well.
Yeah, and doing a lot of really good things in the community in general too. So you have organized WordCamps, you have spoken at WordCamps. You definitely attend a lot of WordCamps as well, and not just those, but meetups and other things too. So tell us a little bit about what you enjoy about the WordPress community as a whole.
Well, the WordPress community, I mean, it's so diverse and there's so many interesting people, and I've made so many great friends over the years just from going to all those WordCamps, organizing them. And I think the one thing that I think is what I've noticed compared to other communities is just the approachability, friendliness, and openness of the WordPress community is unrivaled, in my opinion, to others that I've been, where they're a little more stuck up, a little more braggadocious, for lack of a better word.
I love
but
that word. Good word.
Yeah, so I guess it's more like a grassroots, like you're not going there trying to, like, everybody's not trying to sell you stuff. It's like community over competition, right? And that's what I've seen a lot more. Like, a lot of us are competing against each other, but we'll go out to dinner, we'll share information, and we're not like trying to take down each other, right? We grow together.
People used to ask me why I taught classes locally on how to build WordPress websites. And I said, you don't think there's enough websites to go around? I promise you, there's enough websites to go around.
Exactly.
And there's a lot of bad websites that need to be rebuilt. So there is always that too.
Right. Endless cycle there.
Absolutely. Of the things you can talk about that's happening at Stellar, what's something you're excited about over the next year?
Well, a lot of our products are going to get a lot more user experience testing and improvements on that, whether it's LearnDash, the Events Calendar, or Give. Like, what we're really going to be paying a lot of attention on is that first couple of moments of delight where you're getting in, you're installing the plugin and making sure that it's as seamless and as straightforward as possible, right? But still with the, we don't want to make it too beginner focused. Like we still want it to have advanced features and be able to, be manipulated in a way that suits your need, whether it's a fundraising campaign or a new course that you want to do in a slightly custom way. So we want there to be a much more cohesive and like put together, sort of like a SaaS-like experience. So we're really going to take a look at that and spend quite some time improving those initial experiences you have and navigating through our ecosystem.
We're going to be sponsoring WordCamp US. Will we see you there?
Absolutely. Yep. I got to book my flight, but I'll be there.
I just booked mine last week, so almost in the same boat, but got all that scheduled. Excellent. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we wrap this up?
No, thanks for having me on here. I'm not sure why my camera's flickering like this, but I'll have to look into that. But
well, we're just going to blame Microsoft, even though you're probably on a Mac.
But yeah, thanks, Michelle, for having me. Awesome conference. Really looking forward to tuning in the rest of the day.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Devin. All right, we will be back in 4 minutes with David Afolabi and his talk, Designing Courses for Student Success. So we'll be back in just a minute.
Partly cloudy in the evening, becoming cloudy overnight. Low around 55 degrees.
24, got you out there.
Protecting my soul. Level up your store, make it fly. With this plugin, I'll save your goal. With a simple click, you can run your restaurant. Building connections, powering dreams in the vast world of WordPress.
Partly cloudy in the evening, becoming cloudy overnight. Low around 55 degrees.
24, got you out there.
Content Pro, protecting my soul. Level up your store, make it fly. With this plugin, I'll save your goal. With a simple click, you can run your restaurant. Building connections, powering dreams in the vast world of WordPress.
Partly cloudy in the evening, becoming cloudy overnight. Low around 55 degrees.
24, got you out there.
Content Pro, protecting my soul. Level up your store, make it fly. With this plugin, I'll save your goal. With a simple click, you can run your restaurant. Building connections, powering dreams in the vast world of WordPress.
And we're back. It's the top of the hour and our second to the last. I can't believe this day's gone by so quickly. Talk coming up here is, and please tell me I'm saying your name right when I see you on screen in a minute, David, but David Afolabi. And I'm going to tell you who he is. He's an accomplished technology and business leader with experiences spanning technical program and product management and solutions architecture and engineering, and over a decade of experience in the tech industry. With a solid technical background and experience, David has led globally distributed teams to design, develop, deploy, and support various software products, solutions, apps, automation and systems API integration, and platform projects from conception to launch. In his recent role, David leads product solution architecture and engineering programs as Group Business Program Manager, Product Solutions Architecture and Engineering at Boost Media Group. His skills include WordPress, Zoho Deluge, Python SQL, product lifecycle management, program management, etc. With a wide range and unique blend of skills, competencies, and experience, David is a versatile and dynamic professional ready to take on new challenges, innovate, and scale. And his talk is titled Designing Courses for Student Success. Within conventional educational paradigms, students frequently encounter constraints imposed by inflexible curriculum frameworks and standardized evaluation methodologies, stifling their autonomy and diminishing their student agency in the learning process. This dearth of student empowerment not only undermines intrinsic motivation and engagement, but also fails to adequately cater to the diverse needs and passions of learners. Consequently, students may disengage from their academic pursuits, struggle to discern the relevance of course content to their lives, and develop sentiments of detachment or disillusionment towards their educational pursuits. In this presentation, you're going to gain insights to enable student agency capabilities that can afford students the freedom to select from a variety of assignments and assessment options, facilitate the creation of personalized learning plans tailored to individual goals and aspirations, and provide avenues for showcasing their creativity and expertise. Let's get David on here. Hey, David.
Hi, Michelle.
How are you?
I'm very well, and you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Thanks so much for joining us today, talking
That's
about
right.
student learning. Student learning is so important, right? Student success. If we're not actually engaging in our classes, we're not really learning well. So I'm excited to listen to your presentation. So I'm going to remove myself, and the floor is all yours. We'll come back for Q&A afterwards.
Right. Thank you. Great. So, hello, everyone. Yeah, my name is David, and I am speaking on the designing courses for student success. And I will be tailoring that or focusing on how to translate some of the key concepts that I will be sharing with this audience into learning platforms. So here is a quick overview of what my presentation entails, looking at the aim and then shaping the scope of presentation, followed by a bit of background and context to set the stage for the concept itself, and then go into the key concept that we'll be sharing, or that forms the centerpiece of this presentation, which is the student agency and the key concept in student agency. Then quickly look at translating this key concept in learning platforms. And of course, we'll dive into or finish up with the conclusion. All right. So the aim of this or the scope of this presentation is to discuss key concepts from student agency that can aid the design of courses and learning platforms for student success. And as we go through this discussion, key questions that I think would help shape the discussion or the presentation are, what exactly do we refer to as student success, or what exactly is student success? And then how can courses and learning platforms be designed to aid student success? Right, next is the background. Like I mentioned earlier, it's to set the stage for the presentation itself, or the context for the presentation. Many educational systems follow a one-size-fits-all approach, which typically leads to a lack of flexibility, and which in turn, when we talk about lack of flexibility, looking at flexibility in terms of how student would like to learn or could learn best, and versus what are the best strategies for learning, or what the best strategies for learning are. Then the next is curriculum often focuses on standard content delivery rather than accommodating diverse learning styles and interests. Similarly, the rigid curricula and standardized evaluations that typically stifle student autonomy. When you look at rigid curricula, you're looking at, say, for example, rigid curricula that leads to, say, for instance, over-reliance on standardized tests that can limit opportunities for students to demonstrate learning in various ways. Similarly, still under the rigid curricula and standardized evaluations, this typically could lead to focus on test preparations rather than, spurring critical thinking and creativity needed for real-world settings. So next is the lack of choices, and this means that students have limited opportunities to choose topics that interest them or methods that suit their learning styles. Right. For instance, you're looking at inflexibility in terms of assignment format or methods of presentations that could potentially, impede the ability to assimilate properly and particularly showcase learnings or insights gleaned from a particular course. Finally, decrease in motivation and engagement. This is more like a lack of autonomy that can lead to disengagement or disinterest in academic pursuits. For instance, a student may become passive learners and simply just only interested in completing tasks without necessarily having genuine interest. So what is a student agency? Right, student agency basically refers to the capacity of students to take charge of their own learning and make meaningful choices that influences their educational experience. It encompasses the ability of students to set goals, make decisions, take actions, and contribute to their academic and personal growth. And as you would see in the next subsequent slide, some of the key aspects to student agency, which would form the basis or insight into how to, the understanding of how to solve the problems initially highlighted in the previous slide and how to translate those into implementation. So one of the key, some of the key concepts in student agency, as you may have inferred from the problems already initially stated, for instance, the choice and autonomy, choice and autonomy, that is, how do we offer students the choice in assignment and assessment, right? How do we ensure that these courses are designed in such a way that it provides sufficient choices in terms of assignment and assessment? Similarly, choice and autonomy basically helps to provide benefits of autonomy in learning and engagement, meaning that, for instance, how students would potentially want to engage a particular course or would effectively engage and be much more productive. For instance, like in the beginning, I asked one of the questions that we had said in the beginning of the presentation is what exactly do we refer to as, for instance, student success, right? Are we looking at, say, for example, students passing or being able to pass tests alone, or equipping students with the key capabilities such as critical thinking that could potentially help in real world settings, that is post school, right? So second key concept in student agency is personalized learning plans, which basically focuses on encouraging students to set their own learning milestones, and also focuses on the importance of personalized learning paths for diverse needs and passions. So, for instance, a student could take initiative in their learning processes by setting their own goals and monitoring their own progress and seeking resources and support as needed. Um, Next is the creative expression and project-based learning. Um, so for instance, this provides opportunities for students to showcase creativity and expertise. If you develop courses and the courses are presented in such a way that it gives students the opportunity to showcase creativity instead of just, for instance, just basically answering or providing answers to certain questions, right? Student agency concept focuses on creating courses in such a way that it gives room for creative expression, and then particularly more like in a project-based learning style. So the last point is co-creation of courses, that is involving students in the creation of course content and activities, right? This particularly benefits in form of co-creation that fosters ownership and relevance. It just basically, could get someone to a student to be much more committed because he or she was involved in the process of the creation of the content or the plan actually that the student is involved in. One other thing is the ownership and responsibility, which I mentioned. It's a key concept on its own, but integral to the co-creation of courses. So next, my slide here is how do we translate some of this key concept from this student agency concept into, say, for example, learning platforms. So starting with the choice and autonomy concept, offering students the choice in assignment and assessment, we could potentially look at using plugins like LearnDash to create a variety of assignment or assignment types. For instance, you could say, for example, explore essays, quizzes, or present examination in form of essays, quizzes, or examining students based or using project approach, or even multimedia submissions, which allows students to choose and allowing the students to choose their preferred type of assessment. This particularly could potentially help facilitate flexible assessment options, particularly in form of implementing multiple assessment methods, such as peer reviews, self-assessment, and even incorporation of instructor evaluations using tools like, for example, VP Grade, for comments to provide detailed feedbacks on each of the assessment method and even the questions in the assessment. One other key thing just before I move to the next point is that designing courses are based on, leveraging the choice and autonomy concept could help, ensure that you could branch or enable branching pathways where students can choose different topics or modules based on their interest using conditional content. For example, using plugins such as H5P to enable branching. Interestingly, I think HiSC that provides cybersecurity examination, professional examination, uses this particular choice and autonomy, particularly leveraging AI integration to learn about students' learning process and experience from some of the responses provided to assessment, and then using that to drive the pathway to, say, for example, represent a concept that that tended to appear like student didn't or has not gotten the full concept or full grasp of the key concept in that particular course. So that could potentially, automatically, based on responses provided, students would have be led through a pathway that could help them relearn a particular concept or reinforce their the learnings from a particular course. So one key benefit is that okay, I will come back to some of the benefits afterward. Let me quickly run through the next point. Personalized learning plans, basically encouraging students to set their own learning milestones. And this could be achieved by using, for instance, goal setting features, incorporating tools like VP achievement for goal setting, or progress tracking, using progress tracking plugins to allow students to see their advancements through a particular course and adjust learning plans as needed. This could particularly facilitate adaptive learning or reinforces the concept of adaptive learning, using adaptive learning plugins that could help adjust content based on difficulty experienced during the course of assessment. So the next point is creative expression and project-based learning. The way we could translate this into the platform is by, say, for example, the use of portfolio plugins, which could give opportunities to students to showcase creativity and expertise, particularly when it comes to, say, for example, courses that has to do with having to, do, say, for example, design based courses. Portfolio plugins could help, facilitate this. Also, multimedia assignment, or having plugins like H5P could facilitate multimedia assessment that could help present projects that relates or that are related to multimedia presentations to the children. So one key thing, just before I go off this particular point, that I like to reenact is that this project-based learning could be very, very, very useful, particularly in reinforcing learning or helping students to retain content already learned. For instance, we do custom LMS systems development, and one of the things that we've seen many or multiple users, and by multiple users, I'm referring to, say, for example, students, request is, for example, plugins that could capability or systems capability or features that could help them do project-based learning. And that particularly drove the owners of the platforms to say, for example, okay, how do you help us implement a requirement to facilitate project-based learning such that people have more capabilities or options in how they would like to present? For example, instead of, say, writing, someone might want to just record themselves and use that as a method of presenting answers to the assessment questions. So this particularly facilitates or helps to ensure that we have providing options to students as much as possible to present the way they want to present, or the way they best like to present assessment. Finally, is the co-creation of courses, plugins that could be useful here, Co-author Plus, say for example, for collaborative content creation that could enable students to co-create content with the instructors. Also, BodyPress for wiki could also come handy for implementing wikis that could allow students to collaborate and develop course materials and resources alongside their tutors. So key benefits of leveraging student agencies are quite very straightforward, as we may have seen in the course of this presentation. Some of which is that, for example, this could particularly help facilitate feedback and iteration. For example, using forms and survey plugins like WP Forms to gather student feedback on a course material could make it iterative and help improve on or shape course creation or co-creation of courses. Similarly, one other way that we could potentially consider or implementing co-creation of courses is, say, for example, doing student-led workshops or leveraging student-led workshops, encouraging students to lead or to champion concepts or workshop through workshops or webinars on topics that they are quite knowledgeable about, and using some of the insight from that to particularly shape or to modify or to enhance the course content. So finally here, as a form of conclusion, beyond some of the concepts, the few concepts shared here, beyond some of this concept and translation in, say, for example, WordPress or learning platforms, the advent of AI and especially machine learning would further provide capabilities that could help significantly aid learning experiences and especially student success. And be that as it may, there is need to note that student success is critical, and it is at the center of both course designs and learning platform design and development. And that leads me to the end of my presentation. I hope that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, David. That was awesome. I love exploring the ideas that come with online education. I pitched a talk that I think we're going to actually do as part of LearnDash sometime this fall, where I referred to online education as sometimes feeling like a teacherless journey, because it feels like you're teaching yourself, even though you're not, right? Like somebody put together the curriculum, somebody's got it
Exactly.
online for you, but it still kind of feels like this self-led journey that feels a little bit teacherless. What do you think that course creators can do to make it feel a little more inclusive, like you're part of a class, you're part of something bigger, even if you're doing it self-paced? There's got to be a way to make it feel a little more engaged.
Yeah, so great question. I think what comes to mind is interaction part of course presentation or course delivery. So for instance, if a student is feeling lost okay, let me make this more like the tutor or teacher driven strategy, right? One thing that course tutors could do is, say, for example, solicit for responses. Let students feel warm and welcome to express themselves. Let them share how they feel about the course or the experiences, particularly say in the first 1-2 weeks. Assess what the experiences with courses or a particular course has been, and then maybe at a later point in time, say for example, depending on how long it takes, but just giving the students the feeling that they could ask questions, clarify concept, basically driven by interaction. So I would say that engagement, interaction is a key to ensuring that students don't feel like I'm just learning by myself. Even tutors could, say for example, ask a question that could trigger critical thinking and solicit for responses from a student. That could be a great another way to particularly ensure that students don't feel like they are learning on their own.
I think online education is amazing. We have, and not just, obviously, we saw a boost in online everything during the
Yeah.
pandemic,
Mhm.
and online courses was no, people logged on to that idea very quickly, because not just in traditional schools, but like
Mhm.
if I wanted to teach photography, or if I wanted to teach a cooking course, those kinds of things, it was an opportunity to use some
Yeah.
of the resources that we have and our own strengths to do some course creation that way. But it also just allows people who are maybe not your typical learner, like sits down at a desk from 9 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon or something. So people who do shift work, people who maybe have different kinds of abilities and disabilities and sicknesses and everything else, to be able to
Mhm.
engage when they're most active. So I'm a night
Yeah.
person. When I was
Mhm.
back in college, those 8 o'clock classes were brutal, right? So like
Yeah, kind
the
of.
idea that I could do a class online at 10 at
Yeah.
night when I'm like, woo,
Yeah.
raring to go, was something
Exactly.
that was, yeah. So there's lots of opportunities for people to do online classes outside of those typical school
Hours. Yeah.
hours, which I
Exactly.
think is one of the benefits for sure. What do you see as some of the
Exactly.
benefits, as somebody who's course creating to, so I talked to somebody earlier today who does affiliate marketing, and we
Mhm.
joked about the fact that affiliate marketing, people often talk about it as passive income, but it's actually passive non-income if you're literally being passive about it, right? Like you still have to
Yeah.
work to drive
Yeah.
people to the sales. Online courses is in a way a little bit of a passive income, right? Because you're not
Mhm.
engaging every day in front of a classroom, but you still have to go out there and market your classes. You still have to do that.
Exactly.
So what's a way that people can think about engaging outside of those coursework to try to kind of pull people in?
Oh, great. I think one of the key things that has become a proven method over the years is, for instance, using the social media channels, um, doing content, driving engagement through the social media content. That's one key capability that no one wants to joke with, particularly people. For instance, on Twitter, you engage people, people see your content, or even say, for example, promote through heart on Twitter. People become aware of what you do and the value for money in that cause. You could use that to as a way to engage or drive traffic or leads to the site, and then potentially engage people from there. Also, there are quite a number of things. I mean, strategies, for example, that falls under, say, marketing strategies. For example, even Twitter Spaces or even LinkedIn ads and all of those, or Facebook, or even the webinars. And promoting the webinars on the social media platforms could be a key capability that could help drive people to the courses.
Erin Lin is somebody in Taiwan, in Taipei, who teaches in Chinese. So she teaches WordPress to businesses so that people are able to build their own websites over there. And she's grown an incredibly large Facebook group. I'm in it and I have to translate everything because it's all in Chinese, right? So not my language. I love that the internet allows you to read things that are not necessarily written in your own language. What do you think of these outside places to have gatherings? So whether it's a Facebook group or a Slack channel, things like that, to continue to engage with people during and after they've completed a course?
So I think that what could be very, very helpful is that, for example, if you have, or if the person has a user base that are close to, say, for example, area where she's domiciled, right? That could help, particularly, say, for example, let's do some in-person kind of a meetup, and then just extend that connection from online to the physical realm, and then engage people further, and then even see how you could even convert more people from there to, say, for example, take on more courses, kind of.
Yeah, I love that. I also love the way that some people use courses to build funnels into one-on-one coaching or other niche ideas, or even into shops, right? So let's say that you're teaching photography. Those are my photos behind me, so I am very much into photography. And maybe you can then sell software and you can sell photos and those kinds of things. So there's lots of ways that you can build an entire business around your online coursework.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's pretty cool stuff for sure. I had one more question. I'm trying to remember what it was. Give me just a second to remember what I was going to ask you. Oh, I know what I was going to ask you. The idea that some people offer a free course or two to kind of get you hooked into wanting to learn more, and then monetizing on like the second, third, etc. course. What are your thoughts on like maybe giving away one small course to kind of get people interested in what you're teaching?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. Freemium model. I mean, different businesses offer freemium models, and I think it's a great way to let people into or to gain some insight into how or what the overview of that course is, or even, say, for example, extend it to the point that people could, say, for example, take the first introductory class or course item, and let people have that experience, and that could become like a conviction for someone, particularly if one is just going out for the first time to create courses not well known, particularly for a new platform just emerging to provide courses to people. I think Udemy did that even in their early days as well, offering some type of freemium model to let people in, experience the course, and then they could proceed to subscribing to the full course and then get certificates as a result.
Of course, I love that you mentioned LearnDash because that is one of our brands here at Stellar
Yeah,
WP. So I am going to put this up across the bottom for a real quick second. If people are interested in building courses, right now LearnDash is 40% off Most people won't be able to take advantage of that till Tuesday, but we've got a discount code for you. If you're interested in saving 40% off, you can use our discount code and you can take advantage of that today even. So if you're listening to this, you can go ahead and get early access. The code is Stellar Sale 2024. So thank you for letting me push that kind of in the middle there. Is there anything else you'd like to share, David, before we move on?
I think that I'd like to just simply say thank you for the opportunity to present to the audience, to the community. It's a great pleasure. I'm not taken for granted. Thank you so much.
Oh, it's our pleasure. And where are you located? Where are you streaming from today?
As I speak, I am speaking from Nigeria. As of the moment. Yeah.
And it is nighttime there, I'm assuming.
Yes, it's about 8 p.m., 8:30 p.m. there.
Would you be able to join our hallway track for a few minutes in case people have questions for you?
That's fine.
Fantastic.
I will hop in.
At least to say hello. So I put that link in the chat here today. So if you're interested in talking to David and interconnecting, I guess, with other attendees, doing some networking over there, you can jump into the hallway track. David, thank you so much for taking the time to be here today. We look forward to that. And as I've said in the notes, we are actually recording all of these. So if you wanted to listen again or watch some of our other talks that you may have missed today, those will all be packaged up really nicely for you next week individually and put on our YouTube channel and on our blog. So thank you again, David. I really appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Michelle. Yeah, great.
My pleasure.
Bye-bye.
So we have coming up at 10 to the hour, our last Stellar team interview of the day in track 1, and that's going to be with Sterling Chase, who does a lot of our web design and web development. So we're going to talk to him a little bit about that. And then our last talk of the day in track 1 on the next hour will be Beth Hannon. Her topic is Get Ready for the European Accessibility Act. And if you aren't paying attention to accessibility, I promise you, you need to. In some places, they are already suggesting jail time. I think that's in she'll tell us for sure, but I think that's in Ireland. They're doing up to 18 months in jail if you are not accessible on your website. So we definitely want to listen to Beth's talk. And at the same time, over in track 2, Adam Weeks will be there talking about credibility marketing. So I'm going to put up our little commercial. In the meantime, we will see you at 10 minutes of the hour and then again on the hour. Thank you. All right. Oh, I forgot my lights this time, but at least I'm not muted like I've done before. So I'm making progress through the day. It has been a long day, but it's been such an amazing day. And one of the things that I've loved, not only learning from all of our speakers today, but is being able to interview some of my colleagues. And I'm going to bring on stage with us right now, Sterling Chase. Hey, Sterling.
Hey, Michelle. How's it going?
It's going incredibly well, thank you. I love the work that you do because well, first of all, it means I don't have to do it. So that's, the most important thing is there's only so many things any one of us can do, but your creativity and your development know-how makes us look really good. So I haven't told anybody what you do yet. They're probably going like, what does he do anyway? So tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do at Stellar WP.
Sure thing. So my name is Sterling Chase. I am in Florida. I have a couple of years at Stellar so far, and they've been wonderful. And I'm on the kind of the implementation side of things. So I'm on the engineering web team. We get to work with design and creative and all of our other really talented and awesome teams to bring our websites to life and educate our clients and or our customers and our potential customers.
And for example, I gave you ideas for a couple little things, but you're the one who really made the Stellar Spark pages come to life. So I appreciate all the work that you did on that and on all our sites, really.
Yeah, it makes it easy because we have really awesome products ourselves, and we get to use a lot of our products internally. So that makes my job really easy. But also, I can't take too much credit. Our design team is awesome, and they help us out so
pretty good.
much.
Yeah, we use a lot of really good tools probably that make it a little bit easier for you to be able to do your job too. Like I know I'm not in Figma, but other people are using Figma, other things like that, wireframing, all of the things. And so I'm absolutely grateful for all of you. I like to think of myself as creative, but I don't think I'd come up with the stuff that y'all come up with. So I'm pretty happy about that. But let me
I
ask the
wouldn't
next
say
question.
that. Michelle is extremely
Well, let's just say I don't do the best at graphic work, then I'll just leave it at that. But your role here is, to do all of those things. But what do you love about being part of the Stellar team?
If I had to pick one thing that I love the most about being a part of Stellar is probably the people and just the company in general. It's a really, really cool group of people, really outstanding leadership, just a lot of really talented, cool people in one place, all working together. And it's been really fun to get to know different people and to learn from different people as well. But yeah, I would say for me personally is getting to know so many awesome people. Even though we work remotely and most of it's done
Exactly.
remotely, it's still been really amazing.
I was just going to say, as a remote team, to hear you say that we're in one place, that feels good, actually, because it means that we actually are building a culture that we do feel like we are together, even though I don't think you and I have ever been face to face with one another. Have we?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Yeah. So, but I'd pick you out of a lineup for sure, right? Because I see you on all our Zoom meetings and Google Meet, whatever we're using for those things, and really appreciate the work that you do and the contribution you make to the team. I agree. Our team is pretty phenomenal. The people that we work with, I just top notch all around for sure.
Agreed.
When you look at our products, first of all, do you have a favorite product? A favorite? I know I'm putting you on the spot.
Oh, it's hard. Favorite
know.
product.
But you
I
could
mean,
be
I
really
work
wild.
very heavily with Cadence and
Yeah.
I love Cadence. Cadence, if I use Cadence outside on personal projects as well. So
Yeah,
Cadence
same.
is super powerful and a really awesome theme and block builder. And yeah, I would definitely suggest it. Plus it has AI, we've been integrating AI into a lot of our products. So there's a lot of really cool kind of tools to get you running and out the door when you first start building your website. But yeah, I'd have to say probably Cadence, but they're all really cool and
They're
do
all
the
amazing,
job they're
right?
meant to do really well. Yeah.
It is like trying to pick your favorite child. You shouldn't have a favorite child.
It's
But I will
tough.
say about Cadence, and I'm glad you brought it up because our next speaker is going to be talking about accessibility, specifically the European Accessibility Act. But last Monday, Amber Hines with Equalize Digital at the accessibility meetup, the official accessibility meetup for WordPress, she ranked, and she actually did a lot of research into the different page builders. I know we're not technically a page builder, but we fit into that category. And Cadence came out on top as far as accessibility. Now, that's not to say we scored 100. We know there's always work to do, but we were, of all the ones that ranked the highest. And so we got to be pretty proud of that, right?
Oh, it's very exciting. And I know that accessibility is also a big goal that we have, and improving that always. So that's something that we're always working on, I'm sure product wise, but also website wise as well.
Oh, absolutely. What's something that we have planned this year that you're allowed to talk about? Because I know there's a lot going on behind the scenes, but what's something coming up this year that you're really looking forward to or most excited about?
Oh man, I didn't get briefed, so I'm not sure exactly what I'm allowed to talk about and what I'm not. But
just pick something that we've talked about in public maybe before, or something like that. Or maybe
something that
over the last year. Maybe over the last year. How's that? I'll take you off the spot.
I'm gonna keep it vague, but I'm gonna say the events calendar has some really awesome updates coming up that are gonna really make it very powerful and very extend its use case to a very wide group of people. So I've seen a lot of demos of things, and they're really awesome. That's a really exciting one for me.
Gustavo told us this morning that that they're adding seat selection, so that, for example, and that's one of the things that I'm excited about too. Not that I have an auditorium, but if I did, now people not only can buy a ticket, but they can say where they want a seat and actually reserve the seat. So I'm excited about that.
Theory,
I know
a theater could use TEC to build and build all the different auditoriums and seating and the whole deal. It's really cool.
and schools and churches and other organizations, other religious organizations, things like that have things like that would be really perfect for them. So some really exciting things coming down the pike. Anything else you'd like to add before I let you off the hook today?
One of my favorite things about WordPress in general is that you get to own your website and you get to own your software, and like TEC gets to help people do that. But that's just such a cool thing about WordPress is the ownership of your business and your website. And I think that's one of my favorite things about WordPress is that you get to really be in control and own that. But
yeah, me too.
I don't know. That'd be my last little message.
And I'd also add the community. I love our community.
The community is wonderful as well.
Yeah. And Stellar fits right in. So I think that's great. Well, thank you. I know that you're a busy person, so thank you for taking a few minutes to chat with me and let me introduce you. I think it's important when we talk about software to show the people that are behind the products. And so I'm really grateful that you spent some time with me today. Thank you.
No, it was a pleasure. Thank you, Michelle.
Enjoy your weekend. All right. Coming up in about 3 minutes, we're going to be talking to Beth Hannon, who's going to tell us about Get Ready for the European Accessibility Act. So I will be right back in a couple of minutes to introduce Beth.
Partly cloudy in the evening, becoming cloudy overnight. Low around 55 degrees.
24 got you out there.
Content grow, protecting my soul. Level up your store, make it fly with this plugin. I'll save your goal. With a simple click, you can run your restaurant. Building connections, powering dreams in the vast world of WordPress.
Partly cloudy in the evening, becoming cloudy overnight. Low around 55 degrees.
24 got you out there.
The future is now. your store, make it fly. With this plugin, it's a journey, I'll save you all. With a simple click, you can run your restaurant. Building connections, powering dreams in the vast world.
All right, we're at the top of the hour. Our last talk of the day. It's funny, the day has gone by so quickly, and yet I'm kind of ready for a pizza at the end of the day, if you know what I mean. But I'm excited to introduce another friend of mine, Bet Hannon. Bet is the founder and CEO of AccessiCart, an agency that focuses on improving web accessibility. Just making sure I'm not muted because I've done that several times today. So let me go back to that. Sorry about that. Bet is a contributor of WordPress Project, a speaker at meetups and WordCamps, and is the co-facilitator of the WordPress meetup in Bend, Oregon, where she lives. And as I was saying, she is runs an agency that focuses on improving web accessibility for people with disabilities on WordPress websites. And Underrepresented in Tech, one of my projects, has been the recipient and the beneficiary of some of the work that Bet and her team does so that we can make our site more accessible. So my gratitude for that. This is a talk about the European Accessibility Act and how you can get ready for it. If your business or your clients have European customers and users, it's likely that those websites will have to comply with the European Accessibility Act by June 2025. That's less than a year away. Like GDPR, it's not where the business is located, but where your customers live. So lots of businesses based in the US and other nations are going to have to comply. It's not just the accessibility of the website that's required. In some cases, information about products and services will also be needed. This talk is going to give you background about EAA, the European Accessibility Act, sketch out compliance requirements, and offer some practical tips for getting started preparing for meeting compliance. Let's bring her to the stage. Hey, Bet.
Hey, Michelle. How are you?
I feel like I'm the MC, and I'm also like the backstage guy pulling the curtains. So
it's been a long day for you.
It's so much fun, though. I have no complaints at all. So thanks for being here. Thanks for talking about all the cool stuff.
Yeah, it's cool. This is the first time I pulled together this talk, so it's going to be one that we're going to hear a lot, I think, more about. So.
Fantastic. And as I've been telling all day, we are recording these. And so at the end of today, it's going to be one like 8 or 9 hour video. I'm going to splice and dice those up over the next few days, probably early into next week. So we'll be packaging these up and putting them on our YouTube and our website so people can access them again later to watch and rewatch. And as I've said, there's 2 tracks going. So like you can't listen to Adam Weeks and Bet at the same time. So we're glad you're over here, but you want to listen to Adam next week? You're going to have the chance to do that.
Yeah, awesome. I saw that kind of those tracks, and I thought, oh, that's a tough choice.
It was not easy to schedule, but we did it, and we made sure that the people in Europe were in our morning, and the people on the West Coast, you guys got an afternoon slot, so you didn't have to get up quite at the crack of dawn. So
yeah, that was good.
I'm going to take myself out. I'm going to add your screens and turn it over to you, and then we're going to come back afterwards to do some Q&A. So thanks, Beth.
Awesome. So, and I'm assuming the screens are showing now. So let's get going. Michelle gave a great introduction already, so I don't need to introduce myself except to say that you can find me on X at Bet Hannon. And it has been a long day, a lot of great talks, some stellar talks. But your brain might be fried after all those talks. And I know that this is going to be a fire hose of information for some people. So if you're just ready to head off for the weekend and you can't stay for the hallway track, just let me say right up front that if you want to schedule a time to chat with me later about accessibility, I'm happy to answer questions, do that. You can just go to our contact form at accessicot.com and we can set up a time to chat. Happy to do that. First, a little disclaimer that while we will be talking about laws and legal matters today, I am not an attorney, and you should definitely seek out the advice of your own attorney or encourage your clients to do that. And if you have questions about legal compliance, that is important. So for presentations like this, there's usually at least one person in the audience who's new to the topic of accessibility. So what I want to do today is start with a really quick overview of what is accessibility, I think it's also helpful to give just a bit of context because a lot of folks are based here in the US with just a little 2-minute overview of the US legal landscape. And then let's dive into the meat of this talk, the European Accessibility Act, who it impacts, what needs to be done, and some resources for getting started. So let's make sure everybody's on the same page. You know, the very first step in addressing accessibility is to realize that not everybody uses websites in exactly the same way. So not only are people on different devices or different screen sizes and different lighting environments, some people are unable to use a mouse. Some people are unable to see the screen at all, or they might need the screen display magnified many times. Some people may not be able to see or either do the math for your CAPTCHA. So accessibility is really about thinking about the user experience of people who may have disabilities and making it possible for folks with disabilities to use your website. So this would include things like making sure your images have alt text descriptions on them. That's what gets read out loud to people who use screen readers. Both screen reader users and people with mobility impairments depend on keyboard navigation. So accessibility includes making sure that all the functionalities of your site can be navigated to and used by people with a keyboard and not just a mouse. So there are all kinds of disabilities that we might want to take into consideration when we want to make our sites more accessible. For our visually impaired attendees today, I'm going to quickly read this list out loud, and so I won't spend a lot of time on all of them, but if you have questions about these, I'm happy to answer them in the Q&A later. But we want to plan and think about disabilities like not just blindness, but also low vision, color blindness, age-related changes, and that's not just, you know, dealing with the small print, but also our color perception starts to change as we age. Mobility issues, and that's not just can't use a mouse, but also may not have the stability or the dexterity to click or tap small buttons or targets. Reading disabilities, seizures, cognitive disabilities, sensory and focus issues. We just dealt with a client that wanted to put a video on their site today where there's a ton of motion that was going to make people nauseous. ADHD, even anxiety and depression. Now, you know, this isn't an exhaustive list, but just trying to get you to realize that there are disabilities, a wide range of disabilities that can impact website usage, and also to think about that disabilities in general are not binary. Their severity or lack of severity can be quite varied from person to person. Sometimes we think that the number of people with disabilities is a really small number, but all over the world, agencies like the CDC in the United States estimate that 20 to 25% of all adults have some kind of disability. And remember, a lot of those disabilities are invisible, things like color blindness or seizure disorders. It's not something you would know from looking at someone. And so we're not just talking about a tiny number of people that are affected by website accessibility. It's actually quite a few. And remember, it goes up as people age. The average age in the populations of most countries is going up. And really, all of us are one accident or illness away from a disability. If you need a monetary motivator for thinking about accessibility, in the US, people with disabilities represent about $490 billion in disposable income. So why would you not want to make it easier for folks with disabilities to spend money with your site? So the place to go for the fullest information on implementing website accessibility is the WCAG, the Website Content Accessibility Guidelines. This is where you find information about specific technical pieces to address for website accessibility. There are 3 levels, single A, double A, triple A. Double A is the most common focus of effort, and that is what is being legally required in many places. So go to WCAG, that's where you start learning more about implementing website accessibility. In the US, web accessibility is driven mostly by lawsuits that are filed under the Americans with Disabilities Act, or ADA. So the number of these cases has been rising year over year. There were more than 4,600 cases last year that made it to court, and we estimate that probably 3 times that many were settled before they got to court. So it's actually a growing issue. Many of these lawsuits are filed by what are called serial plaintiffs. That's a person with a disability, typically a person that's blind, and one attorney who partner together and file dozens and dozens of lawsuits. And that can feel a little scammy, but it doesn't make those any less real lawsuits that need to be addressed and taken seriously if you get sued. A few quick stats about lawsuits in the US. More than 80% of those lawsuits involve e-commerce websites. 25% of the cases that went to court last year were sites being sued for a second or more time. So it's not just a one-time thing. People can be sued more than once. 25% of those lawsuits included a site that was running an accessibility overlay widget. We'll talk more about those later. A single lawsuit in the US might end up costing you somewhere between $20,000 and $30,000. That's legal fees and settlement. And then you still have to make your site accessible. So it can become quite costly thing. All right, European Accessibility Act. It is anticipated that this act will bring far-reaching changes for website accessibility all over the world. And that's what we're going to spend the rest of our time on today. Here is a high-level, quick overview. Like most other nations and their website accessibility laws, this law is based in human rights law, both the UN and previous EU laws around human rights that are really focused on giving people digital access, equal access to digital communications. Enforcement will go into effect June 28, 2025. Now, the law was first passed in 2022, and we've been given this long window to be getting ready. We're now down to about 11 months. And since it can take 6 to 9 months or more at a moderate pace to get a site accessible, you should be starting that work now. Like GDPR, this law will be applied based on where your customers live. So you might be a US or Canadian-based business or based in some other country, but still be required to comply with this law. Now, every country will have their own separate enforcement agency that will receive complaints. So the Netherlands will have their own, and Germany will have their own. And those agencies may also proactively look for non-compliance. So they'll receive complaints, but they may also proactively look for sites that are not complying. And there are systems of fines and penalties that are part of this enforcement system. So let's dig into more details about the law and what needs to happen. First of all, there's an exclusion for micro enterprises. So if the business has EU customers, but does less than 2 million euros in annual revenue, or has less than 10 employees, they are, at least for the time being, exempted. Overall, at some point, you should expect that those thresholds will start to come down. The broad kind of understanding of this law is that eventually they want it to apply to every website. There are lots and lots of requirements that are a part of the EAA that you may want to learn about, but these are, I think, are the most relevant requirements for people that create and manage websites. So websites, if they have EU customers, but especially e-commerce, payments, anything that gives information on products or services must meet WCAG 2.1 AA guidelines. Products and services themselves must be accessible, and information about their accessibility must be provided on the website if there is one. More on that later. Any documents that you put on the site, like user manuals, like they might be a PDF, those also must be accessible. Videos. If you have, and you'll need to have an accessibility statement, and we'll talk a little bit more about accessibility statements in a bit. So the European Union does things a little differently in terms of legislation, and I think it's helpful to understand how this is getting put together. So the law that we call the European Accessibility Act is what's called a directive. And you can think about it as sort of an umbrella law for the whole European Union. It was passed in 2022. It contains the minimum standards for accessibility. And then out of that directive, each individual nation within the EU is responsible for writing their own national law that's under that umbrella. And each of those laws details whether they will make the law more strict. Remember, those initial pieces are the minimum. So some countries have made the law more strict. We'll talk a little more about that. How they will enforce the law. and what the particular penalties are for breaking the law. So while all these national laws have been coming out over the past year, and some of them have only been coming out in the last few months, we've all been watching and waiting to see what the strictest interpretations will be, because that's probably what we will all need to follow. If you only sell your products to France, then you'll only need to pay attention to the French standards. But if you sell to all of Europe, then you're probably going to need to look for what's the strictest requirement and then follow those strict requirements. Those requirements. Here are some highlights of some of the national laws. And remember, many of these are still emerging. Many of the financial penalties start at around 60,000 euros per instance. The highest monetary penalties seem to be about 100,000 euros per instance, although I have heard in the last few weeks that Luxembourg may be as high as 1 million euros. There are some countries where the fines are based on a percentage of global revenue. So in Spain, that's 5% of your global revenue. And you can imagine that's an attempt to help kind of equalize the burden between really large companies and really small companies. In Ireland, you can get up to 18 months of jail time. That was a surprise to a lot of people. Now, you have to really refuse to make your site accessible or lie as a part of the investigative process. So it's not going to be a surprise to you. And I don't think anybody's going to get extradited for jail time. But, you know, they want you to really take this seriously. And some countries are requiring WCAG 2.2 AA, which is stricter than the 2.1 AA. That's 2.2 is the newest standard that just came got released last year. And so it's a little bit newer. Everybody expects that the EAA will kind of bump up to 2.2 sometime in the next year or two. The country can revoke your rights to sell products in their country. They can do other things. You know, there's a case in Spain where they prevented an airline from getting from receiving any government funding, which, you know, as you might imagine, had an impact. In Germany, not only may consumer and disability groups report you to the Oversight Authority for noncompliance, so can your competitors. And while this might seem a little off-putting as a kind of strange business practice, it's really thought of a way as a way of leveling the playing field. So if your business spent money and time, people, resources, making your website and all your digital offerings compliant, but your competitor didn't, they might have an unfair advantage because they're not following the law. And so it gives you a way to try to equalize that playing field a little bit. So who has to comply? Remember, again, you have to have EU customers, and you have to either make more than 2 million euros in revenue a year, that's about $2 million, depending on the exchange rates, or have more than 10 employees. Then, if that's true, the website and the products and services must comply. So as you're beginning to think about working on compliance, I think the very first place to start is working on the website accessibility. So I would suggest start with the easy to fix items. Things like alt text on the images, heading tags properly nested, color contrast at the proper ratios, link text that's not ambiguous. These 4 issues, that's a huge amount of the content issues that are on a lot of websites. So if you start to deal with those issues, that's a great place to get a good start on making the website more accessible. Also notice these are not particularly technical issues. These are things that a lot of your content people the site owners that are maybe not particularly technical can begin to work on. So starting with those easy to fix items is a great start. Also, you'll want to make sure that not just the developers, but the design team and the content folks are all getting trained about creating accessible features and content as soon as possible so that they can stop creating new accessibility issues. Now, there are a couple of automated tools that you can use. When you're first starting to address accessibility, this is the best time to use automated tools for finding issues. Automated tools will only find about 30% of issues. let me say that again, automated tools are only going to find 30% of the issues, but those 30% of the issues are typically these easy to fix items which makes them a great place to start. And one of the tools that I think folks who are new to accessibility find easiest to use is the Wave WebAIM tool. The link is there on the slide, but many people also like Axe tools in the browser inspector. There are a lot of different, browser extensions that you can begin to use for this. One really important thing to know when you're starting to use these automated tools is that there are going to be false positives. For instance, if you have a background image with text on top of it, the tool will not be able to see the background image. So it might tell you you have white font on a white background and flag that as a color contrast issue, but that's a false positive. So you'll need to be sorting out what are the false positives, what are the things that need to be actually fixed. Now, if you're working in WordPress, as I'm assuming a lot of us on this webinar are, one of the really great tools for getting started with this is the Accessibility Checker plugin from Equalize Digital. So this plugin is free in the plugin repository, the plugin directory, and you can go to any page of your any editor page, so a post editor, page editor, and you can see at the bottom of that page, I have a little screenshot on the slide of what that looks like. It's down at the bottom underneath the Yoast tools at the bottom of the page. You can start to get information about the accessibility issues that this automatic checker is finding on that page. Now, the paid version of the plugin offers a lot of really nice features, including scanning the whole site without having to open the editor for each one, scanning custom post types like WooCommerce products, as well as some reporting and some really nice kind of administration tools. But it's important to note that this tool will help you primarily with the automated checking of content related to accessibility issues. You are still going to need to check a lot of other parts of the site manually. This is not a one and done, everything is taken care of kind of tool, but it can be a great help, especially if you're working with a really large site or you have multiple content creators to wrangle. So it can be a tool that helps you find issues as you're starting to just initially work on accessibility, but in an ongoing way, it can help content creators kind of be sure they're creating new accessible content. Do be aware that checkouts and sign-up processes are really common places to find accessibility issues. So you might have the base plugin that you're using, like WooCommerce or LearnDash, that's fairly accessible out of the box, not completely, but fairly. Sometimes additional plugins that you're using to add other features may make it not accessible. So it's really important to check on this. And in addition to checkouts and signups, menus and product searches are other places where you'll want to look at issues. And primarily, you're going to want to check for keyboard navigation. So you'll want to go to the pages, use the tab and enter key, and try to work your way through the entire customer buying journey, searching for products, navigating to the product page, checking out, adding it to cart, checking out. And remember, if someone with a disability can't complete that checkout process, that site is losing sales. So this is a great way to, close a leak in the sales process that's happening in some way. 25% of people that may be having a problem there. All right. Under the EAA, if the website owner purchases software or services. So for instance, if the site owner purchases a plugin for WooCommerce that has front-end output, or has a support chatbot that they purchased as a part of a platform, or they have a WordPress theme that has particular menu functionalities, that site owner is responsible for making sure those plugins and services are accessible. So there's some legal liability there. You want to start checking the output of these plugins, themes, and services now. Do report them to the developers or support teams. Many devs are willing to take this information and work hard to make changes to improve the product for everyone. They appreciate it when you give them these issues. Unfortunately, there are some devs that are not willing to fix issues, or they may have so much technical debt that they're not able to fix a particular issue. And in those cases, if it can't be updated, if it can't be overridden in some way with some custom code, you may need to find alternatives. So my best advice is that, pro tip is that you should start auditing and testing all these things before your license renewals start coming up. Because if it turns out the chatbot you use can't be remediated and you need to find a different chatbot plugin, you want to know that before you pay your annual fee. So I have recommended some automated first level tools. And there are plugins out there that advertise, and they're getting a little more sophisticated about their claims, but they tend to advertise that they can solve all of your accessibility issues just by installing one plugin or one simple line of code. And these plugins are a script that looks for accessibility issues and tries to fix at least some of them on the fly. And most of them offer a little widget with some tools for improving accessibility. And they're called an overlay plugin. It's important to know that, like all the other automated tools, these tools can only find and fix about 30% of issues. So for instance, these tools can't tell you whether your pages are keyboard navigatable. And this is a big accessibility issue. It's really not advised to use these tools, but because they have performance issues among other things, right? But if you do use them, you need to be aware that you will have to do some additional work. Now, there are lots of reasons why these are not a great choice. You can read more about that at overlayfactsheet.com, but it includes the fact that they create more problems for people with disabilities. They may not be privacy compliant, and we're seeing increasing evidence that those serial lawsuit folks are targeting sites with overlays. So visit that website to learn a little bit more, but you also need to know in the context of this webinar that the EU Commission, now that's kind of like the overarching, I believe it would be equivalent to our Congress in the United States, has clearly stated that overlays will not meet compliance for the EAA without additional manual testing and remediation. I'm sorry, there are just no easy buttons here. So a couple of great resources for folks around WordPress kinds of things. One is there's a Facebook group for WordPress accessibility. It has a really long name, so I put the screenshot there. Facebook WordPress accessibility. Great folks there, a lot of helpful experts who can answer some one-off questions. Very great resource. And also on meetup.com, the WordPress accessibility meetup is a completely online meetup, meets twice a month, has amazing speakers, and in addition has a growing library of past presentations. So it's a great place to start learning more about accessibility, all completely free. Now, as you're working on accessibility, the basic kind of start outs that we've been talking is a lot of that can be do-it-yourself for the site owner, or at least done with someone that doesn't have a lot of accessibility experience. But at some point, you'll probably want to reach out to an accessibility professional for some help with manual testing, evaluating those false positives, and just be aware that, like SEO, anybody can hang out an accessibility shingle. So you want to ask some good questions, like whether they do manual testing, get a sample report, look and see whether they're doing manual testing, ask for references, those sorts of things. Just buyer beware in terms of getting professional help. Then as you're thinking about getting professional help, just be aware that there are a number of ways that help can be structured. So as you're thinking about a particular website that you're working on and its context of maybe there's a timeline, a short timeline that has to be met, or your team doesn't have maybe they have a certain level of skills but not others, and you're going to want to like sort through the situation and then which of these options might be the best for that situation. So traditionally, folks have an audit done. This is testing around accessibility on the site, produces a report. It's probably most affordable for people to do some sort of sampling audit on a website rather than the whole website. But even a sampling audit can be quite expensive. Our cheapest sampling audit at Accessicard is $9,000 for 10 URLs. And the audit reports like this are a snapshot in time. So if the site's changing a lot, There's also usually not a provision for ongoing consulting, or there may be, but that would increase the cost, or retesting issues as they've been fixed, right? But an audit like this can be a great way to get a large overview, get the big picture of all the things that need to be remediated on a particular site, so you can begin to make a plan for beginning to deal with those over time. Project-based consulting is when the accessibility professional comes alongside your existing web development team to identify issues and consult around the fixes, while your site team, whether that's in-house or an agency or a freelancer, implements those remediations, and then the accessibility team can retest to make sure that things are fixed. Our team does a lot of this, and it can take a lot longer to get the site remediated when you do that. But one of its advantages is that the team that's doing that implementation gets to learn a lot about accessibility in the process. Done for you remediations is when you hire the accessibility professionals to both identify and implement the remediations on the site. And this is probably the most expensive of these options, but it can also help you fairly quickly get the site remediated. It's the quickest way. So sometimes when a site has been sued or there's been a complaint, the site owner has to get the website remediated very quickly, sometimes 90 days. And so when time is short, this may be the best option. And finally, at Accessicart, we offer accessibility maintenance plans that offer a small number of issues spread over a monthly recurring plan with unlimited consulting about those issues. In-house teams or agencies implement the fixes and we retest. And the reports that we generate out of those plans can be then used as a legal defense or as evidence of testing for the compliance for EAA, other kind of compliances. And it would not be a fast way to get your website accessible, especially if the client's on a budget, but it may help spread out that work of accessibility and the cost for the client over time. So beyond website accessibility is important to consider. EAA includes website accessibility, but that's not the only part. So let's look at some other things that you're going to want to address as a part of website accessibility. EAA covers a wide range of products and services come under EAA that are geared toward helping people with disabilities participate in society and the economy more fully, more equally. So generally speaking, the products and services that are included under EAA have some sort of digital or ICT, ICT stands for information and computer technology, some sort of tech connection or element to them. So included products would be things like mobile phones, computers, check-in kiosks, ATM, banking related interfaces, ebook readers, any services that have a digital kind of component to them in terms of reports or dashboards, that kind of stuff. So when you, if you have questions about whether a product or service needs to be made accessible, you need to contact an attorney or a specialist in EAA. And if you have products and services that are going to need to be made accessible, you're going to want to start working on that as soon as possible, because it may take a bit too. I feel like I'm saying you need to start as soon as possible on all this, but it's true. You're kind of we are kind of behind the gun for getting this all done. So let's briefly just talk through a few examples that might be relevant to folks in this webinar to kind of get a handle on this. So remember, the company will need to be making over 2 million euros in revenue per year or have over 10 million, over 10 employees for this to be applicable. But here's some examples. If a company sells air purifiers online, the air purifiers may not need any modifications. But if there's an included mobile app for controlling the air purifier, then that app would need to be made accessible. Right? So see the difference between the thing that's digital and online and the thing that's more of a just basic product. If the site is an LMS selling courses, all the content of the courses as well as the interface must all be accessible. So example, all the videos must have closed captions or transcripts. If you sell plugins to customers for money, that's a digital product. My take, and you should know that there's some kind of uncertainty about how all this will get applied, but here's my take. My take would be that your customers, they are required by law to have the output of your plugin be accessible. So from that perspective, you don't, if you just look at it from that perspective, you don't have to make your site accessible, but you're probably going to lose the business from those folks. But also, some of those customers who buy your plugin may have disabilities and need accessible workflows in the dashboard. So yeah, that's a small population of people who are managing the back end of websites, but also have a disability. But there's a potential that a complaint could eventually get filed for you. So I would want to focus first on making sure that front end output is accessible ASAP, but then clearly get in on your roadmap some ways to get your back end WP admin dashboard as accessible as you can too. Here's another example. If a hosting company sells to hosting packages to EU customers, not just the portion of the website where the sign up happens, the marketing and the sign up happens, but also that dashboard interface that's used to manage the hosting account must be accessible. That's part of their product related to their service that they have to make accessible. So again, if you have questions about that, you probably want to be contacting an attorney to get some advice. Products and services should be accessible themselves, but then you have to put information about that accessibility in public places, typically on your website. And then for any product or service, customer support must be accessible. That's any product or service. Do be aware that chatbots are a really common place to have issues. So websites are required to have an accessibility statement under EAA. These are typically added to the footer of the website near the privacy policy. Here are some things that should go into that website. You should include the standard that that's the goal for the site. So WCAG 2.1 AA or 2.2 AA. A link to a recent independent accessibility testing. Now, first of all, this is the independent accessibility testing by a certified professional is being required in some countries. And we think that recent will probably mean within the last year. We don't know yet. We're waiting on how some of that's going to get interpreted. You'll need information about what is not, it's recommended, information about what is not yet accessible and when that is expected to be remediated, and how a user can report an issue to you, but also how a user can report problems to the enforcement authority if they're not getting enough help from you. So you have to put that link to the enforcement authority. Now, that listing of what is not yet accessible on a site is a real conundrum for those of us who are in the US-based businesses. Typically, accessibility statements in the US do not include a list of what's not accessible, since that makes it super easy for someone to just go through that and find things to sue us over. But for some countries in the EU, like the Netherlands, for some types of sites, it's being required to have a list of things that are not yet accessible. So the site owner is really going to need to contact their attorney and figure out what's the best choice for trying to meet compliance when you're in two different sort of situations like that. I know that this has been a fire hose of information today, and I do believe that the EAA is going to have a big impact, a big positive impact for people with disabilities for years to come, and help them to be participants in society and in the economy in some ways that support their human dignity. And it's also going to be a bumpy ride for some of us over the next couple of years or so. But in the end, I think we will all be making better websites and digital products. So thanks for your attention today, and I hope this has been helpful.
Let me unmute myself again. Absolutely helpful. It's been great. So many things to learn, and I'm excited about so many of them. I'm putting in the chat right now an event that you and I are working on called WP Accessibility Day. So you have been working on this for more years than I am. Can you give a little bit of an overview of what that looks like and what that's about?
Yeah, so we're going on our, I think it's the 4th year. I think there was a year during COVID that got skipped, but I think it's the 4th year. But and it grows every year. And so WordPress Accessibility Day is a 2-day event. It'll come up October 9 to 10, and we start at UTC 0, and we go all the way around. And every hour there are amazing accessibility talks from all over the world on all kinds of aspects of accessibility. We're waiting, as the organizing team has not even all heard about the talks that have been accepted yet, but we're all getting excited because the quality of the talks has been, the applications was just stunning. Amazing. So we're still in the early planning, still planning stages of that, but it's a great way to learn about that. And then we have some plans to get those, like you were talking about earlier, getting those videos out as soon as we can too. And you can start to find some of the previous videos out there too. And I think, events like that continue to build, and the meetup that continue to put all of these videos of past presentations out there, just kind of keep creating these great libraries of resources for people to learn more about accessibility.
If anybody's listening and they have questions, go ahead and throw them in the chat. But I wrote down a few things besides Accessibility Day that I wanted to bring up to you. If you had to tell somebody, like you said, Firehose, so much information. There's so many ways that we need to improve our websites, right? So like I tell people, if you just start with alt text, like something, right? And improvements. And I mean, I make mistakes all the time. I tweet things and they're like, oh my gosh, I forgot to put the alt text. And so I'll go put a second one that's like, by the way, this is the alt text for the picture above, that kind of thing. And it's not always easy to describe your photos because we're trying to think of it as something that we see, but make an effort to describe what it is that you're seeing, so people who have low vision or are blind can actually pay attention and understand. Yeah. Especially if it adds context, right? So like that's one little thing. But what's one thing that you would say to people never do on their website about accessibility?
Oh, one thing?
Overlays? I don't know.
Yeah, I would say overlay. I mean, there's just so, it's really like when I was trying to like cut this down to, be the 30-minute talk you asked me to be.
It's so hard, I know.
I just have to sort of throw it over to overlayfactsheet.com. And there is a lot more information there, but they are problematic in so many ways. And when I talk to especially people who are blind, they conflict with their tools that they have on their machines already for dealing with the other 99% of websites that don't have this little widget. It's just super, it's just not a good idea. I mean, and in fact, one of the overlay companies last week, it was announced, is getting sued by their customers. So they had
I wrote that down
customer.
Actually.
Yeah, Accessibility is getting sued by one of their customers, and that's public knowledge. And what is interesting about that is that the customer that's bringing the lawsuit took the time and energy to make it a class action lawsuit. So that's more than just, it's more impactful in a lot of ways potentially than one person suing the company. And so that will be really interesting to watch to see what happens.
Yeah, class action lawsuits do hit people in the wallet, but as opposed to one person getting a lot of money, a lot of people get a little bit of money, but the most important thing is that things change, right? And that's what class action lawsuits are about. I mean, that's right, exactly. And even if it means companies have to close their doors, that's okay sometimes too.
A lot of those overlay companies got a lot of venture capital money. They got a lot of money and investments. And so that's why you saw the ads for them everywhere. And in fact, they not just ads, but they made some pretty lucrative, profit sharing or revenue sharing agreements with a lot of agencies. And that's why some agencies started promoting them too. So it was kind of like, So figuring out a way to not have to do that. Just, I mean, it's not that hard to make it accessible. If you, starting at the beginning, like that's another thing that, we didn't talk about here is that sometimes if somebody's going to start looking at a website and say you've got a customer, they know they need to meet this compliance now for EAA. You start looking at the site there. If you're more than a 2 or 3-ish years into a website design, it may be more affordable, more cost effective for that client to just do a new redevelopment project of the website, bump whatever redevelopment they were going to do another few years down the road, bump that back a little bit and include accessibility as a part of that, than to remediate this old thing and then do this redesign in another couple of years. And so kind of thinking, I mean, we offer advice about that a lot too. So
absolutely. You mentioned the lawsuit against Accessibility. Last year, there was a lawsuit, and I can't remember the company. You might remember it, where the company was suing, and I'm just forgetting names today. We're suing somebody for speaking out. Can you fill in the blanks on that?
Adrian.
He's in Buffalo. He's actually not too far from me.
Yeah.
And so he was being sued for speaking out against the overlays and that company.
Yes, and that was it's a way that companies can try to silence critics, is they can just try to sue you for defamation. And so that suit went away. And
It did.
Adrian Rosselli.
Thank you. Yes. End of a long day. I'm not going to remember last names. I'm glad that you were filling in some of the blanks for me. That's awesome. Also, I realize that there's a lot of limitations as far as who can be sued. And I know I mentioned earlier that like Ireland, I think it was Ireland, right, that actually has jail time associated with inaccessibility. I think about zombie sites, right? So there's a lot of zombie sites out there that are not accessible sites. They're also not doing commerce and things like that at this point in time. But it's also a good time to kind of go through your holdings of sites that are just kind of sitting out there not doing anything, and maybe shut those down. Not only are they probably inaccessible, probably 99.9% sure that they're inaccessible, but they're also just like prime territory to be hacked. And
well, remember, unless they're actually unless they have customers in the EU, they're not at risk for that. They can, and really the serial lawsuit folks in the US, it's a way that they're making money, right? So ADA itself does not have any monetary damages. So they don't win any court damages. What they really want is for folks to settle. So like I tried to say, 75% of the time when they bring these, they just threaten the lawsuit and they hope that you'll settle before they even go to court. And then most of them settle at some point, even after they've gone to court. And so that's how they're making money. And so that means that they're choosing sites where they think there is some money to get, right? So if you just have a zombie blog over there that you're not doing with, that's not probably very likely to get sued. They're looking for folks that have some revenue stream. And what we saw 10 years ago was that they really were going after the big sites, more enterprise sites. But that's been slowly working its way down. 25% of those sites, all of them were about 20. It's kind of funny that they're all about 25%. About 25% of those sites that they sued are making less than $5 million a year in revenue. So those are small sites, small businesses. So it's just because you're a small business doesn't mean you can't get sued, but more likely to sue things like B2C consumer products and services. And so e-commerce stuff, things where there's a lot of user interaction.
Absolutely. There's two questions in the chat. So I'm going to pull up. I'm able to answer the first one, but I'll let you. So Mark Westgard says, it would be cool if X would prompt you to enter alt text on an image. It does, but you have to turn on that setting. I have that setting turned on my phone and on my computer so that I don't ever tweet out without those alt. If I do, it's a conscious decision to be bad. And so I don't do that. But there is no setting to do that. Mark, I will show you where that setting is later, I promise. The other one is, where can we find out more about non-website aspects of the directive for IC10T digital devices?
There is if you go to the European Commission big website, and then you start looking for accessibility and the European Accessibility Act, you should be able to start finding some of those things. And it's just a ton of stuff. And even finding it, getting stuff in English, that they're all supposed to be putting this stuff out in their national languages as well as in English. And then sometimes that's not happening. And so, yeah, so it may not be super easy to find, but I think if you go there, that's where I would start.
Yeah. Will you have a few minutes to spend in the hallway track?
Yes, I will be in the hallway track.
You are the last talk. I'm going to be able to join you in the hallway track in a few minutes as well. Mark says thank you. So I think that's to both of us for everything. But I thank you sincerely, Beth. I've known you for several years. I count you as a friend. And I'm just so grateful that we get to work together on some projects and things like that, but also that you've given your time today for Stellar and the Stellar Spark event. So thank you very much.
It's great. It's good to talk about. And I'm really excited to help people learn this stuff. So
fantastic.
Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. All right, so that's it for the day. I'm going to run our commercial one more time, but go ahead and join us over in the hallway track if you want to say hello for a few minutes. We'll be over there, and I really look forward to seeing everybody. Thanks again, everybody who made today such an amazing day. Appreciate you all.